Chapter 1 Angel Power AI 737 Universe - Planet Vegeta. In the twilight of summer, the night sky is like a mysterious black thread, dotted with swaying stars. Luo Tian looked up at the stars, silently meditating. Hey, Luo Tian, you are really leisurely. Do you still have the leisure to stay here? A young and arrogant voice suddenly sounded behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't even need to look back, he already knew who was speaking. It was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who spoke. Vegeta is only 5 years old this year, short in stature, with upturned black hair, wearing a battle armor, and his tail swaying gently behind him. You'd better take a good look at your fighting power. Vegeta said, pressing his little hand on the detector on his eye. Beep. The detector showed a signal. After 3 seconds, Vegeta froze, with doubts and confusion in his eyes. Combat Power 200. Vegeta was stunned and shouted, "Are you kidding me? How is this possible? 3 days ago, your combat power was still 1000. A year ago, your combat power was as high as 2. Why is your combat power so high? The lower the cultivation level." Vegeta. Luo Tian sighed, stepped forward, and appeared next to Vegeta. Luo Tian is only 5 years old this year, but he is about 2 centimeters taller than Vegeta. Humph, you should be called Your Highness the Prince. Vegeta was dissatisfied with the way Luo Tian called him. SHH. Luo Tian reached out and grabbed the detector worn on Vegeta's eyes. What? My detector? You, give me my detector back. Vegeta's immature face changed color and he shouted loudly. But this guy is so fast. How did he do that? Vegeta, you have to remember not to rely on the data of this thing. Luo Tian said, squeezing it gently with his hand. Crack. The detector made a crisp sound and broke into several pieces on the spot, and many parts slipped from Luo Tian's hands. You dare to destroy my detector. Vegeta was furious. Let me see if I can fix it. Luo Tian said thoughtfully. Vegeta. Vegeta was a little confused. Fixed? What do you mean? Luo Tian took a deep breath, his expression became solemn, and a ball of flame as bright as a star suddenly appeared in his hand. The bright flame looked a little turbid and quickly covered the broken detector. Suddenly, the broken detector was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vegeta's eyes widened, showing endless shock. What's the situation? After about 30 seconds, the detector crushed by Luo Tian's own hands returned to its original appearance under Vegeta's gaze. Even the parts that had been dropped on the ground ran back to the detector on their own. You, what was that move you just made? Vegeta looked stunned, stuttering a bit when he spoke, and a look of disbelief appeared on his young face. The power of angels. Luo Tian slowly spit out 4 words. Angel power? What is that? Vegeta was stunned. You are still young, you will know when you grow up. Luo Tian patted Vegeta on the shoulder. TCH. Who are you calling me young? You sound like you are older than me. Vegeta bared his teeth. It's not important anymore. Luo Tian turned around and left. Vegeta. You destroyed my detector and you said it wasn't important anymore. I understand, you came here deliberately to show off your special abilities, right? Give me the detector. Vegeta shouted. Luo Tian casually threw the detector to Vegeta. Vegeta caught the detector and quickly put it on his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta pressed the button on the detector. Beep. A signal came from the detector, which also immediately displayed Luo Tian's combat power value. Combat power 100? Why has it been reduced again? Vegeta was a little confused and asked quickly, I heard that you practiced according to the method in a strange book, so did your combat power decrease? Luo Tian slowly stopped, took out a book from his arms, and threw it to Vegeta. snapped. Vegeta took the book and glanced quickly at the cover. Is there really a book? A Guide to the Cultivation of Tsitsuyi. Vegeta muttered in a low voice, with a look of confusion on his face. That's right. It's because of this practice that I have the abilities I have now. Isn't it pretty good? Luo Tian smiled. Where did you get this book? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, a little confused. Remember that a cat and a blue-skinned man came to our planet last year. Luo Tian smiled. What? Are you talking about the god of destruction Beerus and his followers? Vegeta's expression changed again and again, and his body trembled violently. That's right. Luo Tian nodded. I used a starch sausage of technology and ruthlessness to exchange for this book from the person named Weiss. So, you have practiced this skill and your combat power has increased from 2 to 100 now. Vegeta was shocked. Yet. Luo Tian nodded again. Vegeta suddenly looked at Luo Tian as if he were a fool. Is this guy stupid? When you were 4 years old, you had a combat power of 2. Among us Saiyans, he is definitely a super talented warrior. My father also plans to train you to be my personal bodyguard. But it took you a year to reduce the combat power of 2 to 100. What a talent you are! The relationship between Luo Tian and Vegeta is pretty good. The two are of the same age, and Luo Tian is a former genius warrior, and he is also someone else's child as King Vegeta calls him. Vegeta has also lived in an environment suppressed by Luo Tian since he was a child. In his young mind, the shadow area has almost expanded to the size of planet Vegeta. Fortunately, since last year, Luo Tian's combat effectiveness has declined instead of increasing, plummeting. Vegeta suddenly felt that every day was sunny and he could wake up smiling from his dreams. Luo Tian still admires Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball plot, Vegeta is very successfully portrayed. He gradually grew from a proud warrior to a very responsible father and husband. In Dragon Ball Super, the male protagonist Sun Wukong has become a dog Kong who only knows how to fight. Humph! You've lost all your fighting power just to learn such boring skills. Vegeta seemed to understand. That's more or less what it means. Luo Tian nodded lightly. I gave you that book. I have already learned it. As long as I practice hard, I should be able to improve even better. Tisk, I don't want this crap. Vegeta shook his head decisively. Having said that, Vegeta looked through the contents of this book out of curiosity. Freedom and ultimate meaning, without the need for brain thinking, all parts of the body can sense the dangers around them beyond instinct, carry out conditioned reflex movements, and maximize movement speed and reaction ability. Conditions: have a peaceful heart without distracting thoughts, be optimistic and positive. Seeing the introduction written by Fei about the ultimate freedom, Vegeta showed a look of disdain. Without thinking through the brain? Let all parts of the body sense danger. Although Vegeta was only 5 years old, he quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. In other words, if you learn this, you will use it to avoid danger. All kinds of dangers, right? You can understand it that way. Luo Tian nodded lightly. Humph, Luo Tian, we are Saiyans. We are a fighting nation. Can we win the battle by just dodging? Vegeta's expression became more and more contemptuous. Luo Tian didn't answer. Also, the training requirement mentioned above is to have a peaceful heart? Don't be kidding me. Vegeta smiled softly. Have you ever heard of Super Saiyan? Have a peaceful heart? Super Saiyan, but he is the most powerful warrior in the universe. And he is violent by nature. If he really has a peaceful heart, he will never become a Super Saiyan. What you said makes sense. It's better not to say it anymore. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta. Chapter 2. Do you know how to heal? Luo Tian traveled through time. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian seemed to have opened the door to a new world after accidentally seeing Bardas's book, and was deeply attracted by her story. On a moonlit night, Luo Tian inexplicably traveled through time and became a Saiyan on planet Vegeta in the Dragon Ball world. While Luo Tian was confused and surprised, he also felt excited and disappointed. What's exciting is that I finally traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, and I'm a Saiyan, a fighting race. Page 2. What's disappointing is, I really want to be an angel, and what I'm reading is Bardas's book. Why didn't you let me travel through time and become an angel? When Luo Tian was appreciating Dragon Ball Super, his favorite thing was the Angel clan in Dragon Ball Super. Because the Angel family is the real god, has eternal life and is omnipotent. Moreover, there are 3 very beautiful fairy sisters in the Celestial clan. They are Bados from the 6th universe, Margarita from the number 11 universe, and Kessie from the 10th universe. Especially Bados, her notebook, Tisk Tisk. Although the skin color of the Angel clan is different from that of Saiyans or Earthlings. But it doesn't matter anymore. Since he is a god, it is easy to change the color of his body, right? Luo Tian is the same age as Vegeta. His parents are King Vegeta's most outstanding combatants and belong to the elite warriors. Not long after Luo Tian was born, while his parents were on a mission, the spacecraft was hit by a devastating meteorite and died in space. The Saiyans are a fighting nation. They have been fighting on alien planets for many years and have lost many lives in battle. Therefore, on the huge planet Vegeta, the population is now only about a few thousand people. There are many orphans like Luo Tian. Sometimes Luo Tianzhen wants to complain, the Saiyans, known as a fighting nation, do not even have the most basic ability to survive in the universe. This alone is enough to be fatal. If someone can't defeat you, they can just destroy the planet you live on. How simple is that? Luo Tian's talents and qualifications are pretty good. His combat power reached 600 as soon as he was born, which is almost the same as Vegeta. When Luo Tian was 4 years old, his combat effectiveness increased to 2. But for Luo Tian, it was not enough. However, King Vegeta was trembling with fear. From that moment on, Vegeta lived under the aura of Luo Tian's protagonist. But fortunately, from that day on, Luo Tian's combat effectiveness continued to decline like riding a slide for some unknown reason. King Vegeta secretly investigated, and it seemed that the follower named Whis beside Beerus ate a sausage with a strange smell from Luo Tian. In return, he gave Luo Tian a book. During this year, Luo Tian has been studying the cultivation methods in that book. Then, his combat effectiveness continued to decline. In just 1 year, Luo Tian's combat effectiveness has dropped to 200. King Vegeta was relieved, but also a little sad. Such a talented combatant was wasted just like that. The attendant next to Lord Beerus is really a rip-off. Also, what kind of sausage did you feed that guy named Wes that tasted so bad? Let him be so deceitful. Even King Vegeta once specifically called Luo Tian to his side and told him seriously that he should stop studying that strange book. Luo Tian was unmoved. He still went his own way and carefully studied the cultivation methods in the book. King Vegeta made no further attempts to persuade him. In short, for King Vegeta and many Saiyans, Luo Tian is completely useless. However, Luo Tian enjoyed it endlessly. Others only thought that Whis was a follower of the god of destruction. But as a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian clearly knew that Whis was the real god. He is also the angel Luo Tian wants to be. In the power conference in the plot year, the losing universe will be wiped out by the king himself. All the gods and planets in that universe will disappear in an instant. Only the angels remained. Or it can be understood that even the god of destruction is actually the first elite selected from the universe. Angels are different. Angels are born gods and possess extraordinary strength. Moreover, only by becoming an angel can we love Bados and the others better, right? As a human being, what qualifications do you have to conduct more in-depth research with them? Then start practicing with the ultimate intention of freedom. At least in the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong's ultimate freedom is actually heading towards the path of angels. But the journey looks very difficult. However, as long as he can become a true angel, no matter how rough the road is, it won't be a problem for Luo Tian. 4 Bardos. After a year of hard research, Luo Tian finally dissipated all the energy he had cultivated before, and finally condensed the relatively turbid angelic power. Although it is turbid angel power, it also has some basic effects of angel power. What can the power of angels do? Through this year's research, coupled with the experience value of Dragon Ball powder in his previous life, Luo Tian also has a clear understanding of the power of angels. Angelic power is equivalent to a kind of omnipotent energy. Or it might be more appropriate to call it omnipotent magical energy. Only what you can't think of, nothing you can't do. The power of angels can be transformed into, including but not limited to destruction, healing, repair, magic, fire, object control, insight, resurrection. You can even use the powerful power of angels to turn back time and go back to a few minutes ago. Of course, the angelic power that Luo Tian can now gather cannot turn back time because it is not pure enough. Even so, for Luo Tian, it is also a small step towards the road of becoming an angel. In fact, to put it bluntly, the so-called cultivation of ultimate freedom is the condensation of the power of angels. In the process of this cultivation, Luo Tian will gradually understand the essence of the ultimate meaning of freedom. The reason why Luo Tian dissipated all the energy he had cultivated before was because the energy he cultivated was of no use at all and was weak compared to the power of angels. Don't look at the fact that the angelic power Luo Tian can only condense now is not pure enough. According to Luo Tian's understanding of angel power, if the purity of real angels' angel power is 100, his current angel power purity is only 1. However, the power of an angel with a purity of only 1, if converted into the power of destruction, can easily destroy the world. If we insist on assigning a combat power to such a small amount of angelic power, Luo Tian feels that the combat power of this thing must be at least 10 billion. This is the power of an angel with a purity of only 1. The main reason is that Luo Tian has not completely dissipated his own energy. If all his energy was dissipated, Luo Tian felt that the purity of his angelic power would be improved, and his combat effectiveness would increase exponentially. Luo Tian looked up at the starry sky, and couldn't help but think of Bado's notebook in his mind. Luo Tian shook his head vigorously. I'm cranky again. In the starry sky, spaceships land on planet Vegeta from time to time. Seeing more and more Saiyans returning to planet Vegeta, Luo Tian had mixed feelings in his heart. According to the timeline, Frieza will destroy planet Vegeta in the near future. It's time to leave this planet. Luo Tian is not a virgin, so naturally he will not be a hero to save planet Vegeta. Besides, the real man behind the destruction of planet Vegeta was not Frieza, but Beerus, the god of destruction. It's not that Beerus, the god of destruction, has any grudge against the Saiyans, it's actually that the existence of planet Vegeta has seriously affected the balance of the universe. Of course, Frieza also wanted to avenge his personal vengeance. Vegeta, have you considered going to fight in aliens recently? I can take you to a good place. Before Luo Tian left, he turned around and asked Vegeta. Luo Tianxunzi followed Vegeta's spaceship to leave planet Vegeta, and had no intention of actively provoking Frieza. Luo Tian's principle of action is to grow up obscenely, become an angel, and marry Bado's home. What? Do you want to follow me to fight in alien planets? Vegeta quickly understood what Luo Tian meant. When are you going to leave? Luo Tian asked. Humph, I won't take you there. If you go, you will only hold me back. Vegeta snorted, raising his head high, your combat power is only 100, I, the prince, will take you out. It's not embarrassing enough. Well, don't you know that I practice healing? Luo Tian smiled mysteriously. Healing technique. Vegeta was obviously stunned and looked at Luo Tian without blinking. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta's mind also suddenly thought of the situation where Luo Tian had just restored the broken detector. Have you thought about it? I can even recover a detector, not to mention your injuries. Luo Tian smiled. If you don't believe me, I'll let you try it now. Try. Vegeta was stunned again. Chapter 3 Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. SHH. Luo Tian moved and appeared behind Vegeta in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Vegeta couldn't react. Vegeta rubbed his eyes vigorously, shook his head, and looked around for Luo Tian's whereabouts. Behind. Luo Tian's voice sounded behind Vegeta. Vegeta was startled, turned his head mechanically, and looked at Luo Tian behind him with wide eyes. Boom! Luo Tian swatted it with his palm and hit Vegeta on the back of the neck. Of course, Luo Tian added a little bit of angelic power to this palm, converting the angelic power into high-intensity energy. Luo Tian did not convert the angel's power into destruction. If it turned into destruction, Vegeta might be beaten to pieces by Luo Tian's palm. Even so, Vegeta was also photographed and threw himself forward, and while he threw himself, blood sprayed from his mouth. Clap! Vegeta suddenly fell to the ground and lay on the ground, feeling bad all over. Vegeta showed a look of shock, his expression changed again and again, and there was endless horror in his eyes. I was injured by a slap from Luo Tian's kid? How is this possible? I must have been careless and didn't dodge. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he, with the combat power of only 100, possibly injure me? In Vegeta's young mind, his thoughts were relatively simple. Page 3. I will try to use the healing technique now. Luo Tian stepped forward, and a cloud of turbid angelic power quickly covered Vegeta's body. Suddenly, Vegeta's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, Vegeta fully recovered from his injuries. Vegeta immediately jumped up from the ground, feeling a little shocked at the changes in his body. Luo Tian also sensed Vegeta's aura for a while and found that his combat power had not increased due to this. Because Vegeta was not on the verge of death just now, even if he was rescued, his combat effectiveness would not be doubled. Really cured? Vegeta was surprised. Am I right? Remember to call me when you leave. Remember, the planet I will take you to is very unique. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he flew into the sky and left quickly. Vegeta, however, stayed where he was and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Wait, did I overlook something? Just forget about the fact that you injured me? Luo Tian flew up, soaring on the blue planet Vegeta, and returned to the town not long after. At this time, the streets of the town were bustling with activity, and more Saiyans were called back by Frieza. It can be said that since Luo Tian was born, he has never seen so many fellow Saiyans. Among these returning armies, Luo Tian discovered that Monkey King's father Bardock had also returned in a spaceship. Bardock is Sun Wukong's biological father, and he also returned from the alien world because of being summoned by Frieza. Bardock's appearance is very similar to that of Sun Wukong. The only difference is that there is a long scar on his face, which is the trace of the battle he has experienced. In addition, there is a fluffy tail swaying in the wind behind him. Bardock, long time no see, you are still alive. A Saiyan named Lutra smiled and greeted Bardock, who had just returned. Do you know why Frieza summoned us back? Bardock turned to ask Lutra, who just spoke. Who knows, it is said that a superstar has been discovered, and many Saiyans need to be dispatched to attack in order to defeat it. Lutra replied with a smile. Bardock was lost in thought, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. By the way, those people from Frieza's Legion seem to be asking around about Super Saiyan things. Lutra added. Super Saiyan? Bardock was slightly startled. Is it the legendary Super Saiyan? Yes, that heroic legend. Lutra nodded proudly. Super Saiyan. A popular hero among the Saiyans. He is also said to be the most powerful person in the universe. Of course, the whole universe mentioned here, in the perception of science, is not the 12 universes, but the entire 7th universe. In my understanding, there are two types of super science, one is the ordinary super scion, and the other is the legendary super scion. Luo Tian walked forward, as slowly as an adult. Si smiled logically. Seeing Luo Tian's sudden appearance, Bardock and Lutra were slightly startled. Who do I think this is? Isn't this our genius boy Luo Tian? Lu Tara said with a smile, and couldn't help but press the detector on his eyes. Then he clicked his tongue in surprise, shook his head and sighed, let's take a look at your combat power. I don't know what happened to you, your combat power is only 100. This is nothing. Luo Tian didn't care at all. Rutra. Bardock. Bardock also took a deep look at Luo Tian, his eyes full of questions. Bardock also heard a little bit about Luo Tian's affairs. After all, Luo Tian was once an outstanding genius warrior, with a combat power of 4 at the age of 2. Just 1 year later, the combat effectiveness became 100. What exactly is going on? Of course, Bardock didn't know about Luo Tian's cultivation method from that strange book because he had been away fighting for many years. TCH, it sounds like you know a lot about super science. Ludera smiled contemptuously, you'd better take a closer look at your combat power. A genius can be wasted like this. How much do you know about super scion things, Luo Tian? Bardock asked curiously. As I said just now, super scions are divided into ordinary super scions and legendary super scions. Luo Tian replied with a smile, the legendary super scions will not become available until 1000 years. If a genius appears, us scions can't even think about it. But you can become an ordinary super scion through hard training. Bardock showed a thoughtful expression. Ha ha ha. Rutra on the side laughed. Luo Tian, what you said in the last sentence was that we can become ordinary super scions through hard training. Why didn't you include you? Rutra teased. I'm afraid I can't become a super scion. Luo Tian sighed. Is it because you have been disabled? Lutra sneered again. No, I might just skip the super scion transformation and become the super scion god. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and said slowly. Rutra. Bardock. You can blow. I can't keep up with your rhythm. Also, if you want to become a super scion, you first need to have a certain amount of S cells. The birth method of this kind of S cells is very simple, that is, to have a peaceful heart. Luo Tian smiled and faced Ba-Dark and Rutra briefly talked. S cells. A peaceful heart. Lutra was stunned, what nonsense are you talking about? Bardock, you are very good. Your mood is relatively peaceful. S cells have been born in your body, but it is not enough. Luo Tian ignored Lutra, but looked at Bardock and said, however, as long as you keep your current mentality, I believe you will become a true super scion in a short time. What? Will I become a real super scion? Bardock was stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha, Bardock, you don't take it seriously, do you? Rutra smiled even happier on the side. Luo Tian shook his head, not as knowledgeable as Lu Tra. The reason why he said this to Bardock was because Luo Tian knew that at the moment planet Vegeta was destroyed, Bardock might travel back 1000 years ago. The legend about Super Saiyan is actually passed down from Bardock. Let me complete the story. Luo Tian was just about to leave. 2 guards came quickly from a distance and landed next to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, His Highness the Prince has said that we will gather at the spacecraft launch base at 10 o'clock tonight. We will not wait until late. One of the guards came forward and said. Wearing a detector next time will make it easier to contact him. Another guard pointed to the detector on his eye. Next time? Got it. Sorry to bother you too. Luo Tian nodded. Next time. If my estimate is correct, planet Vegeta will suffer a devastating blow in the near future. There is no next time. After the two guards finished speaking, they left immediately. Luo Tian, do you want to go out? Bardock was slightly stunned. Chapter 4: The Exiled Son of Destiny. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Didn't Frisia say that? Don't let us leave planet Vegeta for the time being. Rudra said angrily. That's his business and has nothing to do with me. Luo Tian shook his head, turned around and left. This kid is really cool. Lutra gritted his teeth. Does he really think he is still the talented boy he was before? Bardock looked at Luo Tian's leaving back without saying a word, but his expression was somewhat solemn. Super Saiyan. Bardock muttered. Afterwards, Bardock walked back to his residence. Jine, I'm back. Bardock greeted his wife Gni, who was cutting meat in the room. Bardock's wife, Sun Wukong's mother, Gni, is a logistics worker who is mainly responsible for the food and other logistics work of the combatants. Not all Saiyans are combatants, and a large number of them become auxiliary logistics personnel due to their low combat effectiveness. After all, the strength of a race is inseparable from logistical work. Because Gni's combat power is relatively low, these are the only tasks he can do. Bardock. Jinna showed surprise on her face and stepped forward to hug Bardock. The couple haven't seen each other for a long time, and it's rare to see them again today. Perhaps, today's gathering is also tomorrow's separation. As a fighting nation, the reality is often so cruel. The street is quite lively. Bardock sighed, I haven't seen such a grand event for a long time. Yes, everyone is back. Gnei nodded. Where's Raditz? Bardock asked. He went out to play, and he has become a combatant. He will soon partner with Prince Vegeta to go to other planets. Jinna replied. His Royal Highness Prince Vegeta? Partnering with such a troublesome guy? Bardock wiped his sweat silently. Yes. Gnei responded. Is Kakarot still in the incubator? Bardock asked again. He has been in there for 3 years. It's time to let him out. Do you want to see him? Gnei replied. Arriving in the back room, Bardock saw Kakarot sleeping in the child care machine. Kakarot looks very similar to Bardock, and they look like they are biological children at first glance. You've grown so big already. Bardock sighed. Yes, I look exactly like you, especially that unique hairstyle. Gnei nodded. A brief silence. After dark, I will steal a spherical spaceship, come back and banish this child to other planets. Bardock pondered. Hey? Why do you do this? Gnei was a little confused, and let him risk becoming an exiled son. This is for Kakarot's own good. Bardock sighed softly. What happened? G suddenly felt a little uneasy. Frisia is plotting something. I have a premonition of death. Bardock's face became increasingly serious. That night, Bardock stole a spherical spaceship and stuffed Kakarot into the spaceship. Taking advantage of the darkness, Bardock carried the spaceship and took Gnei to a barren mountain. In the barren mountains and ridges, the cold wind howled with a hint of chill. There wasn't even a single person around. Speaking of which, you are actually worried about your own child. This is really not like a Saiyan. Jin said with a smile. Maybe I was infected by your innocence. Bardock smiled. In the spaceship, Kakarot was also crying non-stop, as if he had a premonition that he would soon be separated from his parents. Page 4. Kakarot, stop making trouble. Bardock said. The program is set to go to a distant planet called Earth. Gnei operated a few times on the spaceship and said to Bardock and Kakarot in the spacecraft, although there is plenty of food on that planet, but the resources are not of much value. Instead, it is an inconspicuous good planet. If Bardock is just worried, we will soon go to pick it up. Remember, don't stare at the full moon for a long time. Bardock warned. I will also tell Raditz about this. Gnei added. You must survive. Bardock waved to Kakarot in the spaceship. Goodbye. Gnei reluctantly said goodbye. Kakarot looked at his parents with wide eyes, a question mark on the young baby's face. Mom and Dad, don't you want me anymore? Call out. The spaceship took off into the sky, and quickly left planet Vegeta under the watchful eyes of Bardock and Jinnah. 10 p.m. exactly. Luo Tian appeared at the spacecraft launch base on time. At this time, there were a total of 5 people gathered at the spacecraft launch base. In addition to Vegeta, there are also Son Goku's brother Raditz, as well as Nappa and 2 other Saiyans. Except for Nappa, who has grown into a mature man, these 5 Saiyans are all about the same size as Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, you're late. Raditz stepped forward and said. Thank you, you're welcome. Luo Tian replied. Raditz. I'm not complimenting you. Raditz wiped his sweat. Let's go. Vegeta greeted and ordered the people present. Hey, Lord Vegeta, can you go out now? Nappa was still a little worried. Didn't Lord Frieza say that we are all going to stay on planet Vegeta and are not allowed to go out? Humph, where is this prince going? Does he care? Vegeta snorted, whether you want to go or not. Nappa lowered his head and quickly expressed that he wanted to go together. 1 minute later. Call out. A small spacecraft broke through the planet's atmosphere and flew into the starry sky. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. An oblate spacecraft was circling back and forth in the star field near planet Vegeta. Sitting on the spaceship is none other than the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Frieza sat in the stroller with a smile, with endless teasing in his eyes. Note, many friends think that Frieza does not know about the Super Saiyan God, and it is impossible to say so. However, in the Broly theatrical edition in 18, Frieza did say so, possibly to fight with Dragon Ball. Let's connect the plot of Super. The settings used in this book are based on the latest Dragon Ball Super comics, including Trainee Angels Mel's, Granola, Black Gold Frieza, etc., which will be used in the future timeline. Appear one after another. Lord Frieza, I think this is just a cliched heroic legend. Bailey Blue shook his head. Bellyburu is a frog-like follower who can also be regarded as Frieza's nanny, responsible for his food and daily life. Of course I know, but I can't tolerate the slightest bit of uneasiness. Frieza snorted, looking at the blue planet Vegeta in the distant area with a smile, his eyes narrowed into triangular eyes. No matter what, the Saiyans are a group of guys with extremely arrogant self-esteem, and they will never become my loyal slaves. It's time for them to be destroyed, but I, Frieza, have always been kinder. So let them be destroyed along with the planet. It's such a pity, Saiyans are very good combatants after all. Bailey Blue sighed. Besides, this matter is still an order from Lord Beerus. Frieza suddenly added. What? Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Bailey Blue's voice became trembling. I don't want the third person to know about this. Frieza narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bailey Bulletin. As he was talking, a younger brother walked in from outside, ready to report the matter. Then I heard Frieza say, I don't want the third person to know. My little brother didn't know how to do it at that time, neither could he advance nor retreat. Chapter 5 Leaving Planet Vegeta. What did you hear? Frieza smiled and looked at his younger brother who had just entered. Lord Frieza, I didn't hear anything. In fact, I'm deaf. The younger brother hurriedly knelt down. Oh? Really? Frieza smiled, and 2 beams of light erupted from his eyes. Shoot! In just an instant, Frieza's younger brother was turned to ashes by these 2 beams of light and could not die anymore. Belobua showed a smile on his face and was not frightened by it. He seemed to be used to this kind of thing. But then again, what happened to the former Saiyan genius? Frisia asked curiously. The great Lord Frisia, that person just came in to report the matter of Luo Tian. Bailey wiped his sweat. Frisia. 1 minute later. Another Frisia's younger brother walked in quickly and gave a brief report about Luo Tian. Oh? His combat power dropped from 2 to 100? In only 1 year? He is really a genius. Frisia looked at his younger brother with a smile. The younger brother didn't even dare to raise his head, he just knelt there obediently. I'm still looking forward to it. I even naively thought that his combat power could be increased from 2 to 10. Frisia shook his head in disappointment. Lord Frisia, although the Saiyans are a fighting nation, unless they transform into a giant ape, their basic combat power cannot be raised to such a high level. Bailey Blue smiled contemptuously. Frisia did not continue the topic, but asked with a smile, how many Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta now? In about a month or so, all the Saiyans outside will come back. Only a very small number of Saiyans will need more time to get back. Bailey Blue answered. I can't wait that long, so we'll take action in a month. Frisia smiled more and more sinisterly. Would this arouse suspicion among the survivors? Bailey Blue asked. Ha 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 ha. Just say that I accidentally got hit by a huge meteorite, right? Frisia laughed wildly, laughing so hard that he fell back and forth. Smiling, Frisia suddenly saw a small spaceship leaping into the starry sky from planet Vegeta, streaking a bright flame in the sky, and flying quickly towards the distant star field. Frisia's smile froze on his face, and his expression became ugly. Investigate immediately to see who is so bold. Dare to come out of planet Vegeta at this time. Bailey Blue quickly ordered to his younger brothers. The results of the investigation came out soon. Oh? Vegeta? Luo Tian? Frisia touched his chin thoughtfully, his eyes becoming colder. Lord Frisia, do you want to defeat them? Bailey bowed and asked respectfully, and then became a little worried, but if we attack their prince at this time, it will inevitably cause unnecessary consequences. Trouble. The Saiyans who have returned from other places may stop moving forward, and your plan will be. Bailey didn't say the next words, but the meaning was already obvious. Let them go. Frisia scowled and shook his head. Indeed, if we choose to take action at this time, the Saiyan prince will still die, and the Saiyans who get the news will not return to planet Vegeta. A brief silence. Bellabol, have you ever heard of raising pigs? Frisia suddenly became happy. What do you mean? Lord Frisia. Bailey looked confused. When raising pigs, you must first make them fat and white, and then they will taste better. Frisia looked at the small spaceship going away with a smile. What Frisia Dano means, is to treat Vegeta and the others like pigs. Bailey Blue suddenly realized. That's exactly what I mean, keep them. Frisia smiled. Are there too many pigs? Bailey Blue asked. Frisia thought about it and felt that there were too many pigs, so he ordered, then keep Vegeta and Luo Tian, and 2 more Saiyans, so that we can keep 4 pigs in total. Ha ha ha, plus 1 more, there are as many as the Jinyu Special Forces. Bailey Bulletin laughed. Just after laughing, Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Special Forces stepped in, revealing a black line on his forehead. Babylu, you are going too far. We are not pigs. Jinyu glared at Bailey with a dark face. Lord Frisia, our Jinyu team is willing to be the vanguard in this attack on planet Vegeta. Jinyu bowed. There's no need to go to all that trouble. With a planet-destroying bomb, no one can escape. Frisia waved his hand nonchalantly. Are you going to destroy planet Vegeta? Jinyu said with some regret, the resources of that planet are pretty good. Wouldn't it be a pity to destroy it? Are you teaching me how to do things? Frisia became cold. Ah! I suddenly feel that I haven't seen the fireworks of planet destruction for a long time. Jinya reacted very quickly and laughed quickly. The coldness on Frisia's face gradually turned into a smile. Call out! As he was talking, another spherical spaceship flew into the starry sky and passed near Frisia's spaceship. Frisia! Who is it again? Frisia narrowed his eyes. Frisia Dono, you are a Saiyan baby with a combat power of only 2. A subordinate came over immediately to report. Do you want to knock it down? Bailey Bulletin asked. The combat power is only 2. Frisia laughed at that time. Let him be, even if he is allowed to grow, he will not have much potential. In Luo Tian's spaceship. After flying for about an hour, Luo Tian looked back and found that Frisia's Legion's spaceship had not followed. Your Majesty Vegeta, which planet should we go to next? Raditz asked. Luo Tian, what do you mean? Vegeta turned to ask Luo Tian. How many spherical spaceships are there on our spaceship? Luo Tian did not answer this question, but asked casually. How many are there? There seem to be 4. Raditz rubbed his head and replied, after all, our spaceship is not very big, and there are only 4 such spherical mini spaceships. That's great. Except for Vegeta and me, the 4 of you can go in one boat. Luo Tian ordered. Raditz's smile gradually solidified. Naba showed a look of astonishment. The other 2 Saiyans were also confused. Hey, Luo Tian, don't you plan to take them to play with you? Vegeta asked Luo Tian in a low voice. Luo Tian nodded. Why bring so many people? It doesn't make much sense. And the target was so big that it was easily discovered by Frisia's people. Did you hear that? You 4, get out of here. Vegeta made a decisive decision and ordered the 4 of them rudely to Raditz and Nappa. Page 5. Naba. Raditz. The other 2 Saiyans. The CO author asked us to start a group, but you 2 ended up going solo? Too much. Raditz muttered, not daring to enter the spherical spaceship immediately. Nappa and the other 2 Saiyans also entered the other 2 spaceships. SHHHHHHH. 4 spaceships were launched from the small spaceship, leaving 4 bright flames in the universe. Chapter 6 I'm not interested in Super Saiyans. Hey, Luo Tian. Vegeta was about to speak. Luo Tian waved his hand gently to stop Vegeta from continuing. Then, Luo Tian pointed to the detector worn on Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta was not stupid, he understood immediately, took off the detector, and blocked the mouth of the microphone with his fingers. What? Are you trying to say something to me and are you afraid that others will hear it? Vegeta snorted and looked at Luo Tian strangely. I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Are you suspicious of Frisia? Are you worried that he is eavesdropping on our conversation? Vegeta reacted quickly. You are so smart. Luo Tian extended his thumb to Vegeta. TCH, you don't need to praise me. Vegeta snorted and asked casually, tell me, what is the name of that unique planet you mentioned? Namek. Luo Tian said word by word. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. Frisia's spaceship. Frisia was still sitting in the stroller with a slight smile on his face. But there was a hint of coldness in Frisia's smile. Lord Frisia, according to the latest intelligence, 4 mini-spherical spaceships have been separated from Vegeta's spaceship. The younger brother stepped forward to report, Nappa, Raditz and 2 other unknown the important Saiyans left in these 4 spherical spaceships. Oh? Separated. Frisia narrowed his eyes. It seems that the little prince of the Saiyans and the former genius warrior Luo Tian intend to act alone. Bailey Blue pondered. Dodoria, Shayalaya. Frisia called. After the words fell, Dodoria and Shayalaya walked in quickly from outside and immediately bowed to Frisia. Dodoria and Shayalaya are 2 brothers. There is almost no big difference between them in appearance. They are white and fat, with pink skin and ugly sarcomas on their skin. You two split up, one kills the two unimportant Saiyans except Nappa and Raditz, and the other goes and brings Vegeta and Luotian to me. Frisia made a prompt decision. Said with a smile, although they are just two little monkeys of little importance, we should capture them and raise them as pigs. Yes. Lord Frisia. The Dodoria brothers saluted together. I want them to know that no matter what plots they play, they are nothing in the face of absolute strength. Frisia sneered again and again. The Dodoria brothers remained silent. Go ahead. Frisia waved his hand. When leaving, don't underestimate the enemy. Frisia ordered again. The two brothers left and headed towards the spaceship launch bay. Hey, Dodoria, how about I go catch Vegeta? Xiao Li suggested. Young Leah, with your little fighting power, aren't you afraid of capsizing in the gutter? Dodoria snorted, you have to understand that Vegeta's little monkey's fighting power is at least 15,000. My combat power is 17,000, which is 2,000 higher than him. Young Xiao Lia patted her chest confidently, and the tumors on her body trembled slightly. Don't forget, there was also Luotian, a former genius warrior whose combat power once reached a level of 2. Dodoria frowned. Brother, don't worry, isn't that boy named Luotian already useless? Xiao Xiaolia said with a smile. Dodoria was lost in thought, a little hesitant. Dodoria, my good brother, don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Young Xiaolia smiled, they are just two little Saiyan brats, how can they turn the world upside down? Then be careful and don't be careless. Dodoria finally made up his mind and nodded in agreement. Wait for my good news. Young Leah got into the spherical spaceship. Luotian's spaceship. Namek? Is there anything special about that planet? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. You'll know after you go there. Luotian said with a smile. Humph, so mysterious. Vegeta snorted and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Luotian was not angry at all. Because Luotian clearly knew that Vegeta had such an unruly character. Luotian likes the unruly Vegeta. If you train him to be a well-behaved little sheep, then he won't be Vegeta. But having said that, Luotian, this healing technique of yours is definitely tailor-made for this prince. Vegeta showed excitement on his face, with endless expectations in his eyes. As long as the two of us cooperate well, in the future this universe belongs to both of us. When I become the emperor of the universe, I will make you my general. After finishing speaking, Vegeta seemed a little thirsty, so he walked to the bar of the spaceship, poured a glass of water, and drank it. Luotian ignored Vegeta's words, but sighed softly, looked at Vegeta and asked, My prince, what is your greatest wish? The biggest wish? Why do you ask that? Vegeta finished drinking the water and wiped the water stains on the corners of his mouth. He was slightly startled and confused. Luotian smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice, Think carefully, it has something to do with our trip to Namek this time. Namek? Wish. Vegeta fell into deep thought. What does Namek have to do with my wish? I really don't understand. What is my greatest wish? I remembered. My biggest wish is of course to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta said quickly, You said, can Namek help me fulfill this wish? You don't need Namek to help you with this kind of thing, I can do it for you. Luotian replied. You? You can make me a Super Saiyan? Don't be kidding me. Vegeta snorted, if you can make me a Super Saiyan, why don't you become a Super Saiyan yourself first? I'm not interested in Super Saiyans. Luotian shook his head. Then what are you interested in? Vegeta asked strangely. Angel. Luotian said. An angel again? Is it the kind of angel power you mentioned? Vegeta was surprised, that kind of magical power with healing power. Luotian didn't answer. Weird guy, he's not even interested in Super Saiyan. Vegeta murmured in a low voice, then asked curiously, Then tell me, how can I become a Super Saiyan? Chapter 7 Someone is chasing. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, the first thing you have to do is to have a peaceful heart. Luo Tian sighed, so from now on, you have to keep your mind peaceful. TCH, I don't want to keep a peaceful mind. Stop lying to me. That's the basis for you to practice the power of angels. I don't want to be a healer, I want to be a powerful warrior. He pressed Frisia to the ground and rubbed him warrior. Vegeta looked up at the starry sky with endless anticipation in his eyes. Vegeta at this age is most likely to fantasize. So much so that when I grow up, I still live in an illusion. Luo Tian suddenly turned his head and glanced quickly behind him. What? Vegeta also turned his head and looked behind. Someone is catching up. Luo Tian suddenly said. What? Someone is chasing me? Is it Frisia's people? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then immediately picked up the detector and quickly put it on his eyes. Beep. Suddenly, a combat power value was displayed on the detector. What? Combat strength 17,000. Vegeta's expression changed again and again, and his voice became a little trembling. Well, it's 2,000 higher than you. Luo Tian said calmly. Vegeta turned his head mechanically and glanced at Luo Tian with some fear. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. It's Dodoria's younger brother Xiao Xiaolia. Frisia, what does he want to do? Maybe he just wants to invite us to drink tea and chat. Luo Tian said with a smile. Hey, do you think it's possible? Vegeta immediately took off the detector, blocked the microphone, and rolled his eyes. Quickly find a planet with a moon to land on. I will turn into a giant ape and destroy him. It's not necessary. Have you forgotten that I can heal? Luo Tian smiled indifferently. As long as you are seriously injured by him, I will give you another round of treatment, and your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Vegeta's eyes lit up at that moment, and he smiled stupidly at the starry sky outside. Yup. I had an excellent treatment. What else do I have to fear? Wait a minute, you don't have a detector, how do you know someone is chasing you? Vegeta asked strangely. I told you before, don't rely on detectors. Luo Tian said with a smile, you have to learn to sense the opponent's breath to know the opponent's strength and location. What? There is such a magical skill. Vegeta was surprised. You still have a lot to learn. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Humph, it sounds like you know a lot more than me. Vegeta rolled his eyes. Don't be poor and find a planet to land on. After all, we Saiyans cannot survive in space. This is our biggest shortcoming. Luo Tian also sighed helplessly. Although Luo Tian can already condense the power of angels with low purity, but it doesn't mean that Luo Tian has become an angel and can survive in the universe. That is obviously unrealistic. If you want to become a real angel, you still have a long way to go. At least realizing the true meaning of freedom is the first step. Luo Tian made some estimates and found that if he could cultivate the purity of the angel's power to about 10, he should be able to activate the Super Saiyan God state. The purity of angel power reaches about 15, which is almost enough to turn on Super Saiyan Blue. Once the purity of the angelic power is cultivated to about 20, you can probably unlock the ultimate sign of freedom. By cultivating the purity of angel power to 30, you should be able to unlock the true ultimate freedom, which is the silver-haired state. Of course, these are just Luo Tian's calculations. Is there any connection between cultivating angelic power and becoming a Super Saiyan God? Of course there is a connection. In fact, Super Saiyan God is the first step for Saiyans to become gods. This is a small step in transforming energy into divine power. In his previous life, Luo Tian often saw some arguments among Dragon Ball fans about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Page 6. The main content of the debate is, which of the 4 strongest Super Saiyans or Super Saiyan God is stronger? In fact, To put it bluntly, Super Saiyan 4 is the result of a quantitative change in energy, Super Saiyan God is a process of qualitative change in energy. Which one of the two is more powerful? In Luo Tian's view, with little difference in basics, the strength of both transformations of Super Saiyan Dash is greater than or equal to Super Saiyan Blue. Why should it be greater than? Because the Super Saiyan Dash transformation takes a longer time, even if you fall into a coma, you can maintain that state. But Super Saiyan Blue can't do that. Therefore, even if both sides are equal in strength, Super Saiyan Blue may lose in a protracted battle. Of course, these are just some speculations made by Luo Tian in his previous life, and it is not certain whether they are accurate. Now that Luo Tian has traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he can take the opportunity to confirm who is more powerful between the two. Luo Tian feels that letting Vegeta take the Super Saiyan 4 route is the best choice. But before that, one of the Saiyans' biggest shortcomings needs to be solved. As a fighting nation, the Saiyans don't even have the ability to survive in space. This is what Luo Tian complains about the most. Xiao Lia. Why are you chasing me? Vegeta had already made contact with Xiao Lia through the detector. Vegeta, Lord Frieza wants you and Luo Tian to go back to see him immediately. Young Xiao Lia ordered. Humph, he doesn't care where this prince goes. Vegeta snorted. Then, I have no choice but to take you back myself. Xiao Lia snorted coldly. According to my investigation, there doesn't seem to be any planet with a moon nearby, right? Your spaceship is not as fast as mine. You and Luo Tian had better be honest with me. Even if there is no moon, I can still beat you to pieces. Vegeta snorted. How about we go fight on the planet in front? Oh? It seems you are quite confident, Vegeta. Young Lia was happy at that time. Hey! Hey! The two spacecrafts streaked through two bright flames in the starry sky, falling rapidly towards an earth-yellow planet in the distance. About a minute later, the spacecraft landed on the planet. Crunch! The spaceship door opens. Luo Tian and Vegeta flew out of the spaceship. This time, Vegeta followed Luo Tian's suggestion and did not bring a detector. Vegeta also didn't want Frieza to know about Luo Tiankai's treatment. The two sides met soon. Vegeta, you'd better take a good look at your combat power. Young Xiao Lia chuckled. My combat power is 17,000, and yours is only 15,000. I have to say, as the Prince of the Saiyans, your combat power is absolutely amazing. Also, your combat power value has already surpassed that of King Vegeta, right? Chapter 8. Are you treating Vegeta? Hey, what's this? Vegeta snorted. Luo Tian? This once genius warrior, now his combat effectiveness is only 100? You are really a genius. The more you practice, the lower your combat effectiveness is. Xiao Lia sighed with endless contempt. Luo Tian ignored him and didn't bother to do it himself. What a good thing it is to have a little brother who likes fighting beside you to fight. You two come together. Young Xiao Lia sneered, waving to Luo Tian and Vegeta. No need, I am enough to deal with a guy like you. Vegeta snorted coldly. And the energy in his body exploded, bright flames bloomed, and quickly spread all over his body. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed towards Xiao Lia. SHH. The next moment, Vegeta's figure flashed and disappeared directly opposite Xiao Lia. In just a moment, Vegeta appeared behind young Xiao Lia. Boom! Vegeta punched quickly and hit Xiao Lia on the waist. Xiao Lia threw herself forward. Vegeta followed up and opened a big kick to young Lia, kicking him high into the air. Call out! Vegeta rose into the sky, and with a movement of his body, he quickly appeared directly above Xiao Lia. Boom! Vegeta used an upside-down golden hook and hit young Lia in the chest. Suddenly, Xiao Lia fell from the sky like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily and leaving a large human-shaped crater on the ground. Vegeta fell from the sky and stepped on Lia's head fiercely. Crack! The detector worn on young Lia's eyes was also stepped on by Vegeta. Vegeta took off again, flying up to a height, and sprayed out energy bombs from his hands. The energy bombs covered Xiao Lia below. Boom! The place where Xiao Lia was filled with dust and rocks. Snapped! Vegeta landed opposite Lia. Ho-ho! Vegeta panted heavily, feeling waves of exhaustion. Just now, Vegeta could be said to have outputted his energy to the extreme. After the smoke gradually dissipated, the safe and sound body of young Lia was revealed. No, it can't be said to be safe and sound. Young Lia was disgraced, and her armor was shattered by Vegeta. However, young Lia was not seriously injured. After all, the difference in combat power is 2000, which is still a big gap. Not bad, Vegeta, the attack just now was very rhythmic. Young Lia smiled contemptuously and patted the dust on his body. What? Vegeta's expression changed again and again. How's it going? Your attack doesn't seem to be working, Vegeta. Young Lia walked towards Vegeta's direction. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and sprayed an energy bomb at young Lia. Boom! Young Lia slapped him hard, knocking away the energy bombs sprayed by Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils shrank together, and his expression became increasingly ugly. It's my turn to attack now, right? Vegeta. Young Lia laughed and walked step by step in the direction of Vegeta. No. Vegeta gritted his teeth, rushed forward quickly, and punched Lia in the head. Snapped! Young Lia raised her hand slightly and caught Vegeta's attacking fist with her own palm. What? Vegeta? Is this your attack? It seems that there is a difference of 2000 combat power. This difference is not just a tiny bit. Young Lia laughed. Vegeta's expression was extremely ugly. Boom! Young Lia slammed her head into Vegeta's head. What? Vegeta let out a scream and blood flowed from his forehead. Boom! Young Lia had nothing to be polite about, so she kicked Vegeta high into the air. Immediately afterwards, Lia quickly rose into the sky and appeared directly above Vegeta. Ha 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 ha! Young Lia laughed wildly and kicked Vegeta on the waist. Ouch! Vegeta screamed again, and his whole body fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! Vegeta hit the planet's ground hard, causing the ground to shake violently and leaving a large crater on the ground. Snapped! Young Lia landed on the edge of the pit and stepped hard on the ground. Vegeta was forcefully shaken out of the pit by Lia, and flew up to a height. Snapped! Young Lia grabbed Vegeta's tail and picked it up. Hey, don't die, Vegeta, my little Saiyan prince, Frigiano asked me to take him back alive. Young Lia said, not being polite, and said in Vegeta was lightly slapped twice on the face. Lia didn't slap these two slaps harshly, for fear of accidentally slapping him to death. After all, Frigia didn't want Vegeta's life for the time being, he just ordered young Lia to take Vegeta and Luotian back. Ah! Vegeta spurted blood from his mouth, feeling that his life was coming to an end. However, Vegeta thought that Luotian, a powerful healer, had the backing, and did not give up. Hey! Vegeta opened his mouth wide and bit Lia's hand. Ah! Young Lia screamed and slammed Vegeta to the ground hard. After Vegeta landed, he crawled towards Luotian in embarrassment. Humph, are you a dog? Young Lia rubbed the hand that was bitten by Vegeta, her teeth itched with hatred, and said coldly, I didn't expect you still have the strength to run away. But you can run. Out of my hand. After saying that, Lia glanced at Luotian with a smile. Hey, Luotian, the former genius boy, are you coming with me? Or are you going to let me fix you up like Vegeta and then come with me to meet Lord Frigia? Young Lia asked with interest. Luotian Deo. Wait a moment. Luo Tian said, gently raising his right hand, and a cloud of turbid angelic power appeared in his hand. Suddenly, flames as bright as stars quickly covered Vegeta's body. Vegeta's injuries also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What are you doing? Young Shaolia was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling that something was not quite right. It's okay, just wait a moment, it'll be fine soon. Luo Tian grinned. Are you treating Vegeta? Young Leah was not stupid and reacted quickly. Chapter 9 It's great to have treatment like you. Page 7. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Luo Tian nodded. What? Science also know how to heal. Young Shaolia was stunned for a moment and frowned. So, you don't want to improve your combat power just to learn healing? Okay, Vegeta. Luo Tian greeted Vegeta. Snapped. Vegeta jumped up from the ground, quickly checked his body, an endless surprise suddenly appeared on his face. What? Is this cured? Xiao Shaolia frowned tightly. It's not bad. Luo Tian said with a smile. Humph, so what if you know how to heal? Even if Vegeta recovers 2 or 3 times, he is still no match for me. Xiao Shaolia smiled contemptuously and pointed his hand at Luo Tian's body. However, I won't let you treat him again. Before that, let's beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Boom. As he spoke, Xiao Shaolia sprayed an energy bomb from his hand. Energy bombs roared towards Luo Tian's direction. Luo Tian didn't even try to hide. Hey! Vegeta shouted loudly, slapped him fiercely, and directly shot the energy bombs sprayed by Xiao Lia into the sky. What? Young Shaoria was stunned, but she didn't expect Vegeta to be so fierce. Because in Xiao Shaolia's view, the energy intensity of the energy bomb just released could seriously injure both of them. Of course, Vegeta might hide away. However, what surprised Lia was that Vegeta did not hide, but even slapped away the energy bomb he released. Call out! Vegeta turned into a bright stream of light, rushed forward quickly, and hit Shaolia hard on the chest with his head. Puff! Young Shaolia spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Vegeta threw an uppercut and hit Lia's chin on the spot. Young Shaolia did a somersault in the air and suddenly fell to the ground, feeling bad all over. Pooh! Vegeta spat, a proud expression on his face. Young Shaolia wiped the blood from her mouth, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looked at Vegeta with some disbelief, and then looked at Luo Tian near Vegeta, feeling a little confused for a moment. How is this possible? Young Shaolia looked shocked and asked strangely, why do I feel that your combat effectiveness has improved? Young Lia, don't you know? Vegeta chuckled. What do you know? Xiao Shaolia was stunned. We Saiyans are reborn from the brink of death, and our combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Vegeta laughed. What did you say? Young Shaolia's expression changed again and again. Luo Tian, can you sense my combat power? Vegeta asked. About 18,000. Luo Tian muttered. What? Only increased by 3,000. Vegeta felt a little unhappy. Not bad, I'm afraid it won't grow again in the future. Luo Tian said. Vegeta. What do you mean? What do you mean it will never grow again? Vegeta didn't think much about it. 3,000 is 3,000. Now my combat power is 18,000, which is 1,000 higher than this guy. It's more than enough to deal with him. In fact, it is said to be 1,000 higher in combat power, but in actual calculation, Vegeta has an absolute advantage. Because Xiao Shaolia had fought before, and her energy was consumed, her combat effectiveness declined, and she was also injured. But Vegeta fully recovered. Not only did he return to his peak, his combat power also improved. Combat power 18,000? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Young Shailya shouted loudly, her eyes full of disbelief. You'll know right away if it's impossible. Vegeta snorted coldly and quickly rushed to the opposite side of Shaolaya. Young Shailya was extremely shocked, and her pupils were filled with endless fear. Go to hell! Vegeta kicked Shailya, forcing him to fly high into the air. Boom! Vegeta released his energy to the extreme, and the huge energy instantly swallowed up Shaolaya. After everything calmed down, Shaolaya had been bombed into pieces by Vegeta. Hoo-hoo! Vegeta was panting heavily, and his energy was also consumed tremendously. Obviously, if you want to completely eliminate Shaolaya, the price you need to pay is also very high. It can be said that Vegeta's energy has bottomed out. Quick, Luo Tian, help me restore my energy. Vegeta ordered Luo Tian. Vegeta, don't rely on my healing skills for everything. Luo Tian sighed, for things like this to restore energy, just chew a chicken drumstick and eat something to recover. Vegeta. TCH, forget it. Vegeta didn't want to ask for help. Now that young Leia is dead, Frieza may locate us through the positioning system on our spaceship. Luo Tian pondered, it seems that we have to find a way to destroy the positioning system on the spacecraft. Humph, no need to go to so much trouble. Vegeta smiled proudly, I suddenly thought of a good way, maybe I can defeat Frieza's guys. Oh? What? Luo Tian asked. You beat me half to death, and then heal me. This way my combat effectiveness will continue to improve. Vegeta showed a face of fanaticism, and his immature face was filled with endless expectations. Ahem! Such a good request. This is the first time I've heard of it. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, with treatment like yours, I will grow into a Super Saiyan very quickly. Vegeta laughed loudly, stepped forward and patted Luo Tian on the shoulder. Don't worry, Luo Tian. Wait until I become a Super Saiyan when you become the #1 demi-human in the universe. I will never treat you badly. It's okay to let me beat you half to death. Luo Tian shook his head gently. Is there any problem? Vegeta was stunned. I think it's necessary for you to figure something out first. Luo Tian replied. What's going on? Vegeta asked strangely. Do you know what Frieza's combat power is? Luo Tian asked. Hey, how many can there be? At most 20. Vegeta guessed and smiled proudly, as long as my combat power exceeds 2, I can turn him into a giant ape and I can press him to the ground and rub him. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 10. Do you know Frieza's fighting power? You underestimate Frieza too much. Luo Tian slowly shook his head. Then tell me, what is Frieza's combat power? Vegeta asked. Luo Tian slowly stretched out 5 fingers. What? 50. Vegeta's face changed slightly, but he was not too shocked. Then he lowered his head and analyzed, this guy's combat power is beyond my imagination. It seems that your combat power must be increased to over 5 before you can turn into a giant ape to rub against him. You can transform into a giant ape, but Frieza can't transform. Luo Tian added lightly. What did you say? Frieza can transform? How is this possible? Vegeta's expression froze for a moment, with a look of disbelief on his face. As far as I know, Frieza can not only transform, but also transform several times. Luo Tian sighed. What? Will you change your body several times? Vegeta couldn't help but tremble. At least 3 times. Luo Tian said. Vegeta. Vegeta didn't want to speak anymore, his face looked as ugly as possible. As for the combat power, after the first transformation, it seems that the combat power can reach a level of 100 million. Luo Tian added. What? 1 million combat power? Vegeta's voice increased in decibel several times. There's nothing surprising. Luo Tian said. Vegeta. Because the more surprising thing is yet to come. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta. The second transformation has a combat power of at least 200 million. Luo Tian continued. Vegeta felt a little unnatural, and his expression was a bit frozen. The third transformation, the basic combat power is about 300 million. Luo Tian Dao. 3 million. Vegeta turned pale with fright. In other words, my basic combat power must reach at least 30, and I can only compete with this guy if I become a giant ape. I haven't finished speaking yet. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta was silent. This is just Frisia's foundation. If Frisia increases all his energy, his maximum combat power can reach 1 million. Luo Tian said calmly. Vegeta's mouth couldn't help twitching, his body trembled, and he sat down on the ground, his face turned pale. Vegeta gasped for air, feeling as if he was suffocating. A combat strength of 1 million? Real or fake? If all this is true, I feel like he could kill me if he farts. Vegeta's mentality collapsed. If this is true, then what a terrifying monster this guy is. There was silence for a full 20 seconds. Vegeta slowly came back to his senses, rolled his eyes, and glanced at Luo Tian. This is impossible, you are making things up. Stop trying to scare people. I'm not lying to you, I heard it when Beerus, the god of destruction, was chatting with Whis next to him. Luo Tian said a reason casually. What? Beerus, the god of destruction? Did he say that? Vegeta looked stunned. These are not the important points. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta. You've said so much, isn't this the point? Frisia's high combat prowess isn't the point? The point is, with his combat power level, how many times do you have to be seriously injured before he can surpass him? Luo Tian sighed, let me do the math. If you are lucky and only increase your combat power by 3000 points at a time, how many times will it be in total? Vegeta. Vegeta felt stabbed in the heart again. If the combat power is increased by 3000 at a time, the combat power will only reach 1000 million after being seriously injured 300 times. It takes 1 serious injuries to reach -million. Page 8. Vegeta's mentality was a bit unbearable. Seriously injured 1 times. Who can bear this? In fact, Vegeta didn't know that when he was reborn after nearly dying, his combat power would sometimes be doubled. Of course sometimes it only increases a little. However, sometimes, it will increase dozens of times. Just like Sun Wukong in the plot, fighting Captain Jinyu on Namek. During that period, Sun Wukong's basic combat power was about 18. After being seriously injured by Vegeta, he was placed in the treatment cabin for treatment. When Sun Wukong recovered from his injuries, his basic combat power increased to 300 million. Vegeta is similar, but can improve slightly less than Son Goku. When Vegeta went to Earth, his combat power was 18,000. When he was near death and reborn, his combat power increased to 24,000. Vegeta was seriously injured in the battle with Sabo and was healed, and his combat power increased to about 35,000. Later, Vegeta encountered the Jinyu Special Forces again and was seriously injured again. After recovering, his combat power increased sharply, estimated to be more than 50. This was also Geth, the Jinyu member who was fighting Vegeta. After seeing this combat power value, he naively thought that the detector was broken. It is because of this time that Vegeta's combat power has increased so much that he dares to fight Frisia, who has a combat power of 53. Next, Vegeta was shocked by Krillin again. After Dandy's healing and recovery, his combat power increased to about 250 million. Even so, Vegeta is still no match for Frisia in his 4th form. However, in the later stages, neither Sun Wukong, Vegeta, nor even Son Gohan can get energy boosts from near death. Because there is a limit to this kind of improvement. They have practiced to the limit. Furthermore, as far as I know, there is a certain limit to the increase in combat effectiveness through this method. Once it reaches a certain limit, it will no longer be improved. Luo Tian sighed with emotion and stepped forward to pat Bei Jita's shoulder, advised, "So, don't take this shortcut. Cultivation is done step by step and cannot be achieved overnight." Vegeta was silent, and his young heart was seriously hurt. "Humph, according to the combat power value you mentioned, even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, he may not be the opponent of Frieza, right?" Vegeta's face turned pale. "Perhaps Super Saiyan is a transformation," Luo Tian said with a smile. Vegeta froze. "For example, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, your strength will increase by 50 times. Luo Tian said with a smile, "Calculating this, how much combat power do you need to reach to press Frieza to the ground?" 300 million. Vegeta answered immediately. "Congratulations, you answered correctly." Luo Tian nodded. "Vegeta. TCH, that's baseless nonsense." Vegeta snorted, "Is Super Saiyan a transformation? Let's go. We don't have to worry about this problem anymore." Luo Tian stepped towards the direction of the spaceship. Chapter 11. I'm afraid I can't become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta quickly followed and asked quickly, "So, where are you, Luo Tian?" "Me?" Luo Tian was stunned. "Do you want to be this healer forever?" Vegeta asked, "Don't you want to become a Super Saiyan?" "I don't want to," Luo Tian replied simply. Vegeta was speechless. "In my current state, I'm afraid I will never be able to become a Super Saiyan again." Luo Tian shook his head. "Is it because your fighting power is not enough?" Vegeta asked. "Yes." Luo Tian nodded and added, "But I may become a Super Saiyan God." Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore. "You can really blow. I can't keep up with your rhythm." "Humph, then let us compare and contrast, which one is more powerful, Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God?" Vegeta snorted. He was a child after all. Although his mentality was a bit broken just now, he quickly put Frieza's terrifying fighting power behind him. Does this need to be compared? Super Saiyan God has 2 more words than Super Saiyan. Of course, Super Saiyan God is more powerful. Luo Tian smiled. "Is there anyone who compares like you?" Vegeta shouted angrily. Luo Tian stopped paying attention to Vegeta and appeared directly next to the spaceship. "But having said that, how can we destroy the positioning system of our spaceship?" Vegeta asked. "If that doesn't work, go find a scientist and see if he can find the positioning device inside the spacecraft." "I'll try it first," Luo Tian said, slowly raising his hand and placing it on the spaceship. Snapped. Luo Tian's hands released the turbid angelic power. In just a moment, the power of angels covered the spaceship. "What? Can your so-called angelic power destroy the positioning system of a spaceship?" Vegeta was stunned. "Okay, it's been destroyed." Luo Tian nodded. "What? Is it that simple?" Vegeta's eyes widened, and he immediately flew to the spaceship where Shayalaya was, and manipulated the console a few times, trying to find the location of his spaceship. "Beep, the connection has been lost, please search again." Such a line of text was displayed on the display screen. Vegeta's face was stunned, a little dull. "Does this solve it?" "Call out." Vegeta quickly returned to Luo Tian, looked at Luo Tian and asked, "Do you still study science and technology?" "Let's go." Luo Tian did not answer the question. In fact, Luo Tian just used the power of angels to try to find the spacecraft positioning system, but unexpectedly he actually found it. Now that you can find it, it would be too easy to destroy it. Luo Tian used a bit of angelic power to destroy the locator. The reason why Luo Tian wanted to destroy the spacecraft's locator was not because he was afraid of Frieza. Luo Tian didn't want Frisia to harass Namek during this period. After all, Luo Tian will go to Namek with Vegeta next. If Frisia knew Luo Tian's whereabouts, he would definitely send someone to chase him. It wouldn't be troublesome enough to have so many annoying flies following him. Nowadays, Luo Tian has one of his biggest shortcomings. That means being unable to survive in space. If you meet an opponent like Frisia, if Frisia doesn't have a playful attitude, he will directly destroy the planet you live on. Then, even if Luo Tian could gather the power of angels, he would still die in the universe. Although the power of angels can also be converted into air, how long can it last in the universe? So what Luo Tian wants to do most now is to quickly find a way to solve this shortcoming. Luo Tian has already thought of the solution. That is to make a wish to the dragon of Namek to give yourself the ability to survive in the universe. I believe that with the ability of the Namekian dragon, it should not be difficult to fulfill this wish. Luo Tian and Vegeta boarded the spaceship. Call out! The spaceship turned into a bright stream of light, quickly left the Earth-yellow planet, flew up into the starry sky, and entered the universe. Namek, here I come. Another star field. A certain planet. Dodoria easily destroyed the other two Saiyans except Raditz and Nappa. Nappa and Raditz were trembling with fear. After all, Dodoria's combat power is there, reaching a height of 23,000. Humph, this is the consequence of your unauthorized actions. Dodoria looked at Nappa and Raditz with a cold expression on his face. The corners of Nappa and Raditz's mouths couldn't help twitching, and sweat broke out on their faces. But Lord Frisia is still very kind. As long as you two are obedient, I won't hurt you. Dodoria said with a smile. Nappa and Raditz didn't speak. Keep in touch, be available when called, and obey Lord Frisia's orders. Can you do it? Dodoria asked with a smile. Nappa and Raditz nodded vigorously. That's good. Dodoria stepped forward. Nappa and Raditz's bodies were trembling more violently, and it felt as if their legs were no longer in control. In the face of absolute strength, the two of them knew clearly that even if they escaped, they would be caught up and killed. Okay, I'm leaving. You two can take care of yourself. After Dodoria finished speaking, she did not continue to embarrass them and left in the spaceship. After entering the spaceship, Dodolia immediately tried to contact his younger brother Xiao Li. However, there was no signal from Xiao. What's going on? Dodoria suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that something unexpected has happened to my brother? Dodoria felt increasingly uneasy. Immediately afterwards, Dodoria pressed a few times on the control panel of the spaceship. Snapped. In just a moment, the location of Xiaolia's spaceship was displayed on the control panel. Dodoria went to search for Luo Tian's spaceship again. Beep, the connection has been lost, please search again. Dodoria was stunned for a moment, and the color on her face changed. After a brief hesitation, Dodoria immediately contacted Frisia's spaceship. Frisia's spaceship. Frisia sat in the stroller and looked at the blue planet Vegeta from the window. From this area, planet Vegeta has a bit of the color of the Earth, shining like a sapphire. Note, in the earliest theatrical version, the color of planet Vegeta was somewhat similar to Jupiter. But in the later new Broly theatrical version, the color of planet Vegeta was changed to blue. This book, the settings, etc. are subject to the latest theatrical version or Dragon Ball Super comics. Lord Frisia, Dodoria has successfully completed the mission and is returning. Bilibu stepped forward and said respectfully. Page 9. Chapter 12. He will become your rival in love and death. Does he have anything else to do? Frisia asked without looking back. He said that his younger brother Xiaolia has lost contact, and Vegeta and their spaceship have also completely lost contact. Bailey Blue replied, after investigation just now, our technical staff did find that Vegeta their spaceship has been lost. Oh? So they have destroyed the positioning system. Frisia was not surprised. Maybe. Bailey Bulletin nodded. Go down and report their whereabouts immediately, Frisia ordered to Bailey Bubu. Okay, Frisia Dono. Bailey Blue bowed. So. Young Lia may have been killed by Vegeta and Luotian, right? Frisia's face was a bit gloomy, his eyes were narrowed, and a scowl appeared. Frisia wasn't angry because one of his men died. Instead, I felt that I had underestimated the two little Saiyans, Vegeta and Luotian. Dodoria applied to see the location of Shayalia's spaceship. Bailabu continued. Let him go. Frisia nodded without objection. An hour later, an oblate spacecraft landed on the planet where Luotian and the others had landed. Dodoria quickly found her brother's spaceship. Immediately afterwards, Dodoria looked around again and found the traces left by Vegeta and Xiao Shaolia during the battle. Among these traces, Dodolia keenly discovered the remains left by Xiao Shaoli. Dodoria stepped forward and picked up a piece of his brother's skull. His expression became extremely ugly. Young Lia. You idiot. I told you to be careful, but you just didn't listen. Did that guy Vegeta get killed in the end? Dodoria clenched her fists tightly, trembling with anger. Immediately afterwards, Dodoria didn't stop at all and immediately left the planet in a spaceship. Vegeta, Luotian, you two wait for me, I will definitely destroy you two. Revenge for my brother. Dodoria shouted loudly in the spaceship, venting his anger. Luotian and Vegeta's spaceships were still traveling rapidly in the starry sky. Luotian also destroyed the monitoring system on Vegeta's detector. This angelic power is really easy to use. It is indeed a true divine power. Do you mean that any wish can be fulfilled on Namek? Vegeta showed a look of surprise. Yes, that thing is called Dragon Ball. Luotian had nothing to hide and introduced with a smile, a total of 3 wishes can be realized. Each of us has one wish. Have you thought about your wish? Of course my wish is to become a Super Saiyan. Is it any wonder? Vegeta answered without hesitation, and couldn't help but ask Luotian, what is your wish? To become one of the Super Saiyans. God. No, I want the ability to survive in the universe, that's all. Luotian replied. The ability to survive in the universe? How can this wish be realized? It's just flashy. Vegeta looked at Luotian strangely. I don't want to die in space one day. Luotian said with a smile. It's up to you. Vegeta shook his head, feeling that Luotian was too stupid, and then muttered in a low voice, I have long heard that the Namekians have various magical abilities, but I didn't expect that they can also create Dragon Balls. Through the Dragon Balls 3 wishes come true. So, after you arrive on Namek, be polite to the people on that planet. If you act recklessly, you won't get anything you wish for. Luotian nodded and gave Vegeta another instruction. Humph, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Of course I know how to do it. Vegeta stood at the window, looking at the vast starry sky, and couldn't help but hum. As he was talking, Vegeta suddenly noticed a spherical spaceship flashing across the starry sky and speeding away in another direction. Vegeta looked over from a distance, and at the moment the spaceship turned, he saw a child in the spaceship. That's a Saiyan. Vegeta was stunned, stepped forward to pick up the detector, and pressed the button on the detector. Beep, combat power 2. Vegeta quickly detected the opponent's combat power value through the detector. Vegeta. I remembered, that little guy is Bardock's son, what's his name? Vegeta mused in a low voice. Kakarot. Luotian said. Yes, Kakarot, a low-level warrior, so pitiful. His combat power is only 2. Vegeta shook his head, it's really embarrassing for us Saiyans. Sometimes, inferior warriors can surpass talented warriors through hard work. Luotian replied. Stop bragging, this is absolutely impossible. Vegeta snorted, expressing disbelief. Vegeta, let me count on my fingers. That person named Kakarot may become your rival in love and death in this life. Luo Tian said with emotion. Vegeta. Fall in love and kill? Is Kakarot a girl? Vegeta was stunned. That's not right. I clearly see that he is a boy. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. What? Do you think that guy will be my opponent? Vegeta looked disdainful. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. TCH, baseless nonsense. Vegeta snorted. Which planet is he going to? Has his father just exiled him from planet Vegeta? Or did Bardock secretly release him? Looking at the trajectory of that spacecraft, it is very likely that it is going to the Earth. Luo Tiandeo. Vegeta stepped forward to investigate the information about the Earth, and his face showed disappointment. This planet has no value at all, but the food on the planet is quite sufficient. Paused. Vegeta continued, I know, Kakarot's father probably felt that his son was too useless and could not accept the cruel competition of the Saiyans, so he sent him to that planet. Well, just for example, my brother Tabor, my father also felt that he had no future, so he was sent to a planet with few resources. Luo Tian said no more and continued to study his own angelic power. Humph, I'm going to take a nap first. Vegeta ran to the sleeping cabin to sleep. Time passed day by day. After 10 days, Luo Tian stood at the window of the spaceship and saw a relatively large green planet appearing in a distant area. It was Namek. Please vote for recommendation. By the way, where have you seen the Dragon Ball Super comics? Chapter 13. Why has your combat effectiveness disappeared? Vegeta also came over to take a look, and couldn't help but said, this planet is not small. However, after Vegeta finished speaking, he used a detector to check Luo Tian's combat power value. Upon seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but patted the detector, showing confusion on his face. What's going on? Why doesn't the detector show your combat power? Is there a malfunction? Vegeta took the detector off his eyes and looked at it carefully. Because I no longer have the ability to fight. Luo Tian smiled slightly. What did you say? You have no fighting ability? What do you mean? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. That's what it means literally. Luo Tian said. Looking at your expression, you seem quite excited. Vegeta was speechless and looked at Luo Tian as if he were a fool. It's not important anymore. Luo Tian chuckled. After these 10 days of practice, Luo Tian finally dissipated all the energy in his body. Now Luo Tian only has divine power. And the purity of Luo Tian's angel power surged from 1 to 5 after all the energy was eliminated. It seems that the energy cultivated in the past still has a certain impact on the purity of the angel's power. The purity of the angel's power has reached 5. From now on, let me concentrate on cultivating the power of angels. There is no more energy left to distract these angelic powers. Remember, be polite when you see Namekians, do you understand? Luo Tian looked at Namek in the distance and warned Vegeta again. Humph, are you teaching me how to do things? Vegeta snorted, looking unhappy. Let's go, land on Namek. Luo Tian didn't say much, and controlled the spacecraft to slowly land on Namek, and appeared near a certain village. The spaceship stopped, and the hatch opened. Luo Tian and Vegeta flew out of the spaceship and appeared in the village. At this time, all the middle-aged people in the village have gone out to work, leaving only 3 old people sunbathing in the village. When Luo Tian's spaceship landed here, the 3 old people from Namek had obviously noticed it a long time ago. They immediately stood up from their seats and their expressions became heavy. After seeing Luo Tian and Vegeta appear, the face of the village elder changed color, and he looked at Luo Tian and Vegeta with some vigilance. Who are you? What are you doing in Namek? Luo Tian looked at the 3 Namekians and quickly identified the identity of one of them. He is Elder Mu Li. After the death of the Great Elder of Namek, Elder Mu Li will become the new Great Elder. As for the other two old people from Namek, Luo Tian found that one of them looked a little weak. When he stood up just now, he almost fell to the ground, but fortunately he was supported by his companion. Let me see, the combat power is 300, 400 and 500 respectively. Vegeta pressed the button on the detector and quickly detected the combat power values of Elder Mulai and the three Namekian old men. Hello, we are Saiyans, let's come. Luo Tian said. However, before Luo Tian finished speaking, Vegeta interrupted Luo Tian's words. Humph, we came to Namek to make wishes come true. Take out your wish-fulfilling Dragon Ball and let me see it. Vegeta said unceremoniously. Luo Tian. What did I say before? Luo Tian scolded. Humph, no one else has to worry about what I do. Vegeta snorted. SHH. Luo Tian moved and appeared behind Vegeta in just an instant, so fast that Vegeta didn't even react. Snapped. Luo Tian swatted it with his palm and hit Vegeta on the back of the neck. Vegeta fell to the ground softly, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. The next moment, Vegeta slowly fainted under the gaze of the three Namekian old men. I'm really sorry, my companion is so rude. Luo Tian sighed. This. Elder Mu Li was a little confused for a while. This kid is really decisive. His companion was knocked unconscious in one fell swoop. I can sense the evil aura of your companion. Elder Mulai was silent for a moment, and glanced at Vegeta who fainted with some fear. What about me? Luo Tian smiled. Elder Mulai looked at Luo Tian again, looking a little confused. Why do I feel that this young man has a unique charm? Page 10. Makes me feel like I want to look up to him. Who is he? Elder Mulai quickly saw the tail behind Luo Tian and guessed Luo Tian's identity. Is he a Saiyan too? Are there any Saiyans so charming? Do I have a face full of sunshine and warmth? Luo Tian grinned, showing his white teeth. Elder Mulai. Two old people. This kid really knows how to talk. What are you doing here? Mulai asked looking at Luo Tian. I came here for a trip. Luo Tian replied. Mulai wiped his sweat silently. Your companions have already said that you are here to find the Dragon Ball. Clap. Just as he was talking, the old man from Namek suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over his body. Delta. The old man next to him suddenly exclaimed as his face changed color. Delta, what's wrong with you? Elder Mulai also looked worried and quickly stepped forward to check. It's negative energy syndrome again. The old man sighed. What? When was Delta attacked? Mulai said in a deep voice. I felt something was wrong with him before, but he insisted and didn't say anything. The old man shook his head. I'm afraid, he has. The old man didn't say the next words, but the meaning was already obvious. This old man named Delta may not die soon. Negative energy syndrome. Luo Tian stepped forward and looked at the old man who fainted on the ground strangely. I saw the fainted old man with a black thread wrapped around his body. Especially his face was shrouded in black clouds. Mulai and the old man beside him glanced at Luo Tian, and then turned their attention to Delta again. It feels like he has been invaded by a strange evil energy. Luo Tian pondered. Young man, you are right, because the environment on our planet is relatively harsh, resulting in negative energy, that is, the evil energy you mentioned is rampant. Mulai sighed, there are already many Namekians. When people experience similar symptoms, which can be severe and even lead to death, we call this symptom negative energy syndrome. Thanks for the reward when I'm bored. Chapter 14 The Negative Energy of Namek. As long as the negative energy in his body is removed, he can be cured. Luo Tian suggested. You said it lightly. This negative energy has been integrated with the body. Only a very small number of Namekians survived because of the strong resistance of the body. Most Namekians are because of this negative energy. Death from the invasion. The old man said with a heavy expression. Let me try and see if I can help remove the negative energy from his body. Luo Tian stepped forward. You? Can you remove the negative energy from him? The old man was stunned. Don't be kidding, even the great elder can't do anything about this kind of negative energy. Young man, we understand your kindness, but this kind of negative energy is definitely not easy to remove. Mu Li's expression became more solemn. Now we are growing a plant on Namek. At present, this kind of plants are the best way to eliminate negative energy, but it will take at least 20 years to completely eliminate the negative energy on Namek. These 20 years are a huge challenge for us Namekians. Test. Luo Tian said no more, and gently raised his right hand upward, and a ball of flame as bright as a star immediately appeared in his hand. Snapped. The next moment, Luo Tian turned over his hand, and the bright flames in his hand quickly covered Delta's body. The moment the bright flame came into contact with Delta, it quickly destroyed the black lines on his body. After 3 seconds, the black lines on Delta's body were completely eliminated. Snapped. Delta suddenly opened her eyes. Mu Li and the old man beside him widened their eyes and looked confused. Snapped. Delta jumped up from the ground like a carp. Mu Li and the old man were startled and almost hugged each other. Ahem, don't flash your waist. Luo Tian said quickly. What is going on? Delta looked at his body in surprise. Why do I feel like I have been reborn? Mu Li. Elder. The two looked at each other, and then looked at Luo Tian in surprise. It's not just a matter of returning to the past. Luo Tian said with a smile. What are you talking about, little guy, are you cursing me? Delta shouted angrily, I feel like I'm at least 10 years younger now. I'm only 10 years old. It seems that I haven't practiced enough yet. Luo Tian shook his head in disappointment. Just now, when Luo Tian injected angelic power into Delta's body, he also used the angelic power to restore his youth. In fact, the way to restore youth with the power of angels is very simple. Just use the power of angels to repair those aging cells again. However, what disappoints Luo Tian is that it has only made the old man 10 years younger. Namekians have relatively long lifespans. Living for 300 to 500 years is not a big problem. 10 years is actually nothing to them. Elder Mu Li, what is this kid talking about? Delta glanced at Luo Tian strangely and turned to ask Mu Li. Ahem. Mu Li wiped his sweat silently. In addition, the old man also couldn't laugh or cry. By the way, I remembered, I seem to have negative energy syndrome. Delta suddenly came back to his senses and looked at his body in surprise. It's strange, I feel like my body has completely recovered now. The negative energy in my body has completely disappeared. What is going on? Delta, please thank this young man. He helped you remove the negative energy from your body. Mu Li sighed. Did he helped me clear it? Delta was stunned for a moment. Mu Li and the old man beside him nodded together. After a brief hesitation, Delta immediately stepped forward to salute and said apologetically, Young man, I'm so sorry. Thank you for saving me. It's okay, it's just a trivial matter. Luo Tian smiled slightly, looking unconcerned. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian looked up at the sky again, and his expression became serious. However, there are a lot of negative energies here, so it's no wonder you fell for it. Luo Tian sighed, let me see if I can completely remove these negative energies. What? Can you clear these negative energies? Mu Li was stunned. Delta looked shocked. The other old man's eyes widened even more. I'm just trying. Luo Tian smiled, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The three old men stopped talking. This little guy means well, but his words make people choke. Luo Tian took a deep breath, his expression solemn, and a ball of flames as bright as stars slowly condensed in his hands. The size of the bright flame is about the same size as the Dragon Ball of Namek. Is this size okay? Luo Tian turned to ask Mu Li and the three old people. Mu Li, Delta and the other old man also looked confused. What do you mean? How do we know if this size is okay? Change. Luo Tian drank lightly. Suddenly, this ball of light, as bright as a star, suddenly transformed into gold. It turned into a golden ball of light, suddenly blooming with golden light. Change again. Luo Tian controlled the golden ball of light and quickly condensed a red five-pointed star at the center of the golden ball of light. Mulai's eyes widened. Delta and the other old man were also stunned. Isn't that Dragon Ball? Why does this kid's condensed energy look so much like Dragon Balls? Go! Luo Tian raised his hand and threw the condensed Dragon Ball high into the sky. Call out! The Dragon Ball light ball formed by the power of the angel quickly rushed into the sky and bloomed with golden light in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the power of these angels turned into streams of red light, flying around the planet, as if there was a red meteor shower. The red meteor shower hit the negative energy, instantly swallowing it up and destroying it. After about an hour, the power of angels wiped out all the negative energy on Namek. And the ball of light in the sky that resembled a dragon ball gradually became transparent. Snapped. The ball of light completed its mission and completely disappeared. Okay, there shouldn't be any big problem. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and greeted Mu Li. Mu Li was stunned. Delta and the old man beside him also looked stunned. I've also treated people with negative energy syndrome, so I think there won't be any more problems. Luo Tian said with a smile. Chapter 15 I'm really not an angel. In fact, for Luo Tian, this is also a way to cultivate the power of angels. Things like the power of angels must be used continuously to better hone it and improve its purity. If it is left unused, the purity will increase slowly. This time Luo Tian helped the Namekians, which benefited the Namekians a lot. But Luo Tian himself also has great benefits. Luo Tian felt that this time he had released almost all the angelic power in his body. Perhaps after recondensation, the purity of the angel's power will increase. Are you an angel? Mu Li looked at Luo Tian excitedly. Not yet. Luo Tian shook his head. Page 11. Luo Tian knew that the angels Mu Li mentioned were the kind of angels that save all things, not the angels in the Dragon Ball world. But Luo Tian's answer refers to the angels in the Dragon Ball world. Mu Li wiped his sweat. What does your answer mean? What is it? Mu Li and the three old men quickly checked the negative energy nearby. The three of them were surprised to find that all the negative energy seemed to have disappeared. It was you who made the negative energy in our village disappear completely. You are our benefactor. Mu Li was so excited that he even stepped forward and took Luo Tian's hand affectionately. As for Vegeta, who was unconscious on the ground, he was already ignored by the three Mu Li. You're welcome, this is nothing to worry about. Luo Tian said with a smile, being able to help you get through this difficulty is considered a good deed for me. Ha ha ha, yeah. Mu Li laughed, and then asked, by the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Luo Tian. Hello Luo Tian. I am an elder in this village, my name is Mu Li. Elder Mu Li replied, pointing to Delta and introducing another old man, this is Delta, this is. It's not important anymore. Luo Tian waved his hand. The other nameless old man was wiping sweat vigorously at the side. Why doesn't it matter when you introduce me? Are you polite? Little friend Luo Tian, you came to Namek to find the Dragon Balls, right? Mu Li asked friendly. Not bad, let's stop by for a trip. Luo Tian nodded. The Dragon Ball thing is easy to talk about. You saved Namek. I decided to take you to see the Great Elder. Mu Li made up his mind. Great Elder? Luo Tian asked knowingly. Yes, he is the soul of our Namekians. Muley replied. However, just as Muley finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Muley's expression immediately became respectful. Yes, it's the Great Elder. Muley said quickly, it's the Great Elder, so you know everything? What? You have to come over in person. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you here. Great ride. Immediately afterwards, Muley seemed to hear another word from the Great Elder, and his eyes showed endless shock. What? All the negative energy in Namek has disappeared. Muley was stunned and shouted, is it true? Muley looked in Luo Tian's direction in surprise. Just condensed such a ball of light and wiped out all the negative energy on Namek? This little guy is really amazing. Okay, I understand. Muley responded respectfully. The call ends here. Little friend Luo Tian, have you eliminated all the negative energy on Namek? Muley wiped his sweat. What? All the negative energy has disappeared. Delta exclaimed. The other old man didn't speak, but the shock in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. The three old people naively thought that what was being eliminated was only the negative energy around the village. But, I didn't expect it to be. All the negative energy on Namek disappeared. A ball of energy light the size of a Dragon Ball easily solved the centuries-old crisis on Namek. Because of these negative energies, many Namekians left their homes and left this planet. Unexpectedly, today, it was completely solved. If you want to do it thoroughly. It's just to solve the negative energy in a village. That's nothing. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Muley and the other two didn't want to talk anymore. Why do we feel that you are showing off? I'm really not an angel, I'm just an ordinary Saiyan. Luo Tian added. Muley. Delta. Elder. The three of them were speechless for a while. We didn't say you were an angel. That's just a metaphor. Ahem. Little friend Luo Tian, the Great Elder already knows about your rescue of our Namekian planet, so he decided to come to see you in person. Muley responded. What? The Great Elder is coming in person. Delta and another old man also asked in unison, with surprise in their voices. However, when the two of them thought about it carefully, they felt that there was nothing too wrong with it. This Luo Tian is the benefactor of our Namekians. With a little effort, the crisis that had existed on Namek for hundreds of years was resolved. But the Great Elder is quite far away from us. It will take more than an hour to arrive. Muley added. How embarrassing. Luo Tian sighed, didn't I tell you, it's all a matter of effort. Since he is the Great Elder of your Namekian planet, I should go over and pay homage to him. With that said, Luo Tian sat down on a chair nearby. Muley. Delta. Elder. The three of them wiped their sweat silently. You said you were going to meet our Great Elder in person. Why did you sit down again? Oops, I sat down by accident. How rude. Luo Tian apologized. Muley and the other three were speechless. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes lit up, he turned to look at the Dragon Ball placed on a pillar, and pointed over there, hey? What is that? That decoration is so unique, could it be the Dragon Ball? Muley wiped his sweat again. Delta couldn't laugh or cry. The old man simply remained silent. After a brief hesitation, Muley quickly stepped forward, picked up the Dragon Ball, and handed it to Luo Tian with both hands. Is it for me? Luo Tian asked calmly. This is Dragon Ball. Muley replied. Oh my, it is indeed what I guessed. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon Ball in Muley's hand thoughtfully, it's just that there are more red stars in it than mine. There are 3 red stars in it. My one there is only 1 ball of light. Chapter 16 The detector exploded. Ahem. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, and the stars inside are 1 to 7. Muley had no choice but to explain. Received. Luo Tian nodded. Muley. I've said so much, and you just say received? Thank you, you're welcome then. Luo Tian said, taking the Dragon Ball from Muley's hand. Muley smiled and felt relieved. I believe that even if the Great Elder knew that he wanted to collect Dragon Balls, he would not be stingy. After all, it was Luo Tian who saved the entire Namek planet. This kindness is worth repaying. Besides, if your wish for fulfillment is a little too much, you may not be able to fulfill it. After all, if you want to make a wish, you need to use Namekian language. You don't know Namekian, so what wish do you want to make, but it needs to be translated by us. Little friend Luo Tian, I would like to ask, do you have any wish to fulfill by collecting Dragon Balls? Muley stepped forward and asked. Elder Muley, my father once told me that learning a foreign language will be of great use to you. Luo Tian put the Dragon Ball on the table next to him, changed the subject, and looked at Muley. Learn a foreign language. Muley was stunned. I travel around. In fact, my biggest ideal is to master multiple alien languages. Luo Tian replied. Muley suddenly felt something was wrong. I feel like I'm going to be taken into a ditch by this guy. So, can Elder Muley teach me the Namekian language? Luo Tian struck while the iron was hot. Before Muley could speak, Delta patted his chest and volunteered, of course it's no problem. It's up to me to teach you the Namekian language. Muley. Besides, it's also our Namek's pride and honor that you can learn our Namekian language. Delta laughed. Muley didn't want to talk anymore. Why do I feel that this kid's purpose of learning Namekian language is not very simple? Little friend Luo Tian, when do you want to learn? Delta asked. Then now. Luo Tian replied. Delta. Ahem, he is such an impatient little guy. Delta wiped his sweat. Later, Delta was not stingy and gave Luo Tian a brief explanation of some features of the Namek language and the characteristics of its pronunciation. Luo Tian listened carefully and studied hard. An hour passed quickly. Luo Tian also mastered the Namek language to some extent. Although I can't speak fluently in Namekian with the Namekians, there shouldn't be any big problem if I can make a wish to Shenron or something. The Great Elder has not come yet. But Vegeta rubbed his head, opened his eyes, and woke up. After Vegeta opened his eyes, he found Luo Tian talking and laughing with 3 Namekians. Vegeta jumped up from the ground and looked at Luo Tian angrily. Vegeta was about to have a seizure when Luo Tian spoke. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Vegeta, the prince of our Saiyans. Luo Tian pointed at Vegeta and introduced Muley and the others. Is he really your prince? You are really rude to your royal highness. He actually knocked him over with one slap. Humph, Luo Tian, stop saying such nice things to me. Don't you know what you just did to me? Vegeta shouted angrily. Page 12. Your Highness, I was just testing your reaction ability just now so that you can avoid being attacked by others in the future. Luo Tian replied. Humph, it's full of nonsense. Vegeta became angry. This is for you. Luo Tian said, picked up the Dragon Ball on the table and threw it to Vegeta. Vegeta was stunned for a moment and immediately took the Dragon Ball down. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta came back to his senses in an instant, his eyes widened with surprise on his face, and he quickly asked, is this the Dragon Ball that can make wishes? Luo Tian nodded quickly. Have you already made a wish? Vegeta asked hurriedly. I'm waiting for you, Luo Tian said with a smile, you are the prince, so even if you want to make a wish, you should come first. Besides, it is said that after the Dragon Ball makes a wish, it will turn into stone. Muley. What are you doing? This conversation of yours doesn't sound right to me. Why do I feel like you want to cheat your prince? Humph, that's pretty much it. Vegeta's anger gradually dissipated. The next moment, Vegeta showed a proud smile, and then laughed loudly, holding the Dragon Ball in his hand and shouting, "Let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan." Then there is no more then. A cool breeze blew by, causing Vegeta's hair to flutter in the wind. Vegeta immediately turned his head and glared at Luo Tian, pointed at the Dragon Ball and asked, "What's going on? Why is there no response? There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. Only when you collect 7 can you make a wish." Luo Tian replied, "Why are you in a hurry? Vegeta." Vegeta felt that the whole person was not well at the time. "Why didn't you say it earlier? How dare you play tricks on me?" Vegeta glared at Luo Tian angrily. "Someone is coming." Luo Tian's expression also became serious, and he stood up first, turning his head and looking diagonally behind him. "What?" Vegeta was stunned, and then swept in the direction Luo Tian was looking. "Vegeta, the people who come this time are very powerful, so don't be impulsive," Luo Tian advised. "Very powerful in combat? Who are you kidding? Are there any guys with powerful combat in Namek?" Vegeta snorted in disdain. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta immediately pressed the detector on his eyes. Beep, warning warning, combat power 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. Boom. After giving several jumping values, the detector exploded on the spot. Vegeta exclaimed, closed one eye, and looked at the sky in the distance with a look of astonishment. "Who is it? Is that Dodoria guy chasing you?" Vegeta's expression changed again and again. Soon, 2 green-skinned people gradually appeared in the sky. "What? Are they Namekians?" Vegeta immediately focused his attention on the 2 Namekians who had just appeared in the sky. Luo Tian also looked into the sky. Of the 2 Namekians who appeared, one looked very old, and the other was a young man. Luo Tian knew them both. They are none other than Neru, the Great Elder of Namek and the only fighting Namekian. Chapter 17 Bloom, My Moon. The current Great Elder can still fly. But after 25 years, because the Great Elder's life will come to an end, he can only sit in his own chair, and it is difficult to even move. Nailu came here with the Great Elder, and he also learned from the Great Elder that the negative energy of Namek was eliminated. Nailu also wanted to know what kind of person eliminated all the negative energy on Namek, saved the planet, and even restored all seriously ill Namekians to normal. The 2 of them were high in the sky, looking down from a high position. "Are they Saiyans?" Neru was stunned and whispered to the Great Elder. "Both of them are still children." The Elder said with a charitable smile, "Let's go down. It's not polite to face the guests up there." "Yes, Great Elder." Nialu responded quickly. The 2 people slowly fell from the air and appeared opposite Luo Tian and others. "Master Great Elder." Mu Li and the 3 old men quickly bowed and saluted. "Everyone, get up." The Great Elder smiled, and immediately looked at Luo Tian, asking kindly, "Are you little friend Luo Tian? First of all, thank you for saving Namek and all the Namekians." "It's nothing, it's just a matter of effort." Luo Tian waved his hand indifferently. "Vegeta?" Vegeta showed a question mark on his face. "What do you mean? During the time I was in coma, Luo Tian saved this planet and all the Namekians? Has someone come to invade this planet? Are they from Frisia? That's the Dragon Ball." The Elder quickly noticed the Dragon Ball placed next to Luo Tian, and immediately reacted, "You and this kid are here for the Dragon Ball, right?" "Yes, that's right." Luo Tian nodded. "TCH, who are you talking about, kid?" Vegeta snorted angrily. "You are the benefactor of our Namekians. We can unconditionally offer the Dragon Ball to you and help you realize your wish," the Great Elder said sincerely to Luo Tian. Because the Great Elder could tell that there was no evil aura on Luo Tian's body. How strange it is! Because Luo Tian has the power of an angel. That is the breath of God. Moreover, Luo Tian has also honed his mentality very well over the years. However, when the Great Elder looked at Vegeta, his brows couldn't help but knit together. This kid looks evil and doesn't seem very friendly. Okay, then I'm not polite. Luo Tian didn't hide it and expressed his deep agreement. The Great Elder didn't care about this. After all, if you want to make a wish, you must use the Namekian language. If the wish you want to realize is outrageous, we will not help you realize it. We are guests from afar. Little friend Luo Tian has saved our Namek planet again. To express our gratitude, we will serve you the most delicious water on Namek planet. The elder said with a smile. As he spoke, the Great Elder gently raised his hand, a bottle appeared in his hand, and handed the bottle to Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the bottle, opened it and took a sip. It tastes pretty good, sweet and delicious. It smells a bit like mineral water from a previous life. Thank you. Luo Tian thanked him and commented, Farmer woman, mountain spring, a bit sweet. Great Elder. What do you mean? What? The most delicious water on Namek. Vegeta couldn't help but asked, we don't drink water, is there anything delicious? This kid is really sorry. We Namekians only drink water and don't eat anything. The elder replied. Vegeta was speechless. A brief silence. Humph, who was so powerful in combat just now? Was it the person next to you? Vegeta looked at Naru beside the Great Elder with some vigilance. Nalu looked at him calmly and ignored him. How is this possible? How can the Namekians be more powerful than us Saiyans? Vegeta was very unhappy. Naru is the only fighting Namekian on our planet. I have to say that he is indeed very strong. The Great Elder laughed. Vegeta fell silent, feeling heartbroken at that moment. The Saiyans, a majestic fighting nation, actually lost to a Namek in terms of combat effectiveness. It's really embarrassing. Then, I will ask all the elders to bring all the Dragon Balls here. The Great Elder smiled. After finishing speaking, he suddenly patted his forehead, shook his head and sighed, it's a pity. I forgot to bring my Dragon Ball coming. Great Elder, I'll get it. Nalu bowed. Then I'll leave it to you. The Great Elder nodded. However, Nalu was a little uneasy. After all, Vegeta's aura is rather evil. Nalu felt that it was a little unsafe to leave the Great Elder here. Kid, can you go with me to get the Dragon Balls? Naru asked, looking at Vegeta. Humph, why should I go with you to get the Dragon Balls? Vegeta shouted angrily. Vegeta, my prince, what did I say before? Don't you want your wish to come true? Luo Tian scolded him angrily. Vegeta thought carefully and finally nodded in agreement. Then, follow me. Nalu flew into the sky. Vegeta also immediately jumped into the air. Hey! Hey! The two people turned into two bright streams of light, quickly left the scene, and flew quickly towards the area where the Great Elder's home was located. Naru had long sensed the evil aura on Vegeta's body, and deliberately made things difficult for him, gradually speeding up his flight. Vegeta gritted his teeth, raised his energy to the extreme, and quickly caught up. However, the distance between the two sides is getting farther and farther. Vegeta chased after him, only to find out tragically that the opponent had already flown out of sight. Damn it! Vegeta was very unhappy. A brief hesitation. Vegeta raised his right hand slightly, and his expression became unusually solemn. Snapped. Suddenly, a sparkling sphere formed in Vegeta's hand. Ho ho! Vegeta gasped heavily. Obviously, Vegeta's condensation of this sphere also consumed a lot of his energy. Page 13. Namekian, do you think you can get rid of this prince? I will let you see what a real Saiyan is today. Vegeta sneered and threw the shining sphere high into the sky. Superior. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Bloom, My moon! Vegeta shouted loudly, with endless anticipation on his immature face. Chapter 18 Vegeta's Giant Ape Transformation. Snapped. The flashing sphere in the sky suddenly burst into bright flames, forming a full moon. Vegeta looked up and stared at the artificial full moon in the sky. His body gradually grew larger, his mouth and nose protruded outward, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. At the same time, black hair appeared on Vegeta's body. Giant ape transforms. Vegeta transformed into a black gorilla. Was it that direction just now? Vegeta turned to look at the direction where Nira disappeared before, grinning. Boom! Vegeta rushed forward as quickly as a rocket, increasing his speed to the extreme, leaving an afterimage in the air. Nira was traveling quickly in front, sensing that Vegeta behind him had been thrown out of sight, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. This little brat, you still don't obey me? Do you know the gap between us now? However, the next moment, Nalo suddenly felt an extremely huge aura rising up behind him. What's the situation? Nara's smile froze on his face. What a powerful breath! Immediately afterwards, Nalo immediately turned his head and looked behind him, and saw a shining sphere appearing in the distant sky. What is that? Nalo was stunned. Before Nalo could react, he suddenly saw a dark mountain roaring towards him. Call out! The giant ape transformed by Vegeta surpassed Naru at extremely fast speeds. The huge body brought strong wind pressure, which blew Nalo around. Nalo managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. Looking at the huge creature in front of him, his expression changed again and again. You, who are you? Nalo asked in shock, cold sweat falling from his face. Nalo could clearly sense that the opponent's aura was strong and the energy was at least 4 times that of his own. Nowadays, Vegeta's combat power has indeed reached a height of at least 16. Vegeta had just condensed the artificial full moon, which consumed a lot of energy, and his combat power had declined, from 18,000 to about 16,000. Therefore, now that he has become a giant ape, Vegeta's combat power is only 16. Nalo's current combat strength is only 4. The difference is already obvious. Namekian, weren't you flying very fast just now? You should keep flying. Vegeta snorted, with a proud expression on his face. Are you the kid just now? Naru immediately came back to his senses and looked at Vegeta in surprise. Humph, who are you talking about, kid? Vegeta felt very unhappy and grabbed forward with his big furry hands. Nalo was startled, his expression changed again and again, and he hurriedly dodged. However, the gap between the two sides is now too great. Vegeta's combat power has reached a height of 16. Niru's combat strength is only 4. The difference between the two is 4 times. Niru wanted to hide away, but he couldn't hide away at all. It was like a mouse meeting a cat, and Vegeta caught him in his hand. Nalo tried to struggle, but to no avail, and his face suddenly turned pale. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. You should call me His Royal Highness. Vegeta snorted coldly, opened his mouth wide, and pointed his mouth towards Nairobi when he spoke. Nalo was so frightened that he felt that he was not enough for this guy. Vegeta didn't embarrass Niru too much, he slowly let go of his hand and let him go. Niru was stunned for a moment. What does this guy mean? Lead the way. Vegeta snorted and ordered Niru. Nalo remained silent and had no choice but to grit his teeth and hurry on. Vegeta followed slowly behind, with endless pride in his expression. A little Namekian is still showing off in front of me? The moment we flew forward, we were getting further and further away from the artificial full moon in the sky. After exceeding a certain range, Vegeta's body returned to normal in an instant. Niru looked back at Vegeta, then looked at the artificial full moon in the sky, and found that the artificial full moon had turned into a small point of light. Did it become normal after it exceeded the range? Niru was quick to judge. And his aura has also been significantly reduced, at least 10 times lower. So, this transformation can increase his strength by 10 times, right? What a terrible race! A transformation, the strength increases 10 times. It is indeed a fighting nation. Nero didn't take revenge on Vegeta. Of course, he couldn't be as knowledgeable as a little kid. In Mulai's village. Luo Tian, we once again express our deep gratitude for your great kindness. It was you who saved our Namek planet and all the Namekians. The Great Elder bowed to Luo Tian. Great Elder, you are too polite. Luo Tian said quickly, if you continue to be so polite to me, then I won't be polite to you anymore. Great Elder. I heard that Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Since you are so polite, give me all 3 wishes. Luo Tiandao. Great Elder. Muley. Delta and the old man. The 4 of them were completely speechless. The Great Elder coughed helplessly. Muley felt endless emotions in his heart. Great Elder, you don't know how shameless this kid is. I've been stunned by him. Okay, then I'll give it all to you. The Great Elder nodded and readily agreed. A brief silence. I wonder what little friend Luo Tian wants to realize. The elder asked curiously, and then explained, I don't mean to inquire about your privacy. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Well, okay, then I won't say anything. Luo Tian nodded. Great Elder. You really didn't say anything. Aren't you going to tell me your wish later? This guy is a good guy, but his words tend to make people angry. Nialu and your prince must be very happy together, right? The Great Elder had no choice but to change the subject, turning his head to look in the direction where Nialu and Vegeta disappeared just now. I'm not sure whether it's pleasant or not, but our prince has just turned into a giant ape. Luo Tian explained with a smile, did you see that light spot in the distance? It's an artificial full moon that he condensed. Giant ape? I heard that you Saiyans can turn into giant apes. You can increase your energy in this way, right? The Great Elder's face changed slightly. It can be increased by 10 times. Luo Tian replied. The Great Elder's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock and astonishment. Combat power increased by 10 times. This is too scary. Why did he become like that? Did the 2 of them have a conflict? The Great Elder suddenly had a bad premonition. Now let's pray together. Luo Tian said. Great Elder. Chapter 19 Shenlong, do you know Aladdin's magic lamp? One after another, the elders of several other villages rushed over quickly holding Dragon Balls. After arriving here, the elders of these villages immediately came forward to meet the Great Elder and told them about the negative energy of Namek. The elders all discovered that Namek's negative energy seemed to have disappeared. Those compatriots who were sick before were also mysteriously cured. When the Great Elder said that Luo Tian was their benefactor, the Namekians present immediately showed surprise. Everyone can see that this Namekian benefactor looks so young, as if he is still a child. However, the Namekians were still very polite and immediately stepped forward to bow to Luo Tian. Now, 5 elders have come from a distance, and 5 Dragon Balls have been collected. Adding Elder Muley's 1, there are 6 Dragon Balls in total. Now only the Great Elder's 1 is left, and 7 Dragon Balls can be collected. Another 5 minutes or so passed. Call out! 2 bright streams of light flashed across the sky. Nero and Vegeta return with the Dragon Balls. After Vegeta came back, he was breathing heavily. He looked at the Dragon Ball in Nero's hand, and suddenly felt. What am I doing when I go to get the Dragon Ball this time? Do I run errands with you? I don't seem to have done anything. Why did this guy Luo Tian send me away? But then, Vegeta saw at a glance that 7 Dragon Balls had been collected. Vegeta was filled with excitement. Page 14. Nailu also handed the last Dragon Ball to Luo Tian with both hands. Luo Tian put the 7 Dragon Balls together. Then, I'm going to make a wish. Luo Tian said politely to the Great Elder. Okay. The Great Elder nodded. Vegeta rolled his eyes and immediately rushed forward, shouting at the 7 Dragon Balls, let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan. And then, no more. All the Namekians present looked at Vegeta as if he were a fool. Vegeta. Vegeta was stunned for a long time and didn't notice any changes in his body. Luo Tian, you lied to me. Didn't you say that gathering 7 Dragon Balls can make any wish come true? Vegeta shouted, glaring at Luo Tian angrily. No, you are wrong. Luo Tian replied, they are 3 wishes, not 1. Vegeta. Is this important? Why can't I make a wish when it's important? I want to become a Super Saiyan. Why doesn't my body react at all? Vegeta asked angrily. Ahem, this Prince Vegeta. It doesn't mean that you can directly make a wish by gathering 7 Dragon Balls, you need to summon the dragon. The elder sighed helplessly and hurriedly explained. What? Summon a dragon? What is that? Vegeta felt bad all over. The Great Elder said no more and immediately summoned the dragon through Namekian language. When the Great Elder finished speaking, the sky instantly became extremely dark. The next moment, golden light bloomed from the 7 dragon beads. The golden light formed a photoelectric pillar, rushed into the sky, and condensed and transformed in the air. Snapped! The light and electricity suddenly transformed into a giant Saiyan dragon. This giant dragon is chubby and looks a bit cute. Whoever collects the Dragon Balls, tell me your wishes, and I will do my best to fulfill your 3 wishes. Shenlong's voice rang in the air. It was also the first time for Luo Tian to see the divine dragon Bolunga with his own eyes, and he was filled with emotions. Looking at the divine dragon Bolunga from Luo Tian's current perspective, he felt like a behemoth, like a huge monster, hovering high in the sky. I will give you all 3 wishes this time. The Great Elder smiled generously. Can I make a wish now? Vegeta behaved this time and stopped making wishes as soon as he came up. It wouldn't be shameful enough if the wish couldn't come true again. The first 2 times I've been humiliated to planet Vegeta. Let's find out more clearly this time before talking. Okay. The voice of the divine dragon Bolunga sounded, say your first wish. Vegeta's eyes lit up at that moment, shining brightly. Even the dragon said he could make wishes. That should be fine. Hey, let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta hurriedly made a wish to Shenron. The divine dragon Bolunga ignored him. Shenlong, give me an Aladdin's magic lamp. Luo Tian made his first wish in Namekian without haste. Shenlong. The Great Elder was surprised. He never expected that Luo Tian could actually use the Namekian language. Hehe, I taught you. Delta said proudly, well, although I don't speak very fluently, the meaning I express is still very clear. Muley. Muley wiped his sweat silently. I feel more and more, this kid is learning Namekian language just to make wishes. He just learned a few pronunciations, which formed these few sentences. This kid is so bad. Vegeta turned and looked at Luo Tian with a confused expression. Hey, Luo Tian, is that the language of birds you're talking about? Vegeta asked strangely. Great Elder. All the Namekians present glared at him. What is this little kid saying? That is our sacred language of Namek. The Aladdin magic lamp you mentioned can summon the jinn by rubbing the lamp and make a wish come true through the jinn, right? Palunga felt that the whole dragon was not feeling well. I can't make your wish come true, do you need a jinn to make it come true? You summoned me just to get a magic lamp? Yeah, that's what I mean. As expected of a divine dragon, he knows everything. Luo Tian nodded vigorously. Palunga. A brief silence. This is just an ancient myth. The reality does not exist, so this wish cannot be realized. Palunga replied. I knew it would be difficult to realize. Then let me change my wish. Luo Tian said, making a wish in Namekian language again. My wish is to make the universe no longer have disputes and make the universe peaceful forever. Palunga. Sorry, this wish cannot be realized. Cold sweat broke out on Palunga's head. Isn't it possible? It can't be realized. Luo Tian was stunned. Yes, the existence of human beings is bound to have disputes, even gods cannot avoid them. Palunga wiped his sweat. Chapter 20 Let me Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. This won't work, that won't work either. Then let me change my wish. Then let all people on this planet have the ability to survive in the universe. What about this wish? Luo Tian asked. Of course, when he made his final wish, Luo Tian still spoke in Namekian. Sorry, I can only give one person the ability to survive in the universe at a time. Palunga wiped his sweat again. Why do I suddenly feel so useless? Palunga's mentality was a bit broken. Then let me have the ability to survive in the universe. Luo Tian sighed, with a glum look on his face. Okay. Palunga nodded guiltily, an invisible energy flashed in his scarlet eyes, and quickly covered Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian clearly felt that his body seemed to have opened up the Ren and Du meridians, and he felt indescribably comfortable. It seems that I can survive without breathing in the future. Sometimes, life is so full of miracles. Your first wish has been fulfilled, please tell me your second wish. The divine dragon Palunga sighed. Why do I suddenly feel like I seem to owe you? The great elder and Mu Li looked at each other, and both of them breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems that although this kid likes to play pranks, he is still kind-hearted and does not make excessive wishes. Vegeta, tell me your wish. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta was still confused, but when he felt Luo Tian's hand, he immediately trembled and came back to his senses. What's going on? What language did you speak just now? Vegeta asked quickly. Namekian language. Luo Tian smiled, it seems that making a wish requires using Namekian language. Vegeta. Wait a minute. When did you learn Namekian? Vegeta was a little surprised. This is no longer important. If you don't make a wish quickly, the dragon will disappear. Luo Tian urged. Vegeta gritted his teeth and muttered with a dark face, did you listen to Beerus and the person next to him about these things? No. Luo Tian shook his head. No? Then how do you know? Vegeta asked curiously. We have a book at home that is used as a base. I picked it up and flipped through it that day. All these messy things were recorded in it. I didn't expect it to be true. Luo Tian sighed with emotion. What? The book you are talking about can't be the all races of the universe that my father has been looking for, right? Vegeta suddenly came back to his senses. It is said that that book records every person in the universe. The characteristics of the race were recorded by our ancient Saiyan gods when they traveled across the universe. Luo Tian. Is there really such a book? I'm just saying it offhand. Ancient god? What's his name? Luo Tian asked curiously. Humph, of course it's the Super Saiyan god you mentioned. Vegeta replied, looking up at the sky, thinking carefully, and replied, his name seems to be Yasushi. Yamashi. Luo Tian said. Yes, it's Yamashi. Vegeta nodded, then gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. How come that book is the bottom of your family? I don't know about that. Luo Tian shook his head. Your father must have taken it back. Damn it, using such a good book as a bottom of the pot. Vegeta was very unhappy. Luo Tian scratched his head thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, Yamashi also wrote a book about his travels. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian certainly knew who Yamashi was. Yamashi is the Super Saiyan god that Beerus met in his dream, and he is also the real Super Saiyan god. Dragon Balanga. Great Elder. Muley and other Namekians. Everyone present was more speechless than one. What makes you speechless is not a book to use as a base. It's the Shenlong who's still waiting for you to make a wish. Why are you two still talking? When can't you just talk about this? Ahem. I'm still waiting for your second wish. The divine dragon Palunga couldn't wait any longer. Luo Tian, tell him, let me become the legendary Super Saiyan. This is my wish. Vegeta snorted and ordered to Luo Tian. Speak carefully, is this your attitude of asking for help? Luo Tian scolded. Vegeta. Vegeta's whole body trembled with anger. However, Vegeta now had something to ask for, so he had no choice but to put away his commanding tone, twitched the corner of his mouth, quickly reorganized his words, and stated his wish again. Luo Tian expressed Vegeta's wish to Palunga in Namekian language. Page 15. Sorry, this wish cannot be realized. The divine dragon Bolunga spoke. Why do you always say some wishes that I can't realize? Vegeta. You, what did you say? You said you can't make me become the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt bad all over. Yes, this wish cannot be realized. Cold sweat broke out on the face of Shenlong Barunga, because you are not the legendary Super Saiyan. What? I'm not the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened, and he immediately came to his senses. He quickly pointed at Luo Tian and asked Shenron, I'm not the legendary Super Saiyan. Am I? He is. Neither is he, Palunga replied. Vegeta suddenly felt much better. Then tell me, who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked. Is this question your wish? Asked the divine dragon Palunga. Vegeta. Vegeta, don't waste your wishes. Does it matter who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Luo Tian scolded from the side, I know about this and I will tell you later. What? Do you know who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta was stunned. There's nothing I don't know. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta wiped his sweat. Although I can't make you become the legendary Super Saiyan, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan. Shenlong Barunga added. What? What's the difference between the two? Vegeta was stunned. Isn't it obvious? My prince. Luo Tian sighed, one has the word legend and the other does not. To put it simply, one is the legendary Super Saiyan and the other is an ordinary Super Saiyan. People, do you understand now? Vegeta wiped his sweat silently. And this statement? I really learned a lot today. A brief silence. Then tell me how to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta thought carefully and asked. Confirm again, is this question your wish? Palunga asked. Chapter 21 Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan? Yes, tell me. Vegeta nodded. Please make a wish in Namekian language. Palunga replied. Vegeta felt stabbed in the heart again. Vegeta, haven't I made it clear to you before on how to become a Super Saiyan? Luo Tian sighed, do you have to waste a wish? Humph, I want to hear it from this dragon himself. Only the devil knows whether what you said is true. Vegeta didn't believe it. Please think about it, this is your only wish. Luo Tian said. Humph, don't you have one more wish? Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, I need you to understand one thing. Never be so greedy, just have a wish. Luo Tian patted Vegeta on the shoulder and taught him. Vegeta. Great Elder. Many Namekians present also rolled their eyes. Don't be so greedy. Did you say this? Just now you wanted a Jin and wanted to make a few more wishes. Sure enough, it is human nature to be lenient to oneself and strict to others. Of course, as long as I know how to become a Super Saiyan, I don't have to have any other wishes. Vegeta snorted, but he also figured it out. As long as you can become a Super Saiyan, become the best in the universe. What else do I want to wish for? I'm still young now. I don't need immortality. When I become the real number one in the universe and the situation becomes bigger, I will think about making other wishes. Okay, then I'll satisfy you. Luo Tian nodded and repeated Vegeta's wish in name Qian, which was not very fluent. Shenren, please explain in detail about the Super Saiyan. That's our wish. Super Saiyans are simply divided into legendary Super Saiyans and ordinary Super Saiyans. Barunga's voice sounded, and the legendary Super Saiyan is the Saiyan Naka hero. It is rumored that a super warrior will only be born every 1000 years, and he must have the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline to complete it. Ordinary Saiyans cannot become the legendary Super Saiyans without the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Saiyans. Humph, does that mean that neither Luo Tian nor I have the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Vegeta felt indignant. Yes. Palunga nodded. Vegeta took a deep look at Luo Tian and felt much more balanced. This wouldn't be heartbreaking enough if there was a legendary Super Saiyan around. But, who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Could it be the Kakarot that Luo Tian mentioned? It shouldn't be, isn't his combat power only 2? How could a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2 be the legendary Super Saiyan? Wait a moment. I seem to have remembered something. I remember I accidentally heard someone say that among the people born in the same batch as me, besides this guy Luo Tian, there was also a very talented warrior. He seems to have been exiled by my father. What's his name? Could that person be the legendary Super Saiyan? Whether it's a Super Saiyan or a legendary Super Saiyan, it's all a transformation. Although you can't become the legendary Super Saiyan, you can transform into an ordinary person through your own efforts. Super Saiyan. The voice of Shenlong Barunga rang high in the sky. Ordinary Super Saiyan transformation can increase one's strength by 50 times. What? 50 times? Nailu's expression changed again and again. That little kid's giant ape transformation is so perverted. As a result, a Super Saiyan transformation can actually increase the strength by 50 times? Vegeta. Vegeta turned his head and glanced at Luo Tian. The result is really like this. If you want to become an ordinary Super Saiyan, the first prerequisite is to have a peaceful heart. A peaceful heart will prompt the birth of S cells in your body. When your combat power reaches a certain value and the S cells are saturated, you can complete the Super Saiyan transformation through huge emotional fluctuations. Shenlong Barunga explained the Super Saiyan in detail, and added, "Your second wish has been fulfilled, please say your third wish." Shenlong, we have no more wishes, thank you. Luo Tian smiled slightly, as a human being, don't be too greedy. Originally I wanted to ask you for 100 more wishes. Dragon Balanga. Okay, then, goodbye. Palunga nodded, and his body suddenly disappeared. Call out. The 7 Dragon Balls also quickly flew into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the 7 Dragon Balls quickly fell from the sky after rising to a certain height. Da-da-da. The 7 Dragon Balls fell next to Luo Tian and turned into stones. The sky brightened again. Luo Tian heard that after the Namek Dragon Balls realize their wishes, they will not be scattered around the world, but will gather together. The Dragon Balls of the earth were originally gathered together, but later the gods of the earth dispersed the Dragon Balls all over the world because of human greed. The Great Elder looked at Luo Tian with a look of surprise and approval. Although this little guy's words are a bit irritating, he is really commendable. There is only one wish left. If you say you don't want it, don't let it go. Very few people are able to do this. Palunga said, let them have a peaceful heart. I think this Luo Tian already has a peaceful heart. It's just that their prince's personality seems a bit irritable and needs to be tempered. What? Do you really not need a third wish? Vegeta was also stunned for a moment, and immediately turned to look at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked indifferent. Luo Tian's greatest wish is to have the ability to survive in the universe. As long as you overcome this shortcoming, it will be much easier to do anything in the future. As for his wish for immortality, Luo Tian felt that the dragon of Namek might not be able to achieve it. Besides, when you become a real angel in the future, your lifespan will reach eternity. It doesn't matter. Great Elder, Elder Mu Li, dear friends, it's time for us to say goodbye. Luo Tian smiled and greeted the Namekians present. Okay, come and play when you have time. Mu Li stepped forward and took Luo Tian's hand, saying kindly. Absolutely. Luo Tian nodded and asked, how many days will it take for the Dragon Ball to recover next time? Mu Li suddenly didn't want to talk. Do you think that just one wish was too little? Ahem. Because there is only one wish left, it will take about 80 days for the Dragon Ball to be restored. The elder wiped his sweat silently, but still explained. I will come back. Luo Tian waved his hand. Great Elder. Later, Luo Tian said goodbye to the Namekians and boarded the spaceship with Vegeta. The spaceship soars into the sky. Call out. The spacecraft broke through the planet's atmosphere, leaving a bright flame in the sky, and quickly flew into space. Looking at the direction in which the spaceship disappeared, the Great Elder fell into deep thought. Chapter 22 Is he a god? Great Elder, do you have any questions? Nalo asked. This little guy named Luo Tian may become a great god in the future. The Great Elder smiled. God? He is a god. Nalo was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise on his face. Mu Li and other Namekians also looked at the Great Elder curiously. The special energy fluctuations on his body, if my guess is correct, should be the breath of God. The Great Elder sighed. Could he be some kind of Super Saiyan god? Mu Li asked in surprise. Perhaps, we will go further. The Great Elder smiled slightly. A brief silence. After all, he easily saved the entire planet Namek. Except for real gods, it would be difficult for ordinary humans to do it, right? The Great Elder sighed, even the divine dragon Bolunga can't save our planet Namek. Negative energy disappears. Page 16. All the Namekians present were lost in thought. Clap. Delta immediately knelt down, bowed to the starry sky, and said proudly, I once taught a god and learned the Namekian language. Great Elder. Muley. Many Namekians wiped their sweat silently. Cosmic space. In Luo Tian's spaceship, Vegeta remained silent the whole way. It took about 10 minutes until the spacecraft flew in the starry sky. Vegeta suddenly came back to his senses, turned to look at Luo Tian and asked, now can you tell me who the legendary Super Saiyan is? It's better not to say it, it's so heartbreaking. Luo Tian sighed, tell me, no matter what, we too can be regarded as the most talented warriors of our generation, right? As it turns out, we are not the chosen ones. Vegeta. When you say this, I feel even more worried. After all, we are also the most talented warriors of this generation. Turns out neither of us are the legendary Super Saiyans. But the legendary Super Saiyan is someone else. What an annoyance. Forget it. Vegeta didn't want to ask any more and snorted coldly, maybe, he's dead. Luo Tian. You are still ruthless. But then again, this time with the Namek team, I feel very unreal. Vegeta frowned, stroking his chin and thinking in a low voice. How do you say that? Luo Tian was stunned. I feel like a trap. Vegeta snorted. A trap? Luo Tian was a little confused. Is what that dragon said true? Vegeta was dubious. Fake, all fake. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, I knew it was a lie. Did you deliberately join forces with the Namekians to put on a show for me while I was unconscious? Vegeta snorted. Luo Tian was stunned at that time, looking at Vegeta without blinking, looking at his childish face. Luo Tian didn't know what to say for a moment. You are so talented. You have nothing to say, are you surprised? Vegeta hummed. Seeing Luo Tian's surprised expression, he felt that his guess was absolutely correct. Luo Tian. Luo Tian almost choked. Why is that dragon exactly the same as what you said? Vegeta snorted coldly and looked at Luo Tian with squinted eyes. Tell me, what does this mean? Okay, you're right, you are so talented. Luo Tian sighed, stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Hey, you're right. Vegeta couldn't help but hum, his tail raised to the sky. I just said that what the dragon said is so similar to you. He still has a peaceful heart. It's completely nonsense. Talk. Luo Tian didn't want to talk to Vegeta anymore, so he turned around and left. Before leaving, Luo Tian couldn't help but say, you are the one who can't help me. Who is Adu? Is he famous? Vegeta was stunned. Yeah, very famous. Luo Tian nodded. Then tell me, what is the combat power of this guy named Adu? Vegeta suddenly became interested. Luo Tian. I remember I played a game before. His force was 21, intelligence was 16, politics was 15, charm was 20, and control was 18. I can't remember the rest. Luo Tian pondered. Vegeta. What's the mess? What are you talking about? Vegeta looked confused. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta and turned around to walk towards his room. Vegeta quickly caught up. Hey, don't leave. Vegeta said hurriedly. Is there anything else? My prince. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, you said you were going to take me to a very unique planet, but this is what happened. Vegeta felt a little unhappy. Luo Tian felt Vegeta's unruly character and wondered. Should he change to a younger brother? Who is better to replace? Luo Tian thought about it carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Broly. Yup. Should I go find Broly? I think if I switch Broly to my side, it seems to be easier to take care of than this Vegeta, right? And Broly can still practice with me. Vegeta is too weak now. Also, a rebellious guy like Vegeta must experience Kakarot's brutal blows and fall in love and kill each other before he can grow up quickly. By the way, what are your plans next? Luo Tian suddenly asked. Humph, being with you is so boring. I originally wanted to count on your healing skills to help me improve my combat effectiveness as soon as possible, but I have figured it out. I have to practice through my own efforts. Vegeta snorted. This prince is the most talented warrior, I don't need help from others. Then, will I take you to find Raditz and Nappa? Luo Tian suggested. That's fine, it's much better than your boring pacifism. Vegeta nodded. Originally, I thought we could have a good fight on Namek. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed you long ago. That planet was wiped out. Okay, then I'll take you to find Raditz and the others. That's okay, right? Luo Tian didn't object. The detector has been destroyed, how are you going to find them? Vegeta asked. Only the positioning system of our spacecraft was destroyed, but the communication system is still intact and we can contact them. Luo Tiandao. You're right. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to contact Raditz through the spacecraft's communicator. Raditz's voice came quickly through the speaker. Hey! Your Highness Vegeta? We are on the planet Kurit. The resources of this planet are very good. We have just captured it and can sell it at a good price. Raditz responded quickly. Chapter 23 Meeting Nappa and Raditz again. Planet Kurit? I've heard of that planet. You guys wait there and I'll go find you right away. Vegeta answered. Raditz was stunned at that time. Are you coming to find us? You even drove us away before, leaving us to act alone. Why do you want to come to us now? What? Aren't you welcome? Vegeta asked. Welcome, of course. It would be our great honor if His Highness Vegeta could form a team with us. Raditz responded. That's good. Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a proud look on his face. Raditz, the younger brother, is more obedient and will at least please me. Looking at this guy Luotian, he doesn't respect this prince at all. By the way, Your Majesty Vegeta, there is something. Raditz's tone suddenly became heavy. What? Vegeta asked. The two unlucky guys who formed the team with us were killed by that guy from Dodoria. Now only Nappa and I are left. Raditz gritted his teeth and said, Dodoria said it was because we trespassed without permission. Action, so I killed those two guys. Humph, that's enough. I'll kill his brother. Vegeta chuckled. What? Young Master Leah. Raditz was stunned. I heard that his combat power has reached a level of 17,000. Humph, my prince's combat power is now 18,000. Vegeta looked proud. Ah? Has His Highness Vegeta's combat power increased to 18,000? Raditz cheered in surprise. Of course, this prince is a genius. Vegeta smiled brighter and brighter. Just wait there, I will be there right away. Call out. The spaceship changed its direction in the starry sky and headed quickly towards the star field where Nappa and Raditz were. Frisia's spaceship. Vegeta spoke to Raditz, and because the communication line was controlled by Frisia, Frisia's younger brothers immediately received the messages from both parties. Lord Frisia, I have received news from Vegeta. A younger brother reported forward. What? Where is he? I'm going to kill him and avenge my brother. Dodoria clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth, and stared coldly at the little brother who was reporting. Frisia narrowed his eyes and looked at Dodoria. Dodoria was immediately frightened and shut up quickly. What did Vegeta say? Frisia asked with interest. He said he was going to find Nappa and Raditz. The younger brother replied. Oh. Frisia was a little confused about what Vegeta meant. Ordinarily, Vegeta and Luotian have damaged the communication system of the spaceship and should not contact Nappa and Raditz again. Perhaps the spacecraft's positioning system malfunctioned on its own. Bailabu guessed. Since he can kill Xiao Lia, it means that his combat power has surpassed Xiao Lia. Frisia pondered, in that case. With that said, Frisia turned to look at Dodoria. Dodoria immediately bowed and saluted, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. Dodoria, Vegeta is still useful to me. I don't want you to take revenge yet. Do you understand? Frisia ordered Dodoria with a cold face. Dodoria left Frisia's room with a depressed and hateful look. Frisia Dono, do you want to keep Vegeta? Bailabu asked. I really want to know how he improved his combat power in such a fast time. Something must have happened during this period. Frisia was sitting in the stroller, his tail swaying back and forth, with a smile on his face. He was able to kill Xiao Lia, and his combat power reached at least 18,000. His previous combat power was only 15,000, right? Bailey Bro analyzed. The combat power suddenly increased by 3,000, which is interesting. Frisia snorted. Page 17. Lord Frisia, I heard that Saiyans get stronger when they are strong, and they often constantly improve themselves in battle. Bailey said with a smile, this time against Xiao Lia, Vegeta may just be the best. There is an opportunity for improvement. What you said makes sense. Frisia nodded slightly, his face a bit cold. It seems that after a slight increase in combat power, he starts to become arrogant. I have to find a way to teach him a better lesson. Just destroy him like this. It seems that it's too cheap for him. Don't you, Lord Frisia, want to raise pigs? I have a pretty good idea. Bailabu smiled mysteriously. Oh? Tell me, Bailey Bulletin. Frisia smiled. Have you ever played online games, Lord Frisia? Bailey said with a smile. Frisia. Okay, please forgive me for being presumptuous. Audiobook quickly explained apologetically. In the game, characters who level up quickly usually need to challenge monsters of similar level to them, so that they can get a lot of experience points, upgrade through experience points, and improve your various abilities. If you encounter a monster that is much higher or lower than you, one will be easily killed instantly, and the other will not get experience points. What exactly do you want to say? Frisia's face darkened. Lord Frisia, listen to me. Bailey Blue replied, if Vegeta is placed in such an environment to grow up, his combat effectiveness will not change much in 10 or 20 years. Oh? It's interesting. As expected of Bailey Bulletin, you are killing people and killing people. Frisia narrowed his eyes and looked at Bailey Bulletin. Bailey Blue saluted Frisia. But I like it. Frisia smiled slightly. Your Excellency Frisia, thank you very much. Bailey Blue saluted again. I will do as you say and you will be responsible for this matter, Frisia ordered. Yes, Lord Frisia. Bailey Bulletin agreed readily. After 20 days, Luo Tian's spaceship landed on the planet Kurit. Nappa and Raditz immediately came over to greet them. The two of them were so frightened by Dodoria that they almost peed. After Vegeta came over, the two seemed to have a solid backing and felt much more at ease. Your Majesty Vegeta, you are here. Raditz looked at Vegeta with some flattery. Your Highness Vegeta, we have specially prepared sumptuous food for you. Nappa quickly added. Let's go eat something first. I happen to be a little hungry. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. Luo Tian followed Vegeta and walked towards the distance. The four people soon appeared in a huge castle. This is the palace where the king of the Kurit people lives. It can be put to use now. Naba said with a smile. Chapter 24 Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Several people came to the palace together. Luo Tian sensed it carefully and found that everyone on the entire planet had been killed by Nappa and Raditz. Saiyans often do this kind of thing. Usually, everyone on the planet is wiped out and the planet is sold. Luo Tian has become accustomed to this, but no Holy Mother is brave enough to stand up for the injustices of the people on this planet. Luo Tian is the power of an angel in cultivation, not the power of the Holy Mother. What you have is a peaceful heart, not kindness. The so-called peaceful heart means that no matter how important things are, one should always remain calm in the heart. Not to mention the Dragon Ball world, even in the world of Lucian's previous life, there was still a situation where the jungle prevailed. Luo Tian happened to be a little hungry. The food in the spaceship was too unpalatable and he hadn't eaten delicious meat for a long time. Then he had a delicious meal with Nappa and Vegeta. Planet Vegeta. Oh, ho ho ho. Frisia let out a weird laugh and held up a red planet-destroying bomb in his hand. Frisia is surrounded by his younger brothers, including Team Jinyu, Sabo, Dodoria, etc. Call out. A bright flame quickly rushed up from below the planet, and punched and kicked Frisia's younger brothers. It was Bardock, Sun Wukong's father, who appeared at the scene. Frisia! Bardock shouted, condensing a huge energy bomb in his hand and bombarding Frisia above him. Frisia didn't even look at Bardock from the front. He pressed down with his right hand, and the huge planet-destroying bomb was directed in the direction of Bardock. Snapped! The energy bomb released by Bardock was shattered by the planet-destroying bomb. At the same time, the planet-destroying bombs continued to fall downwards. Bardock was shocked, and in desperation, he hurriedly used his hands and knees to resist the invasion of the planet-destroying bomb. However, the moment Bardock's hands came into contact with the planet-destroying bomb, a crisis of death instantly spread throughout his body. Laugh! In just a blink of an eye, Bardock was blown to pieces by the planet-destroying bomb, leaving nothing behind. The planet-destroying bomb continued to fall downwards. Not long after, the planet-destroying bomb hit the ground of planet Vegeta. Boom! The entire planet Vegeta burst into bright colors in space, exploding like fireworks. With the destruction of planet Vegeta, Frisia laughed wildly. Lord Frisia, today is a day worth celebrating. Let's give you a dance to celebrate. Jinyu suggested. Frisia. The distant planet Kurit. What? Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Raditz was stunned after receiving the news. Lord Bailey Blue, is this true? I regret to inform you that a huge meteorite suddenly flew from the starry sky and hit planet Vegeta. The entire planet Vegeta was torn apart by the meteorite, causing the core to explode. Well, what happened? That's how it goes. Bailey Blowing sighed. Didn't anyone discover that meteorite in advance? Raditz exclaimed. I don't know about that. Bailey Bulletin shook his head and sighed, please forgive me. After saying that, Bailey ended the call. Raditz's eyes widened, his expression changed again and again, and he told Vegeta about the destruction of planet Vegeta at that time. There is no way to be King Vegeta now. Vegeta said nonchalantly while chewing on the chicken legs. Raditz. Naba. It seems that the only remaining Saiyans are the four of us, right? Raditz couldn't laugh or cry. He touched his chin and looked up at the sky outside the window. Nappa remained silent. Vegeta still eats chicken drumsticks, seemingly calm. Luo Tian had long known that planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed, so there was nothing to be surprised about. I remembered, my mother said that I have a younger brother who was sent to a certain planet by his father and mother. Raditz scratched his head, was silent for a short time, then turned to look at Vegeta. Vegeta, Your Highness Vegeta, you also have a younger brother, right? Humph, that's a loser, why are you mentioning him? Vegeta snorted and looked up at Raditz again. Your brother's name is Kakarot, right? Yes, Kakarot. Raditz nodded. Luo Tian said that your brother Kakarot will become my lifelong rival. Vegeta suddenly became happy and couldn't help laughing when he said this. Raditz. Ha 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 ha, this joke is so funny. Naba, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed. Isn't the joke a bit big? Raditz also couldn't laugh or cry. My brother is just a low-level warrior. How can he become a strong enemy of His Highness Vegeta? I'm full. Luo Tian patted his belly and sighed a little. The mission of becoming an angel is long and arduous. Luo Tian knew that even if the angel clan did not eat, they would not starve to death. They eat just to enjoy the delicious food. The angels don't have to eat or sleep. Luo Tian still feels hungry now, which means that he can only be regarded as a human being and is still far from becoming a god. I still have to keep practicing. After nearly a month of training, the purity of Luo Tian's angel power essence has improved again. Nowadays, the purity of Luo Tian's angel power essence has reached a height of 8. According to Luo Tian's own calculations, if the purity of the angel's power is cultivated to 10, it is possible to start the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. Of course, these are Luo Tian's calculations. Whether they are accurate or not needs to be verified through practice. Vegeta, aren't you going to act with me? Luo Tian stood up and asked Vegeta. Hey, there's no excitement in following you. What I need is to fight on the planets, not learn bird language with you. Vegeta felt angry just thinking about it. Following this guy Luo Tian, I feel a sense of accomplishment in killing Xiao Xiaolia. Then it took 10 days to reach Namek, but none of the wishes came true. Luo Tian, this shameless guy, joined forces with the Namekians to lie to me. I understand, you want me to practice healing. Vegeta, don't practice such boring tricks. I am the prince of the Saiyans, and that dragon actually said that I am not the legendary Super Saiyan? Humph, besides this prince, who else is qualified to become the legendary Super Saiyan? At first glance, the dragon was just made up. And 3 wishes came true. I don't believe you can survive in space now. Vegeta rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk to Luo Tian. Chapter 25 Planet Vampa. In that case, let's say goodbye. Luo Tian didn't force it. Go on, Saiyans have their own way of fighting and don't need your assistance. Vegeta snorted. Work hard. I hope that when we meet in a few years, your combat power will have improved, instead of the current 18,000. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Humph, by the time we meet next time, my combat power will have already exceeded 10. Vegeta smiled confidently. Yet. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Your attitude makes me very unhappy. Vegeta snorted. Take care, Vegeta. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he immediately flew into the sky. Hey, Luo Tian, won't you come with us? Although your combat effectiveness is relatively low, you can do logistics and so on. Raditz waved to Luo Tian. How about we come together? Naba asked. Luo Tian ignored them and quickly entered the spaceship. Page 18. Call out. The spaceship rose into the sky, instantly broke through the planet's atmosphere, and left the planet. Goodbye. Raditz waved goodbye. Oops. Vegeta's pupils shrank and his face became ugly. What's wrong? Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa was stunned and asked strangely from the side. This guy Luo Tian, he drove away that small spaceship. Vegeta gritted his teeth in hatred, his whole body trembling violently. Ah! What should we do? Raditz was dumbfounded. You bastard Luo Tian! Vegeta was furious, that's my spaceship. There are 2 spherical spaceships on this planet. Nappa explained at the side, are we going to chase them? Vegeta. What a bullshit! That ship is a mothership. How can we catch up? Forget it, clean up this planet and then go to other planets. Vegeta thought carefully and ordered Raditz and Nappa. Luo Tian controlled the spaceship and flew into the starry sky. The spacecraft leaves a bright flame in space. Luo Tian has already thought about it and plans to go to Wampa planet. Since Luo Tian will become a real angel in the future, he will naturally have a god of destruction as his younger brother. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to train Vegeta to become his own god of destruction. But seeing Vegeta's unruly character, Luo Tian suddenly changed his mind. I put so much effort into cultivating Vegeta, I might as well cultivate a more obedient little brother. Luo Tian thought about it carefully and felt that Broly was indeed a very good choice. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, and he is absolutely powerful. Maybe Broly's combat power now reaches millions. Luo Tian even felt a little excited, and the Saiyan blood seemed to be boiling. It takes at least 6 days to get to planet Wampa from here. Luo Tian took advantage of these 6 days to once again take the trouble to gather the power of the angels and purify it. 6 days passed quickly. Luo Tian looked through the window of the spaceship and saw an earthy yellow planet in the distance, planet Wampa. This is a planet with an extremely harsh environment. There is no grass growing on the planet, and there is not even liquid water. In addition, the planet has been covered by wind and sand for many years, and the strong winds are raging, as if wild beasts are mourning. Broly lives in such an environment. Broly's age is similar to Luo Tian's, also 5 years old. When Broly was 3 years old, he was sent to this planet by King Vegeta. Broly's father landed on the planet with him. The spaceship malfunctioned and he could never return. If nothing happens, the father and son will be trapped here for 40 years. During these 6 days, Luo Tian's concentration on the power of angels improved again. But it is a pity that the purity of Luo Tian's angel power essence is still 8, and has not been improved to 9. Luo Tian urgently wants to increase the purity of the angel power essence to 10, so that he can see if he can verify his conjecture and become a Super Saiyan God. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Luo Tian levitated the spacecraft over the planet Wampa. Snapped. Luo Tian pressed the button to open the hatch and flew out of the spaceship. Call out. Luo Tian fell rapidly downwards. On the land of planet Vampa. In a natural open-air cave full of insect eggs. 2 years. 2 years. I've been trapped here for 2 years. Paragus sighed, looking up to the sky. Looking at the yellow sand all over the sky, his expression full of despair. Broly was eating the eggs on the side. Instead of feeling sick, he looked like he was enjoying it. Paragus looked back at Broly, especially when he saw the eggs he had eaten. He felt sick every time. Is this something people eat? The environment on this planet is so harsh. There was nothing to eat or drink but insect eggs. It doesn't even have the most basic freshwater resources. When will this kind of day be the head? Damn King Vegeta! Broly, I'll go out and search again. This time I'll go further afield. Maybe I'll find something better. Paragus didn't give up and decided to explore further afield. A large area of this planet has been explored by Paragus, but there are still very few areas that have not been carefully investigated. Maybe there is an oasis at the end of the desert. Broly nodded obediently. Paragus rose into the sky, facing the yellow sand in the sky, and flew towards the distance, and soon disappeared without a trace. Not long after Paragus left, Luo Tian fell from the sky and appeared opposite Broly. Broly raised his head and looked at Luo Tian curiously. Broly. Luo Tian greeted with a smile. Broly nodded with a confused look on his face. Attack me with all your strength and let me test your level. Luo Tian waved at Broly. After a brief hesitation, Broly nodded in agreement. Immediately afterwards, Broly's energy exploded and he quickly rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian slightly sensed Broly's energy intensity. This kid is indeed not simple. Worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. With just a small burst of energy, the combat power has reached a level of 10. Looking at Broly rushing up, Luo Tian raised his left hand, the angelic power in his hand flashing. Snapped. Broly's fist hit Luo Tian's hand hard. Luo Tian also used his own hand to catch Broly's fist. Chapter 26 Broly cried. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian clapped his right hand forward, and a flame as bright as a star bloomed in his hand. With a muffled sound, Luo Tian's hand slapped Broly's body. Boom! Broly's body flew backwards like a meteor, and suddenly hit a large mountain behind him, and was deeply embedded in the rocks. Broly let out a wail, and the energy in his body surged again. He cheered up and roared towards Luo Tian's location again. Bang bang bang! Broly launched a fierce attack on Luo Tian. Luo Tian just used his freedom to avoid Broly's punches and kicks. Broly fought for a long time, but he didn't even touch Luo Tian's clothes. Ah! Broly seemed to be irritated, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and the energy in his body surged like a tide. The next moment, Broly's pupils turned white and his eyes completely lost color. When he looked again, Broly's body had swelled, and his energy had been boosted to the extreme. Luo Tian could sense that Broly's basic combat power had reached at least 100 million. This is the true legendary Super Saiyan. And Broly hasn't transformed yet. He is only 5 years old. The combat power of a 5-year-old is as high as 100 million. Simply not too strong. If Vegeta were brought here, he would probably be killed immediately. After Broly's body expanded, his combat power quickly increased to 1,000 million. Broly didn't transform, he just released the power of the giant ape. Combat power is instantly increased by 10 times. But because of this, Broly immediately lost his mind. Can you not lose your mind? Broly just hit Luo Tian for a long time, but he didn't touch anything. Ah! Broly was completely enraged, and with the crazy surge of energy in his body, he roared away in the direction of Luo Tian. Hey! Broly launched a fierce attack on Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not confront Broly head-on. He even closed his eyes and used his own freedom to dodge all Broly's attacks. 3 minutes later. Hucky. Broly was breathing heavily, feeling a wave of despair, and his childish face looked a little aggrieved. Wow! The next moment, Broly burst into tears. Luo Tian! Ahem, why are you crying? Luo Tian wiped his sweat. And you are on a rampage now, okay? He was in a violent state and even cried. Page 19. Broly cried even more aggrieved. You are rude. I've been playing for a long time and can't find anything. So frustrating. It's like children fighting. One of the kids beat the other kid for a long time but couldn't hit him. Can you stop crying? To put it bluntly, to Broly now, he is just a 5-year-old child. Luo Tian is a time traveler, and purely in terms of maturity, it is completely inconsistent with his current age. Okay, I don't have to hide this time. Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Broly's eyes lit up at that moment, and even the white in his pupils regained some color. Boom! Broly's energy increased again, and the aura on his body surged wildly, even blowing away the yellow sand around him. Luo Tian sensed Broly's energy intensity, and now his combat power has increased to about 2,000 million. Luo Tian could tell that this was probably Broly's physical limit so far. In his current state, his maximum combat power has increased to 2,000 million. Don't forget, he is only 5 years old now. If you give him enough room to grow, his future achievements will be absolutely immeasurable. Broly's eyes were blazing, filled with endless fighting intent, and he roared in the direction of Luo Tian. Snapped! Broly's fist hit Luo Tian's hand hard at that time. Angelic power emerged from Luo Tian's hand, and he easily caught Broly's fist. Broly's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Not bad, the strength is not bad. Luo Tian commented, reaching forward with his little hand, grabbing Broly's wrist. Boom! Luo Tian grabbed Broly's wrist and slammed him onto the planet's ground. Puff! Broly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as if his whole body was falling apart. SHH! Luo Tian waved his hand in the air, and a ball of angelic power covered Broly's body. Suddenly, Broly's colorless eyes blinked slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. Get up! Luo Tian extended his hand to Broly in a friendly manner. Broly blinked and held Luo Tian's hands together. Luo Tian pulled Broly up from the ground. At the same time, Luo Tian released the angelic power in his hands again and covered his body with the angelic power. In just a moment, Broly's injuries completely recovered. Hey! Broly's young face was filled with shock after he felt the changes in his body. Broly, do you want to explore this universe with me? Luo Tian said with a kind smile. Broly seemed to understand and nodded vigorously. Then, come with me. Luo Tian said with a smile. With that said, Luo Tian stopped talking and quickly flew into the sky. Broly scratched his head and had no reason to hesitate, and chased after him. After flying to a certain height, Broly saw the spaceship suspended high in the sky at a glance. Let's go! Luo Tian greeted and entered the spaceship. Broly hesitated briefly, but immediately followed Luo Tian and stepped into the spaceship. After entering the spaceship, Broly looked at the internal structure of the spacecraft curiously, looking increasingly confused. Let's go! Luo Tian pressed the start button of the spacecraft. Call out! The spaceship shone brightly in the universe, quickly left the Vampa planet, and traveled among the vast sea of stars. Dad! Broly scratched his head, suddenly thought of something, and said in a less fluent language. I'm not your father, my name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian said with a smile. Broly. No. It's my dad. Broly pointed to the distant planet Vampa. I'm really not your father. We are similar in age. How could I be your father? Luo Tian shook his head. Broly was so anxious that he didn't know how to express it. My dad is still on that planet. Broly knew everything, but just couldn't express it. Ask for a recommendation ticket, ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 27 Earth, here I come. Drink some water first. Luo Tian changed the subject and handed over a bottle of water. Luo Tian naturally knew that Broly's father Paragus was still on the Vampa planet. But it is absolutely impossible for Luo Tian to take Paragus with him. Broly's father, like most Saiyans, was filled with evil and tried to control Broly. If Paragus's spaceship had not malfunctioned on the planet Vampa, he would have definitely found a way to control his son Broly and train him into a tool to seize the throne for himself. It's not Luo Tian's style to keep such people around. Broly is different from his father. He is a relatively simple Saiyan, and his personality is even somewhat similar to that of Sun Wukong. Luo Tian just wants to take Broly away. Broly took the kettle handed over by Luo Tian and looked through it carefully. He didn't know how to open it. He looked up at Luo Tian with a confused look on his face. You do this, then do this, and do this again. Luo Tian took out another kettle, pressed the button on the kettle, and revealed the straw. Luo Tian took a sip of water through the straw. Broly followed Luo Tian's example, opened the lid of the kettle, put his mouth on the straw and took a sip. Then, Broly's eyes lit up, his expression full of excitement and surprise. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Goodoo, goodoo. The large bottle of water was quickly drank by Broly. Broly wiped the water from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and even clucked his lips. Broly felt so happy. Good man. Broly looked at Luo Tian with a grateful expression. Luo Tian, I gave you a bottle of water and you actually said I was a good person? Do you want ham? Luo Tian took out another piece of ham and handed it to Broly. Broly's eyes flashed with confusion again, and he even put his nose up to sniff it like a dog. After smelling the aroma of ham, Broly's eyes showed surprise, confusion, and a hint of greed. Immediately afterwards, Broly snatched the ham and bit it with his mouth wide open. Taking a bite of ham, Broly felt endless deliciousness. Broly suddenly felt that the food he ate before tasted worse than shit. Now this is called delicious. Broly felt that happiness came too suddenly. There are such delicious things in this world. While eating, Broly shed tears. I want to eat and I'm greedy. Broly was crying. Don't worry, there will be more delicious food waiting for you in the future. Luo Tian said with a smile. Broly nodded vigorously and quickly ate the ham in his hand. Then he raised his head and stared at Luo Tian eagerly, and licked his tongue. Luo Tian. Broly, you are a human, not a dog. Luo Tian said with a smile. Dog. Broly had no idea about dogs. You will understand later. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Dad. Broly suddenly thought of something and turned his head again to look in the direction of planet Wampa. I'm not your father, just call me Luo Tian from now on. Luo Tian said. Broly scratched his head vigorously, not knowing how to answer this question. Wampa planet. When Paragus came back from exploring outside, he saw a messy scene near his home. Did he go berserk again? Paragus frowned. This bastard. This son of a bitch. He made such a mess here. Immediately afterwards, Paragus looked around, looking for Broly. Broly, this little bastard, where is he now? Paragus muttered under his breath and shouted Broly's name loudly. However, there was no movement from Broly. However, Paragus was not worried, because Broly had gone berserk in the past, and there was a certain chance of him getting lost. It doesn't matter if he gets lost, he will come back when he returns to normal. The longest time, Broly took 7 days to come back. However, what Paragus didn't know was that this time, Broly never came back. 2 years. 2 years. I, Paragus, have been trapped on this barren planet for 2 years. Paragus looked up to the sky and sighed. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. Luo Tian's spaceship drew a bright arc in the sea of stars, traveling rapidly. Next, Luo Tian plans to go to Earth. Page 20. After all, there are a lot of nice and good things on Earth. Like fairy beans or something. Although Luo Tian has the ability to heal himself, if the angel's power is used up, he will not be able to heal himself unless he waits for the angel's power to slowly recover. When he was on Namek before, Luo Tian used his powerful angelic power to eliminate all negative energy. At that time, Luo Tian's angel power was almost exhausted, and it took several hours to replenish it. It would be much easier to replenish it if there was a fairy bean. Moreover, Luo Tian also plans to collect some delicacies on the earth and put them into a universal capsule. The most important thing is that Luo Tian wants to transform this spaceship into a capsule so that he can carry it with him. Although Luo Tian can now survive in space, his own flight speed is still far behind that of a spaceship. Until the speed exceeds that of a spaceship is the best means of travel. In addition, Broly cannot survive in space yet. If that doesn't work, he can use the Dragon Balls on Earth to help Broly achieve the ability to survive in space. Of course, the premise is that Broly is obedient enough. If he was as unruly as Vegeta, Luo Tian wouldn't mind sending him back to planet Vampa. The spacecraft is speeding towards the Earth at extremely fast speeds. About 10 more days passed. Luo Tian saw the familiar but unfamiliar blue planet in the universe, the Earth. Viewed from space, the Earth looks like a blue gem, emitting a charming blue light. In the vast starry sky, the Earth appears so small and fragile, as if it is an abandoned orphan, silently facing the vast universe alone. However, it is this lonely planet that carries the hopes and dreams of countless lives. Broly also saw this beautiful planet and couldn't help but rub his eyes widened with shock. It seemed that this was the first time for Broly to see such a beautiful planet. This is... Broly was still not speaking fluently. He pointed to the blue planet in surprise and turned to look at Luo Tian. "That's the Earth," Luo Tian replied. "Dad." Broly patted his forehead, suddenly remembering that his father was still on the planet Vampa. Chapter 28 Lapis and Lazuli. "That's not your dad, that's the Earth. Don't call everyone dad when you see him," Luo Tian said. Broly simply stopped talking. "I really don't mean that. I just don't know how to express it. Call out." The spacecraft broke through the planet's atmosphere and fell rapidly towards the Earth. Dongdu, Western City. People in the city are busy with their work as usual. On the bustling streets, there is an endless stream of people coming and going. Two beauties were sitting in front of a cafe, drinking coffee and chatting. "The weather is really nice today. The sky is clear and there is not a single cloud in sight. Are you going to be a poet?" Two beauties were chatting when suddenly, a large black shadow appeared high in the sky, dyeing the area grey. The two beauties were stunned for a moment and immediately looked up at the sky. Above the sky, an oblate spacecraft was suspended in the sky. The spacecraft is about 30 meters in diameter and appears like a giant in the sky. Although this spacecraft is claimed to be a small spaceship, it is considered relatively large in this city. The two beauties were so frightened that they looked up at the spaceship in the sky and could not say anything. Yes, it's a spaceship." One of the beauties blinked rapidly, her face turned pale. Is it an alien?" The other beauty was stuttering when she spoke, and even spilled the coffee in her cup. She had no idea that her pants were already wet. Other nearby residents also looked at the spaceship in surprise. Crunch! The spaceship hatch opened, and Luo Tian flew out of the spacecraft, suspended high in the sky, like the arrival of a true god. However, because Luo Tian is only 5 years old this year, he looks relatively short, and with his tail swaying in the wind behind him, he looks a bit funny at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Broly followed Luo Tian, scratched his head and flew out. He also looked down at the humans and strange buildings below. Broly looked increasingly confused. "What is this place? It looks so weird. It was the first time I saw a human being without a tail." After seeing such a situation, the people in the city were all dumbfounded and had solemn expressions on their faces. An ignorant 6-year-old boy next to him shouted excitedly, "Wow, that's so cool! Is it an alien?" His sister also looked at Luo Tian in the sky with a surprised look. The child's mother was shocked. "Hey, alien, take me away quickly! I've had enough! I don't want to do my homework anymore!" The child shouted at Luo Tian. "Humph, it sounds like you have a lot of homework." My sister snorted, "When was your homework not written for you by me? Take me and my sister away together," the child shouted. The child's mother quickly covered her son and daughter's mouths, her face turned pale with fright, and she stepped forward to hug them tightly, as if she was afraid that they would be taken away by aliens. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. Are all the children in the Dragon Ball world this curled up? These two children don't seem to be very old. At most, he is in the first grade of elementary school. Is there a lot of homework? Wait a moment. Why do these two kids look familiar? It felt like they were people I knew. Kids, what are your names? Luo Tian turned to look at the child and asked curiously. He spoke. The two children hadn't spoken yet, and the two beauties drinking coffee nearby were so frightened that their delicate bodies were shaking violently. My name is Lapis, and my sister's name is Lajli. The child said his and his sister's names. Lapis? Lazuli? Luo Tian was slightly startled, no wonder he felt that these two little guys looked familiar. It turns out that they are number 17 and number 18 in the future. Judging from their appearance, they are indeed not much different from the future number 17 and number 18. Do you have a lot of homework? Luo Tian asked. Humph, it wasn't much at first, but after I finished my homework, I still had to write it for my brother. Lazili said gloomily. We aliens don't have homework. I'm about the same age as you. I'm only 5 years old this year and can travel to alien planets. Isn't it interesting? Luo Tian said with a smile. Lapis and Lazuli looked envious at that time. Can you travel to alien planets at just 5 years old? The aliens are really at home. Look at us again, we know how to do homework every day. Please take us away, and we will travel with you. Lapis quickly requested. Well, take me and my brother away. Lazili also looked at Luo Tian expectantly. That. Mr. Alien, the child is joking, please don't take it seriously. The child's mother was almost crying. Can you fly? Luo Tian asked. Lapis and Rajri shook their heads together. Learn to fly first, Luo Tian said with a smile. Lapis and Razali stopped talking at that time. Does anyone know where Zidu is? Luo Tian asked condescendingly. In that direction. The beautiful woman drinking coffee pointed to a certain direction carefully. Beauty, your pants are wet. Luo Tian pointed at the beauty's pants with his fingers. Ah! The beauty looked down and quickly screamed. I wish everyone good luck. Luo Tian waved his hand and returned to the spaceship. Broly scratched his head and followed Luo Tian back to the spaceship. Call out! The spaceship rose into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Everyone present also opened their eyes wide and looked up at the sky. It took a long time to come back to their senses. Bang bang bang! Then, Lapis and Rajri were beaten violently. The mother gave the two little guys a good beating. You're only in the first grade of elementary school and you're not going to school? Write a homework, and your sister helps your brother with it. The two siblings burst into tears. Wow, the aliens are so unkind. Lapis cried sadly. Hey, when I can fly in the future, I won't be able to spare him. Lazili pouted angrily and kept wiping her tears. Zidu, headquarters of Universal Capsule Group. The spaceship landed slowly in the courtyard of the Universal Capsule Group headquarters. The appearance of such a large spaceship in the yard quickly alerted Bulma's father, Dr. Breves. Dr. Breves immediately rode over on his bicycle, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Luo Tian and Broly who were coming out of the spaceship. "Oh, are you aliens?" Dr. Breves looked at Luo Tian and Broly in surprise. Page 21. "Hello Doctor, I heard that you are the most famous scientist on the planet, right?" Luo Tian took the initiative to say hello. Broly followed Luo Tian, just like a follower, full of curiosity about everything. "Please recommend me, please vote for me, please give me a reward. I will add more after the recommendation." Chapter 29 The First Meeting with Bulma. "Ha ha ha, am I rated so highly in the universe? No reward, no reward." Dr. Breves couldn't help laughing happily after hearing Luo Tian's praise. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Breves looked curiously at the spaceship behind Luo Tian. "Ahem, what do you want from me?" "Two friends from extraterrestrial places." Dr. Breves pushed up his glasses again and asked in a friendly manner. "I heard that there is something called a capsule on Earth. Was it invented by a doctor?" Luo Tian asked politely. "Yes, I invented it. It's called a universal capsule." Dr. Breves nodded and told the truth. He took out a universal capsule and explained, "Actually, to put it bluntly, it turns things into particles and compresses them. Stuff it into the capsule, and then go through a process of decompression and recovery when needed. Can you help me make this spaceship into a capsule?" Luo Tian pointed to the spaceship behind him. "Of course, no problem." Dr. Breves looked excited. "I just wanted to say. I also want to study this spacecraft." "You can study it as much as you want, as long as you don't break it." Luo Tian agreed readily. "It won't be broken, don't worry." Dr. Breves laughed and hurried forward to touch the spacecraft. "It's really amazing technology. In this universe, there is such a genius. Characters, what materials are they made of? There seems to be no similar materials on Earth." Luo Tian didn't speak. As for what material it is, Luo Tian doesn't know. Broly doesn't understand anything, he is curious about everything. So curious that Broly saw a black cat and looked at the black cat. The black cat hunched over and stared at this unfamiliar face with a wary expression. "Broly, don't stare at the black cat, this guy is awesome." Luo Tian greeted Broly. "Broly. A long time ago, I saw with my own eyes that a black cat once held a pistol and knocked off a mouse's ears with one shot," Luo Tian said with emotion. Broly looked confused and didn't understand at all. "Is there such a powerful black cat?" Dr. Breves asked in surprise. "Yes, it was on the news at that time." Luo Tian nodded. "Really? Is that what happened on your planet?" Dr. Breves asked while looking at the spacecraft. "Yeah." Luo Tian nodded again and asked, "How long will it take to transform this spaceship into a capsule?" "I'll go in first and take a look at the structure inside." Dr. Breves climbed toward the inside of the spacecraft. Come on, come on!" Luo Tian cheered Dr. Breves from behind. "Breves?" Broly looked around confused, unable to understand anything. Immediately afterwards, Broly ran aside to study the grass, and suddenly felt that this thing looked strange. Dr. Breves entered the spacecraft and began an unknown exploration of the internal structure of the spacecraft. What advanced technology! After studying for half an hour, Breves walked out of the spacecraft. Based on the structure of this spacecraft, it will take at least a month to transform the spacecraft into a universal capsule. Breves pondered. "Okay, I'll trouble you." "Doctor." Luo Tian nodded lightly. "No trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to be able to study advanced alien technology." Breves pushed up his glasses and said excitedly, and then added, "During this period, you guys, if you don't mind it, you can live in our house." "I don't mind." Luo Tian nodded. "But then again, are you aliens that tall?" Breves found that the other party had no ill intentions and asked curiously. Just as Luo Tian was about to speak, he heard a voice coming from a distance. "Dad, I'm back." After the words fell, Bulma came running from a distance cheering. Luo Tian glanced at Bulma in the distance. Bulma is only 5 years old this year, 1 year younger than Luo Tian. Strictly speaking, Bulma is 10 months younger than Luo Tian. So now they are considered to be the same age. Bulma, who is only 5 years old, has a cute pink face, blue hair tied into a high ponytail, and is wearing a pink dress. She looks like a little rabbit when she runs and jumps. Bulma, are you out of school?" Breves looked at Bulma running over with a doting look on his face, and rubbed her head. "Dad, do you know? I heard that a large spaceship appeared in the suburbs of Dongdu today, and 2 aliens flew out of the spaceship." Bulma danced excitedly, lively. "I just said that the universe is so big, there must be aliens." Breves. Then, Breves turned his head and glanced at Luo Tian. "Dad, who is he? Is he your illegitimate son?" Bulma pointed at Luo Tian and asked Breves. Breves wiped his sweat silently. Luo Tian also covered his head and was speechless for a moment. How did the little girl talk? "Hey? Dad, what is that giant thing behind you? Is it the new technology you just developed?" Bulma blinked her bright eyes and quickly noticed the spaceship behind her father. With that said, Bulma quickly ran over and touched the exterior of the spaceship with her pink hands. "What a strange material! Dad, what kind of material is this? Why have I never seen this material before?" Bulma asked curiously, "Is it the latest alloy developed by Dad?" "This is my daughter Bulma." Breves quickly introduced to Luo Tian. "Children are ignorant, I hope you won't be offended." It's okay. Luo Tian smiled nonchalantly, "It looks like she's about the same age as me." "Ah? Are you only 5 years old this year?" Breves adjusted the glasses on his nose in surprise and looked at Luo Tian without blinking. "Yes." Luo Tian nodded. "Ahem. It's amazing. Are you traveling at the age of 5? Breves smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with endless admiration. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Bulma looked curious, looking at Luo Tian and then at her father, Breves. "Bulma, if my guess is correct, he is the alien you just mentioned," Breves said with a smile. Bulma was stunned at that time, her eyes widened with disbelief on her face. Chapter 30. Do you want to become a god? Da-da-da. Bulma quickly ran forward, looked at Luo Tian up and down, and tilted her head to look at him, becoming more and more curious. "Bulma, don't be rude," Breves said quickly. Is this a tale?" Bulma said, regardless of whether Luo Tian agreed or not, she stepped forward and grabbed his tail. "Luo Tian! Are you polite? What a fun tail!" Bulma put it in her hand and rubbed it. "It's fluffy, very similar to my little stuffed bear toy." Breves stopped talking and looked apologetic. Fortunately, Breves found that Luo Tian was not angry, and his anxious heart was relieved. "Bulma, you go have fun with this alien friend first, and I'll find something to transport the spaceship to the institute." Breves greeted, "You two are the same age, so you should be able to play. Let's go together." "Yeah." Bulma nodded innocently. Breves pedaled off. Broly was staring closely at a ragweed not far away. The poor child, it was the first time he had seen a plant in his life, and he was very curious about this furry thing. Broly even flicked the dog's tail grass with his tail. Then, Broly's tail was tickled by the dog's tail grass, and he couldn't help laughing. Hearing Broly's laughter, Bulma glanced over. "Who is that guy?" Bulma asked strangely, "Is he your companion?" "Yes, his name is Broly." Luo Tian nodded, "My name is Luo Tian." "You are really an alien." Bulma still couldn't believe it, and looked at Luo Tian carefully again. "You don't look much different from us, except for the extra tail." Luo Tian didn't answer. "I heard that you can fly? Is it true?" Bulma blinked her eyes quickly and asked again. More or less, Luo Tian said, slowly levitating. Bulma. Bulma was immediately surprised. Luo Tian fell slowly. Hey, do you aliens also have men and women? Bulma asked again. It's fair. Luo Tian nodded, but I'm afraid all the women on our planet are extinct. Hey? What do you mean? Bulma asked in surprise. When we left the planet, our planet was destroyed by a bad guy. Luo Tian sighed a little. Destroyed by bad guys? How pitiful, so you will be homeless in the future. Bulma sighed together, and then comforted, it doesn't matter, you can treat this as your home from now on. That's fine. Luo Tian nodded. Hehe, can you go with me to my kindergarten graduation ceremony tomorrow? Bulma chuckled. Luo Tian. Go round and round, you want me to attend your kindergarten graduation ceremony? Are you ready to show off in front of your classmates? Okay, okay. Luo Tian agreed readily. That night, Bulma's family prepared a sumptuous dinner for Luo Tian and Broly. Luo Tian and Broly let go and enjoyed the food. Bulma's family was shocked. What an amazing amount of food, one of them ate enough food for more than 40 people. Bulma's mother, Bridget, said in surprise with her eyes widened. Is the starving ghost reincarnated? Bulma whispered. Haha, you can eat whatever you want, you're welcome. Breves laughed, and then ordered the chef on the side, go and prepare some food. Yes. The chef was also stunned. Luo Tian has indeed never eaten such delicious food. Most of the things that can be eaten on planet Vegeta are ham. Luo Tian's starch sausage is more popular than ham on planet Vegeta. You know, the ham on planet Vegeta is made from pure meat. I have to say, the food on Earth is still delicious. A piece of news was also playing on the nearby TV. The main content of the news was the scene of Luo Tian and Broly appearing in the suburbs of Dongdu. Page 22. At that time, mobile phones were not yet popular in the Dragon Ball world on Earth, so when Luo Tian and Broly appeared, there were no cameras to capture valuable images. According to the memories of the audience, 2 aliens flew down from the spaceship that appeared in the western suburbs of Dongdu. They were about 1 meter tall. The announcer said, it was later confirmed by experts that the spacecraft was a new technology first developed by the Universal Capsule Group, and the aliens coming out of the spaceship are actually characters formed through holographic projection. Bulma. Has the news started to be fake now? Bulma said speechlessly like a little adult. An expert came to our house in the afternoon. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, I said this to the expert. Breves replied. Bulma was a little depressed at that time. You have refuted the rumors about aliens. How can I take Luo Tian to our kindergarten to show off tomorrow? What a headache. Fortunately, Luo Tian can fly. Maybe in this way, they will know that Luo Tian is an alien. By the way, will Bulma graduate from kindergarten tomorrow? Bridget asked Bulma gently. Well, I finally don't have to worry about kindergarten homework anymore. Bulma let out a long sigh of relief. Luo Tian, don't you aliens need to go to school? Bridget asked Luo Tian again. We never go to school. Luo Tian nodded. Instead of going to kindergarten and elementary school, is there still middle school? Bulma also asked. No, otherwise how could I travel when I was only 5 years old? Luo Tian said with a smile. Mom, I also want to travel. I will graduate from kindergarten soon. Bulma pouted and begged. Where does Bulma want to travel? Bridget asked with a doting look on her face. Of course I'm going to travel to extraterrestrials. Once Dad has modified the spaceship, let Luo Tian take me to travel to extraterrestrials. Bulma suggested. It's possible, but some planet environments are not suitable for your survival. You might die as soon as you arrive on that planet. Luo Tian told the truth. Bulma. Luo Tian was right. There are so many planets in the universe, and the gravity of each planet is very different from that of the Earth. Apart from anything else, if Bulma had twice the gravity of the Earth, it would be fatal for such a weak body to stand on it. Luo Tian will go to many planets in the future, and of course he won't be able to bring Bulma with him. When I become a god in the future, I will take you out to play. No matter which planet you go to then, I can ensure that you are safe and sound. Luo Tian added. Become a god. Bulma was stunned. Ask for a reward. Chapter 31 I want to become the greatest god in the universe. Do you want to become a god? Breves adjusted his glasses and looked at Luo Tian in surprise. God. Bridget also showed curiosity on her face. Only Broly was eating happily, his mouth was full of oil, and he turned a deaf ear to Luo Tian's words. Yes, I want to become the greatest god in the universe. Luo Tian explained with a smile. Oh, your ideals are really lofty. Breves laughed. After eating, Bulma's parents went to do their own business. Luo Tian and Bulma stayed in the courtyard. Broly lay down on the lawn, patted his bulging belly, and looked up at the starry sky with a contented look on his face. Broly suddenly felt that this life was really good. It would be great if I could eat so happily every day. Hey, Luo Tian, where are we going to play next? Bulma excitedly held Luo Tian's hand. Shall I take you up to the sky for a spin? Luo Tian suggested. Okay, okay. Bulma was extremely excited. Come, I'll take Nian Fei with me. Luo Tian said, holding Bulma's waist with one hand, and took her flying into the sky. Wow, that's so fun! Bulma cheered loudly. Is it fun? Luo Tian smiled. Faster! Bulma suggested. Okay, then let's fly quickly. Luo Tian hugged Bulma and accelerated the flight speed. It's great, it's almost catching up with the speed of the plane my dad built. Bulma became more and more excited. Flying, Bulma suddenly saw a tall tower appearing in front of her. The tower towered into the clouds and looked particularly eye-catching in the night sky. Hey! What a tall tower! Bulma blinked with curiosity on her face. Let's go up and have a look. Luo Tian said, holding Bulma in his arms and continuing to fly upward. After flying to a certain height, Luo Tian and Bulma saw the top of the tower. The top of the tower is an oblate round house, which looks a bit quaint. Is that a house? Are there people living in it? Bulma was a little scared and held Luo Tian's arm tightly. Let's go in and have a look. Luo Tian suggested. Be careful, someone who can live in a place like this, maybe he is a monster. Bulma's face turned pale. It's okay. If it's a monster, I'll slap him to death. Luo Tian smiled slightly and led Bulma into the tower. The next moment, Bulma saw a grey white-haired catman in the tower. The catman also had a cane in his hand. Catman! Catman also looked at Luo Tian and Bulma in surprise. It is indeed a monster, he is a cat monster. Bulma was so frightened that her face changed color and she hurriedly said to Luo Tian, shoot this monster to death. Monster! Show your true form quickly. Otherwise I'll beat you to death. Luo Tian shouted at the catman. The catman wiped his sweat silently. Ahem! I'm not a cat demon. The cat mouth said human words. He spoke, he is indeed a monster. Bulma became even more frightened and quickly hid behind Luo Tian. The catman felt that his whole body was not well at that time. He coughed again, showed a bitter smile, and explained, to be precise, I am the cat fairy, also known as the Gallon Fairy. Cat fairy? Bulma was stunned. Yes, there is nothing I don't know. This little girl is Bulma, the second lady of the Universal Capsule Group, right? Immortal Garen said with a smile. Hey? You know all this? Bulma looked at Immortal Garen in surprise, then pointed at Luo Tian and asked Immortal Garen, then do you know him? This is a friend from an alien planet, right? Immortal Jialan said with a confident look on his face. Ah! You really know everything. Are you really an immortal? Bulma was filled with admiration. Then do you know which planet I come from? Luo Tian asked. Immortal Jialan. Immortal Jialan's smile froze on his face. Yes, yes, do you know which planet he comes from? Bulma also asked. Ahem. This, to be honest, I only know what happens on our Earth. As for what happens on alien planets, what I can know is relatively limited. Immortal Jialan showed an embarrassed look on his face. So that's it, I understand. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Since you are an omniscient immortal, I really want to ask you something. Luo Tian said seriously. This friend from aliens, please speak. Immortal Jialan responded politely. I have been looking for a magical thing. Once this thing is eaten, it can quickly restore physical strength and heal injuries. Do you know where to find it? Luo Tian asked. Immortal Jialan. Aren't you talking about fairy beans? You are really right to come to me. I happen to have this magical thing here. I will get it for you. Immortal Jialan said and went downstairs to bring up a jar of fairy beans. Immortal Jialan placed the jar of fairy beans in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian took a cursory glance and found that there must be thousands of fairy beans in this jar. With so many fairy beans, I wonder why they all disappeared later? Were they all eaten as snacks by that fat man Achilobe? This alien friend, is this what you are looking for? Immortal Jialan said with a smile, this is a fairy bean. After eating one, you will not be hungry for 10 days, and it can even restore your physical strength and heal instantly. All serious injuries. Ah! Are these beans so magical? Bulma stepped forward and grabbed a handful of beans, looked at them carefully, and whispered, they look no different from ordinary beans. Can I have a taste? Okay. Immortal Jialan did not object. Forget it, let's not eat it, eat one and you won't be hungry for 10 days, that means you won't want to eat delicious food for 10 days, right? Bulma immediately shook her head and put the fairy beans back. Immortal Jialan. What brain circuit? Luo Tian stepped forward unhurriedly, releasing a little invisible angelic power in his hands and covering the fairy beans. Immortal Jialan was slightly startled. What does this kid mean? Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian looked at Immortal Jialan with a smile and asked, Immortal Jialan, how many beans are there in total? This. I haven't counted. Immortal Jialan wiped his sweat, there are probably several thousand, right? Aren't you a fairy? Don't you know how many there are at a glance? Bulma asked strangely. Immortal Jialan didn't want to talk at that time. It's true that I am a fairy, but the question is, why should I count how many fairy beans there are in this jar? Immortal Jialan, can you give me all these fairy beans? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Immortal Jialan. Immortal Jialan wiped his sweat silently. You are really a lion with a big mouth. You actually want it all? Chapter 32 I feel that he is more like God than me. This. I won't object if you take 10 or 20. If you want them all, ahem, this. Immortal Jialan declined politely. Originally, I could just grab it, but I am more reasonable. Luo Tian sighed, let's do this, if I can guess how many fairy beans there are in this jar, you can give me all the fairy beans, how about it? Immortal Jialan. A brief silence. Immortal Jialan nodded slightly in agreement. I just want to guess how many fairy beans there are in here. I want to see if you can guess right. Luo Tian, can you really guess it? Bulma asked softly. No problem. Luo Tian smiled, there are 6,158 in total. Really? Then let's count them. Immortal Jialan's heart sank, and he looked carefully at the fairy beans in the fairy bean jar. Page 23. Then let's count them. Luo Tian said, snapping his fingers. Snapped. With a soft sound, the fairy beans in the jar flew out of thin air. Shhhhhhh. Immediately afterwards, these fairy beans quickly gathered together in twos and threes, and were divided into 6 piles, suspended in the air. If you look closely, you will see that each of the 6 piles of fairy beans is carefully divided into 6 small parts. There are a total of 6 piles of fairy beans in front of us now. Each pile of fairy beans has 10 small parts. Each part has 100 fairy beans. You can count them. Luo Tian smiled and said, as for the remaining, I have divided the 158 fairy beans separately for you. Immortal Jialan's eyes widened, his expression filled with endless shock. How did he do that? Why do I suddenly feel that he is more like God than me? Even that old guy in the sky can't do this kind of thing, right? No need to click, you win. Immortal Jialan wiped his sweat. Okay, then I'm not polite. Luo Tian had nothing to be polite about and snapped his fingers again. Shhhhhhh. Immediately, all the fairy beans flew back to the jar neatly. Thank you. Luo Tian thanked him. You're welcome. Immortal Jialan smiled bitterly. Let's go. Luo Tian greeted Bulma. By the way, let's see if there are any other treasures. He is an immortal after all. Bulma suggested in a low voice. Immortal Jialan didn't want to talk anymore. You've all picked up all my fairy beans, are you asking me for anything else now? I feel like it's gone. Luo Tian shook his head. Forget it, after all, I am also the eldest lady of a rich family, I don't lack anything. Bulma pouted and said with a smile. Immortal Jialan. You lack nothing, and yet you ask me if I have any other treasures? Let's go. Luo Tian stepped forward and hugged Bulma, flying away from Galantat. At the same time, Luo Tian released a trace of angelic power, covering the fairy beans in the jar. Immediately, the jar of fairy beans followed Luo Tian. Hey? Jars can also fly. Bulma was surprised. Jar. Luo Tian was stunned. Luo Tian, the fairy beans belong to you, and the jar belongs to me. Bulma became interested, this is the first time I have seen a flying jar. Luo Tian. Okay, here you go. Luo Tian didn't object. If you knew that the jar couldn't fly, you don't know what kind of mentality you would have. By the way, can you help me make an instrument for putting fairy beans? For example, a storage space or something like that. Luo Tian said to Bulma. Leave this kind of thing to me. Bulma patted her chest and agreed readily. Luo Tian knew very well that even though Bulma was only 5 years old, she was definitely a genius. Genius in science. In the special episode of Galaxy Patrol, 5-year-old Bulma created a powerful energy gun. Pulling the trigger, the energy gun hit the sea water, and the waves rose to a height of dozens of meters, scaring Galaxy Patrolman Gok so much that his face turned green. This is why Luo Tian gave Bulma the storage space to make. Luo Tian believed that Bulma would be able to complete this glorious and arduous task. What kind of storage space should I make? Bulma lowered her head and pondered. A ring, it's more convenient to wear on your hand. Luo Tian suggested. You're so smart. Okay, just do as you say. Bulma nodded, it can be done in about a day. It's not difficult. You just need to slightly modify the universal capsule to complete it. Is it that simple? I'll trouble you then. Luo Tian thanked him. No trouble, but you have to lend me your tail for 2 days. Bulma chuckled, stepped forward and grabbed Luo Tian's tail. Luo Tian. What's so fun about the tail? Luo Tian was speechless. It's so fun to be furry. Bulma smiled and stroked Luo Tian's tail. It's because you don't have it that it's fun. Luo Tian said. Yes, it's precisely because I don't have one. Bulma nodded seriously. There will be more interesting tales in the future. Luo Tian replied. Bulma. Where? Bulma asked. You'll know when you grow up. Luo Tian said with a smile. Humph, it sounds like you are older than me. Aren't you and I the same age? Bulma pouted. Luo Tian stopped talking and moved quickly through the night sky. Not long after, Luo Tian took Bulma back to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. It was already about 9 o'clock in the evening. A waning moon hangs in the night sky, the breeze blows, and the air carries a fresh smell, giving people a poetic feeling like the willow branches above the moon. Broly was lying on the lawn, looking up at the waning moon in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing Luo Tian and Bulma return, Broly stood up quickly. Broly, what are you looking at? Luo Tian asked curiously. Dad. Broly pointed to the moon in the sky and suddenly thought of his father on the planet Vampa. My dad is still on that planet. Should we pick him up too? Luo Tian, your companion can talk. I always thought he was mute. Bulma looked at Broly in surprise, and then whispered to Luo Tian. I can speak, but my expression is not clear enough. Luo Tian nodded. What did he call you just now? Bulma didn't hear clearly just now. Dad. Broly pointed at the moon again, still not knowing how to express it in words. Ah? He called you daddy. Bulma heard clearly this time, and her immature face was filled with endless shock. Are you already married and have children? You aliens can get married at the age of 5? You are so happy. Got it. Luo Tian. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 33 Boyfriend? I'm not married. Luo Tian shook his head. Then he is your illegitimate son. Bulma became more and more surprised, looking at Luo Tian like a monster. Luo Tian pinched Bulma's face angrily. Don't pinch my face, I drool easily. Bulma snorted. Luo Tian slowly let go of Bulma's face. Bulma's little face is so tender, it feels like water will flow out of her when she pinches it, and it feels so good to the touch. Hey, I'm kidding you. Although I'm only 5 years old, of course I know that it's impossible for you to get married and have children at your age. Bulma smiled mischievously, showing a row of white teeth, and asked strangely, but why did he call you daddy? He calls everyone daddy when he sees him, who knows? Luo Tian shook his head. Bulma. Bulma stepped forward and tilted her head to look at Broly. Dad. Broly pointed to the moon in the sky again. Call Mom. Bulma wiped her sweat. Broly scratched his head in confusion and whispered, Mom, Mom. Early the next morning, Bulma went to Luo Tian's room and pulled him up from the bed. To be honest, Luo Tian has never slept so soundly. Maybe it's because Luo Tian returned to Earth and lived on Earth in his previous life. So he is more adaptable to the environment here. Although the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is slightly different from the Earth in Lucian's previous life, the Earth in the Dragon Ball world at least has better quality air than the Earth in the previous life. After all, the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is relatively ecologically protected. In addition, cars in this world all use the most advanced energy technology, and carbon dioxide emissions are also relatively reduced. It can be said that the oxygen content of the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is still very high. When Luo Tian just arrived here, he felt like he was living in an oxygen bar. Although Luo Tian no longer needs to breathe to survive, it is still very useful to absorb a little fresh air occasionally. Are all aliens so lazy? Get up quickly, I'm going to attend the kindergarten graduation ceremony. Today is the biggest day of my life. Bulma said, pulling Luo Tian. Luo Tian. It's just graduation from kindergarten, that's all. Luo Tian sighed. You promised to accompany me to kindergarten. Bulma pouted, fearing that Luo Tian would break the promise. Okay, let's go. Luo Tian nodded without objection. Before setting off, Luo Tian specifically told Broly not to run around or cause havoc. Broly nodded in understanding. Luo Tian is relatively at ease with Broly. As long as no one provokes him, he usually won't go berserk. Broly is not in a violent state, and his personality is still very easygoing, as if he is not much different from the honest boy next door. And Broly still had a lot of curious things to study. Broly could even watch ants moving on the ground for hours. Bulma usually goes to kindergarten by herself. Briefs and Bridget cultivated Bulma's independent character from an early age. Besides, Bulma's home is very close to the kindergarten, only about 200 meters in total. Bulma happily carried her small school bag, held Luo Tian's hand, and ran towards the kindergarten. Bulma. As soon as they arrived at the campus gate, they heard someone calling Bulma's name. Luo Tian looked back and saw a little girl with blue hair. Emily. Bulma greeted the little girl cordially and introduced to Luo Tian, "She is my good friend Emily." Bulma, "Who is he?" Emily ran forward, looked at Luo Tian curiously, and immediately noticed the tail behind Luo Tian. "This tail is so fun." Page 24. With that said, Emily was ready to catch Luo Tian's tail. "Luo Tian. Are little girls today so casual? He grabs my tail at every turn." Snapped. Bulma reacted faster, stepped forward and stopped Emily's little hand, and said angrily, "Emily, don't move. That is my special tail." "Humph, you're so stingy, can't you even play for fun?" Emily snorted, with a glum look on her face. "No." Bulma already regarded Luo Tian's tail as her own private product. Luo Tian was speechless. "This is my tail, okay? Just play," Emily requested. "Not even once." Bulma shook her head decisively. "Stingy guy, I won't play with you anymore." Emily stamped her feet, turned around and left. "I won't play with you anymore." Bulma snorted. Luo Tian silently wiped his sweat from the side. What plastic sisters they are! This is turning heads? "Luo Tian, I tell you, you are not allowed to play with Emily," Bulma said seriously to Luo Tian. "Okay, if you don't want to play, then don't play." Luo Tian nodded indifferently. "I really have no fun with you two little girls. If I didn't have to live here for a while, do you think I would come to the kindergarten to watch your graduation ceremony? But I heard from Dr. Breves that the kindergarten teacher is quite pretty. It's worth coming and taking a look." In order to stop causing any trouble with his tail, Luo Tian simply rolled his tail around his waist. Later, Luo Tian followed Bulma into the classroom. The moment he entered the classroom, Luo Tian saw Bulma's teacher at a glance. She is indeed a beauty. Although she is not as good-looking as future Bulma, her appearance is at least 90 points and her figure is impeccable. Especially the teacher's two long legs, which are so white and colorful, are very attractive. After seeing Luo Tian, the teacher was stunned for a moment, then blinked his beautiful big eyes and looked at Bulma. "Teacher, he is my boyfriend, coming to my graduation ceremony," Bulma introduced. "Luo Tian. Do you have an introducer like you? The little brat still knows about her boyfriend?" The teacher was obviously taken aback, then smiled bitterly, nodded in confusion, and didn't say much. The teacher felt a little uncomfortable. All the children in kindergarten already have boyfriends. I'm still single. Bulma pulled Luo Tian to sit down in her seat. "Bulma, is he really your boyfriend?" Emily at the table asked curiously. "Didn't you say you won't play with me?" Bulma snorted. "I was wrong, please forgive me, Bulma." Emily took Bulma's hand and apologized. "Okay, I forgive you." Bulma nodded happily. "Can you lend me your boyfriend for 2 days? My cousin, who is 1 year younger than me, already has a boyfriend, and I don't accept it." Emily curled her lips and begged. "I can lend it to you, but you are not allowed to play with my boyfriend's tail." Bulma thought carefully before replying. Luo Tian was speechless. Did these two plastic sisters reconcile so quickly? Chapter 34 Teacher, he said he is an alien. Okay, deal. Emily happily stepped forward and took Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian. Hey, Emily, I'll lend it to you tomorrow. Today is my boyfriend. Bulma pulled Emily's hand away. Okay, keep your word. Emily did not object. Luo Tian silently wiped his sweat from the side. I am really defeated by these little brats. I am a god who wants to become an angel. And now I am being snatched away as a pet by two little girls in the kindergarten? Are you going too far? Bulma, when did you have a boyfriend behind my back? Why didn't I know? Emily blinked and asked curiously. She looked at Luo Tian again and added, it's just a shame. My boyfriend is really handsome, even more handsome than my cousin's boyfriend. What do you mean by having a boyfriend behind your back? Bulma snorted, disagreeing with this sentence. You said you would marry me when you grow up. Emily was a little unhappy. You are also a girl and I am also a girl. It is impossible for the two of us to get married. Bulma shook her head. Sometimes love can ignore gender. Emily said plausibly. Luo Tian wiped his sweat again. I am really defeated by these current kindergarten students. Is this what a kid in kindergarten said? Luo Tian decided to fight back a little. I've been blown away by your rhythm. Luo Tian, which kindergarten do you go to? Emily asked curiously. Me? I never went to kindergarten. Luo Tian shook his head. Emily was stunned for a moment and shook her head in disbelief. This is impossible. How could you have never gone to kindergarten? Who doesn't go to kindergarten now? He, Luo Tian comes from an alien planet. They don't even have a kindergarten, let alone a primary school or middle school. Bulma chuckled and explained from the side. From aliens? Are you an alien? Emily was even more surprised. You really understand me? Luo Tian nodded, yes, I come from an alien planet, at least tens of billions of light years away from our Earth. Ah? Tens of billions of light years. Emily was so shocked that she opened her mouth so wide that she could fit an egg into her mouth. A brief silence. Bulma, tell me how long is tens of billions of light years? Emily turned to ask Bulma. Luo Tian. You're so stupid. Light year is a unit of length, not time. Bulma snorted, it's tens of billions of light years, which is the distance that light travels for tens of billions of years. The speed of light is currently the fastest we know. The speed can reach 30 kilometers per second. Ah? Although I don't understand it, it feels like it's very far away. Emily scratched her head, it should be farther than our home to the southern hemisphere. Humph, you are really uneducated. Bulma didn't want to talk to Emily anymore and asked Luo Tian again, Luo Tian, your planet is so far away from our Earth. So your technological level is really high. Yet. Luo Tian nodded. But why did you come to our planet? Emily asked again. I came here for a trip. What's the saying? It's better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. That's the truth. Luo Tian replied, so I really feel sad for you Earthlings. What do you do all day long? Study? And there are endless homework. Who says it's not? But fortunately, Bulma and I will graduate from kindergarten soon, and we won't have to do homework anymore. Emily breathed a sigh of relief and shook her little head. Don't be too happy. I heard that for you people on Earth, kindergarten is just for you to play. Elementary school is where you start your real studies. Especially in middle school, there are a lot of homework and there are many subjects, such as physics, chemistry, biology, geography, science, etc. The homework can't be finished before 12 o'clock at night. Luo Tian let out a long sigh. This is still middle school, when you go to high school, tisk tisk. I still won't say anything, for fear that you will be hit. Emily. Bulma. The two little girls looked at each other and then immediately looked at Luo Tian. Who did you listen to? Emily and Bulma asked at the same time. I'm an alien. Of course I know everything. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Luo Tian lowered his voice and whispered to the two people. After finishing speaking, Luo Tian paused for a moment. By the way, if you want to ask, just ask middle school students or whatever. Don't ask your parents, because your parents won't tell you the truth. Luo Tian added. Emily and Bulma looked at each other, their childish faces filled with grievances and fear for their future lives. Is what he said true, Bulma? Emily wanted to cry. It seems true. Bulma thought for a while and nodded seriously. I see that my sister often has endless homework and goes out to play before the holidays. It's better for us. Look, I'm only 5 years old and I'm already traveling. Luo Tian sighed. Wow! Emily couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears, which immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the class. The teacher also looked at Emily curiously. Emily, what's wrong with you? The teacher stepped forward and asked with concern. Wow, oh, he said we have more homework in elementary school and middle school. Emily cried even more sadly. Teacher. The teacher didn't know how to persuade him for a while. Because what he said is so right. Emily's words were heard by many students. Many students were affected and started crying. The whole class burst into tears. Bulma didn't cry. It's really yours, a great graduation ceremony, you made all our classmates cry. Bulma glared at Luo Tian. What I said is all the truth. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Wow wow wow. Bulma suddenly cried too. Why are you crying? Luo Tian asked, you didn't even shed any tears. Is it okay if I don't cry? All the students in the class are crying. They think I made them cry. Then the teacher will have to punish me. Bulma pouted and hummed softly. You will graduate soon, do you still have to be afraid of your teachers? Luo Tian asked. What you said makes sense. Bulma thought about it carefully. The teacher coaxed him for a long time, but the other one started to cry, and he was a little confused for a while. Teacher, teacher, he said he was an alien. Emily sobbed a few times and raised her hands to complain. Immediately, all the children stopped crying and focused their attention on Luo Tian. Don't ask for anything, just give it to me. Chapter 35 Bulma's Dragon Ball. Yes, I am an alien warrior, and at the same time, I am also the greatest god in the universe in the future. Luo Tian said, slowly levitating up. Page 25. Wow! Bulma's kindergarten children all cheered and danced excitedly. Bulma, today I'm giving you a very special graduation ceremony. Luo Tian extended his hand to Bulma. Special graduation ceremony. Bulma was stunned, hesitated, and then stretched out her hand. Luo Tian took Bulma's hand, picked her up, and flew out of the window. The teacher was startled, and his face turned pale with shock. Snapped. Luo Tian snapped his fingers. At the same time, Luo Tian gently raised his hand, and a bright flame burst out from his hand. The flames flashed brightly like diamonds, which looked very beautiful at this moment. Let's go. Luo Tian waved his hand again. The bright flames quickly condensed and transformed, and in an instant, several big words were condensed. Happy graduation Bulma. Bulma was surprised and happy, her bright eyes flashing brightly. Can you snap your fingers? Luo Tian asked. No, but I can try. Bulma was stunned, imitating Luo Tian's example, and lightly snapped her fingers. Although it was not very loud, the 7 characters suddenly bloomed, forming bright fireworks that bloomed throughout the kindergarten. Wow! All the classmates and teachers in the kindergarten were shocked, naively thinking that this was the latest technology developed by the Bulma family. Let's go! Luo Tian waved to everyone, took Bulma and flew high into the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. Hey, Bulma, you agreed to lend me your boyfriend for a few days. Don't forget it. Emily shouted loudly from below. Luo Tian almost fell to the ground. The little girl now is really amazing. How about waiting until you grow up to play again? You are so young now, what fun can I have with you? In just a moment, Luo Tian took Bulma back to the courtyard of the Universal Capsule Group headquarters. Broly was watching the ants move, and he was very happy. Luo Tian ignored Broly for the time being, but raised his hand and condensed a sparkling golden sphere with 2 stars in the center. Bulma was still intoxicated by the very special graduation ceremony she just had. No, it seems I haven't attended the graduation ceremony yet. You put a very special gift, and we left the kindergarten. Bulma, have you seen this thing? Luo Tian asked. What? Bulma was stunned, looking at Luo Tian's condensed golden sphere, with a confused look on his face, scratching his head and saying, I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember it. Think carefully. Luo Tian suggested. I was thinking. Bulma thought hard, suddenly looked up at Luo Tian, and suddenly asked with a pair of bright eyes, Hey, Luo Tian, are you a magician? It's okay if you understand it this way. Luo Tian nodded seriously. Bulma. What can you call it? Yes it is, no it is not. Ah, I remembered. There seems to be a similar ball in our warehouse. Come with me. Bulma said, holding Luo Tian's hand and running towards the warehouse. Broly raised his head and glanced this way, immediately gave up observing the ants, and quickly chased after them. Luo Tian. Bulma. The two looked at Broly together. Eat, eat. Broly asked excitedly. What time does it take to eat? It's only 9 o'clock in the morning, and we still have 3 hours to eat. Bulma rolled her eyes and said to Broly angrily. Broly looked confused, with disappointment in his eyes. How long is 3 hours? I want to eat. Hungry. Broly patted his stomach. There is a robot over there. Let me prepare whatever you want to eat. Bulma pointed to a robot in the distance and greeted the robot, Little AI, come here and prepare something for Broly. Yes, you can make him whatever he wants to eat. Robot Xiao AI is a suspended robot that looks like a rubber ball. When it hears Bulma's command, its eyes flash with light, and it immediately flies from a distance and replies, Roger. Go and find some food, AI, Bulma said to Broly. Broly scratched his head and looked at the robot AI strangely. For a moment, Broly was attracted by this strange thing. Luo Tian and Bulma continued to run towards the warehouse. Broly stared at the robot AI without blinking. What are you looking at? Xiao AI suddenly spoke. You, what are you looking at? Broly imitated Xiao AI's voice. What are you looking at? Xiao AI replied. What are you looking at? Broly continued studying. Shoot! 2 rays of lightning suddenly shot out from Xiao AI's eyes. The electric light hit Broly's body, causing Broly's whole body to tremble. Ha 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 ha! Xiao AI laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! Broly laughed. Little love. So comfortable. Broly felt so good just now. Xiao AI remained silent, the light in her eyes kept flashing, as if she couldn't keep up with the rhythm. According to the settings of the program, shouldn't you say something like I'm convinced at this time? Why are you still so happy? What are you looking at? Broly asked again. Shoot! Xiao AI's eyes once again shot out a bolt of lightning, hitting Broly's body. Broly's whole body shivered, and then he laughed excitedly. Look at you! Broly said after he finished laughing. Shoot! Look at you! Broly was enjoying this and was trembling from the electric shock. Under the leadership of Bulma, Luo Tian came to the warehouse with her. The warehouse is filled with clutter, and messy things are piled together. The air is filled with the smell of dust. Bulma rummaged around in the warehouse and quickly found a 2-star Dragon Ball. Is it this? Bulma jumped to Luo Tian's side with the Dragon Ball in hand. Yes, that's it. Luo Tian nodded. What is this? Bulma tilted her head and looked at the 2-star Dragon Ball curiously. These are called Dragon Balls. According to legend, there are 7 in total. As long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon and make any wish come true through the dragon. Luo Tian answered truthfully, just say come out, dragon, the dragon will appear. Really? It's so magical. Bulma suddenly became interested and asked a little bit, but how to find the other 6 Dragon Balls? Luo Tian looked calm and said nothing. Chapter 36 Broly, I give you a task. Let me see this Dragon Ball. Bulma stretched out her hand. Luo Tian handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Bulma took the Dragon Ball and looked at it carefully, then found a strange instrument in the warehouse and studied the Dragon Ball. I have an idea. There is a special light wave on this Dragon Ball. We can find the other 6 Dragon Balls through the light wave searching instrument. Bulma's young face was full of excitement. Oh? Can you do it? Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Of course, I'm a genius. Bulma chuckled, it can be done in one day. This thing is not difficult. Let's go back to the laboratory first. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Bulma is indeed a genius. She can actually make Dragon Ball radar at the age of 5. It's really amazing. Luo Tian was also deeply touched by Bulma's genius mind. Everyone has his own position in life. Just like people like Bulma, they are born to do research and engage in scientific research. In the plot, Sun Wufan was led astray by his mother. He was obviously a very outstanding warrior, but he had to become a scientist. In terms of technological level, Sun Wufan is far behind Bulma. But in terms of combat level, there is naturally no comparison. After Luo Tian and Bulma came out of the warehouse, they found Broly lying on the ground laughing with smoke all over his body. Robot Xiao AI no longer blinks. What happened? Bulma quickly ran up and checked Xiao AI's battery. Ah! Only 2% of the battery is left? How is this possible? Xiao AI's standby time is at least 10 years. Oh! How could it be possible to run out of electricity so quickly? Look at you! Broly grinned and uttered these 4 words. Xiao AI's remaining power flashed with an electric light. However, before the lightning hit Broly, it lost its effect in mid-air. Have you been letting this little love shock you? Bulma was completely speechless. Although this voltage won't kill anyone, it still hurts. No. It doesn't hurt. Broly shook his head. Aren't you hungry? Why did Xiao AI shock you when you asked her for something to eat? Luo Tian asked strangely. It said, and. Broly was still not good at expressing himself. You'd better stop talking, I have a recording here. Bulma stepped forward and pressed a button on Xiao AI's body. Suddenly, Xiao AI immediately played back the conversation she had just had with Broly. Hearing the conversation between the two, Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently and even considered whether to train Broly to become the god of destruction. If I make a silly guy become the god of destruction, will people laugh at me? Hey, Luo Tian! Bulma immediately pulled Luo Tian aside and lowered her voice and asked, Isn't your companion a fool? Page 26. He is very pitiful. He has lived on a planet without water since he was a child, without enough food and clothing. Luo Tian sighed, so he looks stupid. Why don't you eat meat? Bulma asked curiously. Luo Tian. Bulma is indeed a genius in science and technology. It only took less than a day to make the Dragon Ball radar under the simple guidance of his father. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma and found that it was almost the same as the Dragon Ball radar 11 years in the future. It was also a round, palm-sized round instrument with a button on the top of the instrument. As long as you press the button on the instrument, the specific location of the Dragon Ball will be displayed on the circular screen. Look, Luo Tian, the point in the center is the direction of our Dragon Ball. As long as we find the positions of the other 6 points, we can collect 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma pointed at the 6 points on the screen excitedly. Broly, come here. Luo Tian waved to Broly, who was lying on the lawn and staring blankly at the white clouds. Broly got up from the ground and ran forward quickly. Luo Tian told Broly how to use the Dragon Ball radar. Broly scratched his head and nodded in understanding. Now I give you a glorious mission. Take this Dragon Ball radar to find the first Dragon Ball. Luo Tian ordered. Remember, don't break this radar, let alone kill anyone. Broly understood. Put this on. Luo Tian put a surveillance camera on Broly's head. Surveillance cameras capture Broly as he goes out to find the Dragon Balls. Broly looked down at the surveillance camera curiously and smiled silly. Go. Luo Tian handed the radar to Broly and pointed to a Dragon Ball that was far away. Broly scratched his head again, and then he took off into the air, flew into the blue sky, and flew away quickly towards the distance. The reason why Luo Tian asked Broly to search for the Dragon Balls was because he hoped that this kid wouldn't be so stupid. If I can't even find the Dragon Balls, then I might as well send him back to planet Wampa and get Vegeta back. I don't want to train a fool to become a god of destruction. Luo Tian, can he do it? He won't be able to find a home. Bulma didn't think much of Broly, always feeling that he was full of stupidity. Let's see and then talk. Luo Tian muttered. Even if Broly couldn't find his home, Luo Tian could still find him by sensing his breath, so it wouldn't be a big deal. Luo Tian, what wish do you want to fulfill? Bulma suddenly looked at Luo Tian with bright eyes and asked. Give Broly the ability to survive in the universe, so that he can experience it with me in the universe. Luo Tian said truthfully. Ah? What kind of wish is this? Bulma shook her head, her ponytail swaying back and forth. Let's see if he can find the Dragon Ball first. Luo Tian added. Luo Tian believed that Broly was not stupid, he just didn't have much knowledge. As long as you travel around the world more, you should be able to adapt to this world quickly. Above the sky, Broly moved quickly with the Dragon Ball radar, flying in the direction of the first Dragon Ball pointed by Luo Tian. While flying, Broly looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand from time to time. 20 minutes later, Broly looked down and saw a spot of light appearing in the center of the Dragon Ball radar. Broly scratched his head and looked down, his eyes catching the miniature island below. The island is small and exquisite, with graceful outlines, and a unique miniature house stands on it. Broly looked at the Dragon Ball pointed to him by Luo Tian on the radar, then looked at the Dragon Ball in the center area, and finally turned his eyes to the island below. After a brief hesitation, Broly made a decision. He descended from the sky and landed accurately on the island. Chapter 37 Why don't you practice martial ethics? Broly pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar and immediately looked at the house according to the instructions on the radar. Broly walked towards the house. Crunch! Broly stepped forward and opened the door. In the room, beautiful drum music suddenly came. Broly turned his head and glanced in the direction of the sound, and saw an old man wearing a turtle shell, his face pressed against the TV to watch a program. Broly walked over curiously and saw 3 beauties in bikinis dancing on the TV. Broly had watched TV at Bulma's house, so there was nothing strange about TV. What Broly doesn't understand is, what's so good about these 3 beauties? Broly ignored it and searched for the Dragon Balls with the Dragon Ball radar. Suddenly, Broly took a glance and suddenly found that the Dragon Ball was hanging around the old man's neck. Broly felt that happiness came too suddenly, so he stepped forward and pulled the Dragon Ball off the old man's neck. The old man came to his senses immediately and turned to look at Broly in surprise. What are you doing? The old man looked at Broly and then at the Dragon Ball around his neck. Mine. Broly held the Dragon Ball and said to the old man. "Who are you?" the old man asked strangely. "How did you get here?" Flying here." Broly pointed to the ceiling. "Old man. Wukong technique? Are you the apprentice of Crane Immortal?" The old man frowned and looked at Broly and asked. "Who?" Broly didn't understand. "Haranson, you bastard, sent a child to harass me? Why don't you send some beauties to harass me?" Kamizenran clenched his fists angrily and said through gritted teeth. Broly scratched his head, completely confused. A brief silence. "Mine." Broly pointed at the Dragon Ball. "I picked up that ball in the sea this year, you want it?" Kamizenran snorted, "I won't give it to you." With that said, Kame Immortal stepped forward and snatched the Dragon Ball. "Me? Mine?" Broly became a little angry and glared at Kame Sento. "If you don't give it, I won't give it." Turtle Sennin made a face at Broly. "Shh." Broly quickly stepped forward and held Kame Sento's head. "Turtle Immortal. So fast. When did he Saiyan accept such a powerful disciple?" Boom. Broly pressed Kame Sento's head, penetrated the wall of the room, rushed to the island, and smashed it to the ground. Suddenly, Kamizenran's head came into close contact with the beach. Immediately afterwards, Broly pressed Kame Sento's head and rubbed it hard on the beach. Turtle Immortal howled in pain. 1 minute later, Broly snatched the Dragon Ball from Kame Sennin's hand and stepped on Kame Sennin's body. "Mine." Broly grabbed the Dragon Ball and said to Kame Sennin. "Turtle Immortal wants to cry but has no tears. Do you think my great martial arts master was actually beaten by a child today? What a shame. What's the origin of this kid?" "Mine." Broly said stubbornly. Turtle Immortal said nothing. "You said yes," Broly added. "Turtle Immortal." Turtle Immortal felt that his whole body was not well at that time. "Boy, I see that you are not old, and I just don't want to be acquainted with you. If you make me angry, I will be rude to you." Turtle Immortal was furious. Snapped. Broly grabbed Kame Sento's turtle shell and beat his body back and forth. Another 1 minute passed. "Mine." "You said yes." Broly picked up the Dragon Ball in his hand and said stubbornly to Kame Sennin. "Yes, yours, take it." Turtle Immortal burst into tears. "Why don't you have martial ethics?" Only then did Broly put the Dragon Ball into his arms with satisfaction and put it away beautifully. Then, Broly slowly flew into the sky. "Hey, are you really the disciple of that guy from Crane Immortal?" Turtle Immortal asked loudly. "No. I don't know." Broly replied, pressing the button on the Dragon Ball radar, and his body glowed with light. "Call out." Broly turned into a bright flame, leaving a stream of light in the sky, and quickly disappeared. Turtle Immortal's eyes widened with shock on his face. Immediately afterwards, Turtle Immortal endured the pain, climbed up from the ground, and took off his turtle shell. However, when Turtle Immortal saw the edge of the turtle shell, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "I saw that the edges of the turtle shell were already somewhat loose." Turtle Immortal gently poked it with his finger, and the edge of the turtle shell shattered on the spot. Turtle Immortal was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. This kid didn't do anything cruel just now. If he is cruel... Turtle Immortal shivered and his face instantly turned pale. Who is he? It seems that he is not a disciple of Crane Immortal. As long as he is not a disciple of Crane Immortal, that's fine. Although Turtle Immortal was still frightened, he also breathed a sigh of relief. 40 minutes later. Page 27. Broly returned to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group with the 2 Dragon Balls, appeared next to Luo Tian, and took out the 2 Dragon Balls from his arms. "Looking for, found it." Broly grinned. "Oh? Why 2? Luo Tian was a little surprised. "What a coincidence." Broly replied, "Snatch it from the old man." Forget it, I'll just watch the surveillance camera. Luo Tian took off the surveillance camera around Broly's neck, found a computer, plugged it in and operated it. Broly followed behind, craning his neck to watch curiously. Suddenly, the appearance of Turtle Immortal appeared on the computer screen. That's it, that's him. If you don't give it, I'll hit him. Broly explained. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian saw Broly dragging Kame Sento to beat him up, and then swaggeringly snatching the Dragon Ball from the opponent's hand. Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked carefully and saw that this boy was not cruel. With Broly's combat power, with a little bit of cruelty, he could easily beat Kame Sento to a pulp. But judging from the situation, Kame Zenran's injuries were not very serious. They seemed to be just skin injuries. Not bad, not bad. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, stepped forward and patted Broly on the shoulder, praising his performance. Don't look at this kid looking stupid. But it's actually not stupid at all. Luo Tian asked Broly to look for just one Dragon Ball, but this guy brought back another Dragon Ball along the way. Then let me give you another task. Luo Tian said with a smile. Mission. I like it. I can hit people. Broly replied. Luo Tian. Don't always think about beating people. Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Hitting people. It's fun. Broly said. Luo Tian was speechless. This guy does have the style of a god of destruction. I updated 3 chapters today, can you give me a reward or a monthly pass? Chapter 38 Meet number 17 and number 18 in the future again. Have you seen the location of this Dragon Ball? Luo Tian pointed to a Dragon Ball in another direction, and gradually zoomed in on the map to give the exact location. Broly scratched his head and nodded again. Use your mind to remember the location of this Dragon Ball. Can you find this Dragon Ball without the Dragon Ball radar this time? Luo Tian asked. Broly took the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it carefully, using his mind to memorize the map and location inside. About 10 seconds or so. Forgot it. Broly responded. Go ahead, come back early so you can have lunch. Luo Tian smiled and hung the camera around his neck. Luo Tian mainly wanted to see what happened to him. If there is no problem, help Broly realize the ability to survive in space. Opening the door to further developing your own god of destruction. Eat. Broly's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped into the air and flew towards the distant Dragon Ball. As soon as Broly left, Bulma walked out of the room and saw the 3 Dragon Balls placed on the table. 2 of the Dragon Balls were found by Broly, and the other one was the 2-star Dragon Ball in Bulma's warehouse. Luo Tian, did Broly come back just now? Bulma asked in surprise. Back. Luo Tian nodded. You found 2 Dragon Balls so quickly. Bulma suddenly flashed her big eyes, stepped forward and picked up the 2 Dragon Balls, looked at them carefully, and seriously commented, well, it's true. Luo Tian. What do you want from me? Luo Tian asked. As agreed, I will lend you to Emily tomorrow. Bulma replied. Luo Tian wiped his sweat speechlessly. Let me say it first, you are not allowed to let her play with her tail. Bulma warned with a pouted mouth. Let's talk again. Luo Tian neither refused nor agreed. What do you take me for? I am the greatest god in the future. You actually lent me to your little bestie to play with? I'm going to look for the Dragon Balls. Luo Tian took the Dragon Ball radar and took off into the sky, not wanting to talk to Bulma anymore. The little girl now is really amazing. You were borrowing it from your boyfriend at such a young age? I wonder what you will think when you grow up? Hey, take me with you. Bulma shouted from below. Luo Tian ignored her, increased his speed, and soon flew out of sight. Luo Tian followed the guidance on the Dragon Ball radar and quickly appeared directly above a Dragon Ball. Luo Tian lowered his head and looked down, suddenly feeling as if he had been to this city before. Isn't this the suburb of Dongdul where the spaceship landed when we first came to Earth? It turns out that the Dragon Ball is at this location. Luo Tian discovered that the location where the dragon beads were stored was a unique small house with a yard of about 10 square meters. In the yard, a little boy was playing with sandbags. The little boy looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. He had short black hair, a handsome face, and a somewhat sinister look in his eyes. Luo Tian saw him yesterday. His name was Lapis. If nothing else happens, in the future, Lapis will be transformed into Android 17 by Drive Jero. Luo Tian looked in the direction of the room again and saw La Zili sitting at the table by the window, biting her lower lip and writing hard. Well, I'm doing my homework. Poor future number 18, is he just in the first grade of elementary school and already has so much homework? Not only do I have to complete my own homework, but I also have to help my younger brother with his homework. Is the Dragon Ball world so complicated? The parents of the two little guys are not at home, they must be busy with other things. Luo Tian guessed that the fathers of La Zili and Lapis should be members of the Red Ribbon Legion, and their positions should be quite high, at least as deputy generals. After all, La Zili's family seems to be quite wealthy. Also, otherwise Dr. Gro would not be able to randomly find a pair of siblings to do research. As for the Dragon Ball, according to the Dragon Ball radar, it was in La Zili's house. Luo Tian slowly fell from the sky and appeared next to Lapis. Alien? Is that you? Lapis recognized Luo Tian at a glance. Practice boxing here? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Of course, I want to be the strongest man. Lapis's immature face was filled with arrogance and confidence. Have you finished your homework? Luo Tian scolded. Lapis felt heartbroken at that time. You care about me? Lapis glared at Luo Tian angrily. Homework is a breathing pain that lives in everyone's mind. What they learn in the first grade of elementary school is just 1 + 1 = 2. Luo Tian said with emotion, when you go to middle school and high school, you will know that there are more difficult questions that will give you a headache, it will hurt if you can't do the questions, and it will hurt even if you read them. Lapis. You're talking nonsense. Lapis became anxious. How's your boxing practice going? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Humph, I'm really powerful. Lapis said, stepped forward and punched the sandbag, and said proudly, how's it going? Alien. I punch very hard, right? Don't look at it. I'm only 6 years old, but even adults can't stand it after my punch. Oh. Luo Tian walked forward calmly and tapped the sandbag lightly with his fingers. Crash. The sandbags were broken on the spot and sand was scattered all over the ground. Lapis was stunned and froze on the spot, his eyes widened with a look of disbelief on his face. It's really hard for us aliens. We didn't bring any sandbags with us when we were young. All we hit were hard rocks. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Lapis on the shoulder. Lapis was stunned and speechless. As she was talking, La Zili walked out of the room. La Zili, who is only 6 years old, has a cold face like the future number 18. The blonde hair on Rachel's head was tied into a ponytail, and the braids swayed back and forth when she walked around. Alien. La Zili quickly recognized Luo Tian's identity. My name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled. You are so bad. Do you know? After you left, my mother beat me and my brother severely. La Zili pouted and said angrily to Luo Tian, but if you are willing to take me and my brother on your spaceship for fun, I can choose to forgive you. Do you have this ball at home? Luo Tian said, gently raising his hand, and a ball of light that looked like a dragon ball condensed in his hand. The siblings looked at each other. That thing seems to be in Mom's jewelry box. Rachel blinked and muttered softly. I've seen it too. Lapis nodded. Give me this thing, and I can find time to take you to extraterrestrials. Luo Tian said with a smile. I'll look for it. Lapis immediately rushed to the room, rummaged through the cabinets for a while, and finally found the Dragon Ball, and was about to step forward and hand it to Luo Tian. Chapter 39 Old Gohan. Wait a minute, brother, we can't do this to him. Let him take us to the spaceship first. Razili immediately grabbed Lapis. Lapis, however, leaned close to Lizzie's ear and whispered something to her. Although the voice was low, it was clearly heard by Luo Tian. This is what Lapis said: "Sister, the alien just broke the sandbag with one click. He said that they usually use rocks as sandbags to practice. We'd better not provoke him." Hearing Lapis's words, Lazili quickly glanced at the sand on the ground. She was not afraid at all, and lowered her voice and said, "We have a gun at home. Go home and get the gun. If he dares to bully, let's shoot him." Okay. Lapis quickly ran back home, took out a pistol, and showed it to Luo Tian. "Do you know what this is?" Luo Tian. A brief silence. "I don't know." Luo Tian shook his head. "This is a gun. I know you are very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are not as powerful as bullets." Lapis had a gun in his hand, and his confidence soared. "Is this thing very powerful?" Luo Tian gently raised his fingers. Page 28. Snapped. The pistol in Lapis's hand suddenly flew out, and flew straight into Luo Tian's hand. Can you do magic?" Lapis was frightened. Lazili's face changed color with fear. The two siblings looked at the gun in Luo Tian's hand tremblingly. "How do you play with this thing?" Luo Tian pointed the gun at his temple. "Is this how you shoot? Don't, you will die like that." Lazili was frightened and said hurriedly. Boom! The gun went off. Luo Tian raised his hand slightly and caught the bullet with 2 fingers. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian handed the bullet in his hand to Lapis and Lazili, and greeted with a smile, "You can take it and play with it, the bullet is still warm." Lapis was dumbfounded. Lazili was stunned. The two of them looked at Luo Tian as if they were monsters. "Are aliens all so powerful?" Lapis stuttered a bit when he spoke. "Children, please don't play with guns casually, they can easily hurt people. I confiscated this gun." Luo Tian said. The angelic power in his hand flashed, and the bright light instantly turned purple. The purple-red flame immediately acted on the pistol. Snapped. Suddenly, the pistol turned into nothingness and was completely destroyed. "Give me that ball." Luo Tian stretched out his hand. Lapis clutched the dragon ball in his hand tightly and glanced at his sister. "Give him." Raziel made a prompt decision and ordered Lapis. "Here." Lapis immediately threw the dragon ball to Luo Tian. Luo Tian caught the dragon ball smoothly and slowly flew into the sky. "I will take you out to play when I have time." Luo Tian waved to the brother and sister, and before leaving, he added, "But, Lapis, don't forget to do your homework." "Lapis, if you don't complete your homework properly or do your homework, you are not qualified to board my spaceship," Luo Tian said with a smile. "Then I won't go." Lapis snorted. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. The future number 17 really has a personality. No spaceship can arouse your interest in doing homework. "We agreed, take me on the spaceship to play." Lazili put her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly. Luo Tian said no more and quickly left the scene. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and headed quickly towards a mountainous area. "It's only about 10 minutes. Luo Tian appeared in the sky above Baizai Mountain. On a certain hilltop of Baizai Mountain, an old man wearing a martial arts uniform, a green hat, and a grey beard was practicing martial arts with his fists and feet in front of his home. It is worth mentioning that there is a 4-star Dragon Ball inlaid on the top of this green hat. Luo Tian was condescending and easily identified the other party's identity. This old man is Sun Wukong's adoptive father Gohan. If nothing else goes wrong, he will take in Kakarot, who fled to Earth from planet Vegeta, and named him Sun Wukong. From then on, the legendary story of Sun Wukong's life will also begin. One night after Sun Wukong was taken in by old Gohan, because he secretly looked at the full moon while urinating, he turned into a giant ape and trampled old Gohan to death. Later, Sun Wukong had a son. In order to commemorate his grandfather Gohan, he named his son after his grandfather. Luo Tian has always felt a little speechless about Sun Wukong's brain circuit. You commemorate your grandfather's name and give your son his grandfather's name. You are so talented. Luo Tian looked down and did not find Sun Wukong's whereabouts, which was a little surprising. It stands to reason that Sun Wukong should have come to Earth a long time ago. After all, Luo Tian and Vegeta stayed on Namek for a while, and then went to find Nappa and Raditz, which delayed a lot of time. Although Sun Wukong's spaceship is relatively slow, it should take several days to reach the Earth. Luo Tian slowly released his senses and looked around for Sun Wukong's whereabouts. After 10 seconds, Luo Tian indeed sensed Sun Wukong's aura. Although Sun Wukong's combat power is only 2, Luo Tian cultivates the power of angels and can still easily sense his presence. The straight line distance between Sun Wukong and old Gohan is about 3 kilometers, and they are on another mountain. It's no wonder that old Gohan didn't notice him. Today, Sun Wukong, no, to be precise, his name should be Kakarot, is eating wild beasts in the forest. The wildness of the Saiyans is also vividly displayed by him. Moreover, Sun Wukong cried while eating. After taking a bite of raw meat, he burst into tears. The reason for crying was because his parents no longer wanted him and sent him to this weird planet. It can be said that the current Sun Wukong still retains some memories of planet Vegeta. Luo Tian slowly fell from the sky and appeared next to old Gohan. Seeing Luo Tian falling from the sky, the old Gohan who was practicing was stunned and showed a stunned expression on his face. You flew here. Old Gohan rubbed his eyes and looked at Luo Tian in surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. You don't seem to be very old. Old Gohan looked at Luo Tian and said thoughtfully. 5 years old. Luo Tian stretched out 5 fingers and said with a smile, I heard that you are very powerful. I came over to see you today to learn from each other. Haha, it's true that heroes have been born since ancient times. Then I will accompany you to have a simple discussion. Old Gohan said, his expression became serious, and he did not take it lightly just because Luo Tian was a child. Attack me with all your strength. Luo Tian waved to old Gohan. Chapter 40 The First Meeting with Kakarot. Then I won't be polite. Old Gohan said no more, quickly rushed up and punched Luo Tian. Snapped. Luo Tian stretched out a finger and directly caught the fist that old Gohan was attacking with his finger. Old Gohan's fist rested on Luo Tian's finger. At that time, he felt as if he was punched into nothingness, and the power on his fist seemed to be removed instantly. Old Gohan was stunned, with a look of astonishment on his face, and his grey beard was trembling up and down. Concession, concession, Luo Tian said. Old Gohan. Is this appropriate for you to say? A brief sluggishness. Old Gohan immediately jumped back and distanced himself from Luo Tian, his face slightly moved. You are so powerful at only 5 years old? Who is your master? My master. Luo Tian was slightly startled, then calmly took out a book and threw it to old Gohan. Old Gohan caught the flying book, looked at the big words written on the cover, and couldn't help but muttered, Guide to the Cultivation of the Ultimate Freedom. My master is this book. What does he say? There is a golden house in the book, and there is a big wave sister in the book. Luo Tian replied. Old Gohan. Ahem. Old Gohan coughed to hide his embarrassment. Is that what it said? Are you my master's new disciple? Old Gohan asked casually. After all, the person who can say such things might be the new disciple accepted by teacher Wu Tian. Only teacher Wu Tian can have such a hobby. Luo Tian. Am I similar to that old pervert from Kame Sennin? A Guide to Self-Extreme Intention Cultivation. Old Gohan said no more, opened the cover, and took a brief look inside. He suddenly fell into deep thought and said with some emotion, "What a profound martial arts skill! The body works on its own. Avoiding unknown dangers does not require the judgment of the brain. Want to learn?" Luo Tian smiled. After finishing speaking, Luo Tian gently curled his fingers. Shh. In just a moment, the book in old Gohan's hand flew away and returned to Luo Tian's hand. What? Fetching objects from the air. Old Gohan was shocked again. How is it? Luo Tian smiled and asked, "Do you want to learn?" "I want to learn." Old Gohan nodded seriously. "I just gave you an eye candy," Luo Tian said with a smile. "Old Gohan, if you really want to learn, I will put this book on this mountain and you can go find it yourself," Luo Tian said, throwing away the book in his hand. "Call out." The book drew an arc in the air, fell into the distant mountainous area, and soon disappeared without a trace. "If you are destined, you will pick up this book." After Luo Tian finished speaking, he slowly flew into the sky. Old Gohan. Goodbye. Luo Tian quickly disappeared without a trace. Looking at the direction in which Luo Tian disappeared, old Gohan also fell into deep thought. Immediately afterwards, the old Gohan always felt as if something was missing. "It seems like my head has become lighter." Old Gohan reached out and touched the hat, and suddenly found that the shining ball on the hat was missing. Old Gohan was truly speechless. When did he take that ball away from me? I had no idea at all. This little guy is really amazing. If he wanted my life, I would have been beaten to death by him now. Old Gohan was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. But then, old Gohan suddenly thought of something. Yes, that book. That book looks interesting. I'll look for it. If I can find it and practice hard, maybe my martial arts realm will be raised to another level. Old Gohan picked up a bamboo basket and quickly jumped in the direction where the book fell. Page 29. The guide to self-extreme intent cultivation that Luo Tian threw out was real, but it was just copied. It was Luo Tian who used the power of angels to recopy Weiss's book. Luo Tian plans to leave this copied book on the earth, waiting for someone destined to discover it. Moreover, Luo Tian believed that apart from himself, the only person who could truly cultivate the ultimate freedom of expression was Wukong. But according to the plot, if Wukong wants to practice Zi, he must at least be after the age of 40. Keeping this book here may allow Wukong to quickly enter the ranks of freedom. Old Gohan kept jumping in the mountains, and soon appeared on the top of another mountain. Old Gohan craned his neck, looking for any trace of the book. The next moment, old Gohan suddenly sniffed and smelled the smell of blood. The smell of blood is so strong. What happened here? Old Gohan turned around and saw that the jungle not far away was stained with blood, a mess, and there were traces of a fight. What left old Gohan speechless the most was that there were many traces of broken paper on the ground. There is even 2 words on the cover of the book on a stone: freedom. Old Gohan was about to cry but had no tears left. Was this book torn to pieces by wild beasts? What a pity! Just when old Gohan sighed, a figure suddenly came out quickly and rushed towards old Gohan. Snapped! Old Gohan raised his hand slightly and easily resisted the opponent's attack. He looked closely and saw the opponent's face clearly. What appeared in front of old Gohan was a child who looked younger than the person just now. The child was visually estimated to be only 3 years old, and the clothes he wore were very similar to those worn by the person just now. Old Gohan was startled, fearing that this kid would be almost as powerful as the person just now, and that would be bad. Old Gohan jumped back and opened a distance from Kakarot. Kakarot, however, rushed forward again and launched a fierce attack on old Gohan. Although Kakarot's combat power was only 2 when he was sent out, after arriving on Earth, his combat power increased slightly as he was in a dangerous environment. Of course, compared to the old Gohan, it was a million miles away. After several rounds of competition, the old Gohan also figured out the opponent's strength. "Little guy, you are no match for me." Old Gohan laughed and slapped Kakarot to the ground. Kakarot bared his teeth in pain and turned to glare at old Gohan. "Little guy, why are you here? What is your relationship with that person just now?" Old Gohan looked at Kakarot with a kind face and asked. Kakarot said nothing. "You look very angry, is it because I just hit you?" Old Gohan said with a smile, "Well, if I don't fight back, you can hit me back." Chapter 41 Summoning the Dragon of the Earth. Kakarot seemed to understand, and his eyes lit up at that time, and he quickly rushed up and scratched the old Gohan's face. In just an instant, old Gohan's face turned into a big painted face. "Old Gohan!" Kakarot burst into laughter after seeing his masterpiece. "Are you calmed down now?" Old Gohan said with a smile. Kakarot nodded. "Have you ever seen a book?" Old Gohan asked, and stepped forward to pick up the torn cover of the book. "This is it." Kakarot pointed to his mouth, patted his belly, and then grinned, showing his white teeth. "What? Did you eat?" Old Gohan wiped his sweat. Kakarot nodded vigorously. "Is it delicious?" Old Gohan was about to cry without tears. Kakarot immediately shook his head like a rattle. After Kakarot shook his head, he patted his belly again. "Goodoo!" Kakarot's stomach growled with hunger. "Are you hungry?" Old Gohan understood. Kakarot nodded. "Then you come back with me, and I'll get you something to eat," Old Gohan suggested, putting down the bamboo basket behind him, and said to Kakarot, "Come up here, and I'll get you some food. Carry it back." Kakarot jumped lightly and fell directly into the bamboo basket. "By the way, what's your name?" Old Gohan asked. "Kaka." Kakarot can only say one or two words now. "Kaka? What's this name?" Old Gohan shook his head. "Forget it, let's take you back to eat first." After returning home, Gohan Sr. cooked a sumptuous meal for Kakarot. Kakarot was very happy to eat. "You're really good at eating, you've eaten up all our family's food for a month." Old Gohan wiped his sweat, "But then again, although I don't know where you come from, you are as young as your companions also have special skills. If I hadn't been relatively strong, they would have suffered a long time ago. And the way you eat looks like you have no education. If you don't have a place to stay here, I can teach you a lot." "Hee hee." Kakarot grinned, picked up a leftover bone, and hit Old Gohan on the head. "Old Gohan! Why is this guy's character so weird? It hurts so much." Old Gohan rubbed his head. Kakarot rushed forward again and scratched Old Gohan's face. Old Gohan's face turned into a big painted face again. "Be gentle, the scratching you did before is not healed yet," Old Gohan said with a smile. After Kakarot finished tickling Old Gohan, he jumped a few times, quickly rushed into the jungle, and quickly disappeared without a trace. At this time, it was already dark on the Bayazai mountainside, and the jungle was extremely dark. From time to time, one or two wolf howls could be heard. Old Gohan glanced in the direction where Kakarot disappeared, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be no movement from him. "What's wrong with this kid?" Old Gohan was stunned, couldn't help but feel worried, and quickly chased after him. When he took a closer look, Old Gohan was speechless. "I saw Kakarot lying in the jungle, sleeping soundly, drooling all over the floor." At a position about 3 meters away from Kakarot, a big-tailed wolf opened its bloody mouth and stared at Kakarot eagerly. Just as the big-tailed wolf was about to pounce, it was tragic that Old Gohan appeared nearby. Old Gohan glanced at the big-tailed wolf. The big-tailed wolf seemed to know the Old Gohan, so he growled in fright and took several steps back. "Ha ha ha, it's you! Are your injuries healed?" Old Gohan smiled and waved to the big-tailed wolf. The big-tailed wolf seemed to have thought of the last time he was abused by this old man. He clamped his tail in fear and immediately fled from here. You kid, why did you fall asleep in this place? You were almost eaten. Old Gohan sighed and stepped forward to pick up Kakarot. Kakarot stretched out, fell into old Gohan's arms, and slept more soundly. Go home and have a good sleep. Old Gohan smiled and took Kakarot home. This was the most solid sleep Kakarot had since arriving on Earth. When Luo Tian went back, he found another Dragon Ball. In this way, Luo Tian has a total of 6 Dragon Balls in his hand. Did you get 6 Dragon Balls so quickly? Bulma looked at the 6 Dragon Balls on the table with excitement. When Broly comes back, can we get 7 Dragon Balls? Yes. Luo Tian nodded. About an hour passed before Broly came quickly from a distance, landed in the courtyard, and handed a Dragon Ball to Luo Tian. Not bad. Luo Tian praised. Hee hee. Broly scratched his head and smiled innocently. Now that the 7 Dragon Balls have been collected, the wish can be realized. Luo Tian smiled. Broly nodded stupidly, with a look of anticipation on his face. Bulma also stared closely at the 7 Dragon Balls placed on the table, muttering with some curiosity, I really want to see what the dragon looks like. Luo Tian placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls. Come out, Shenlong! Suddenly, a golden light flashed above the 7 dragon beads. The golden light became bigger and bigger, forming a golden light pillar in an instant. Call out! The golden light pillar soared into the sky, flashing like a golden lightning in the sky, dyeing the sky golden. Broly's eyes widened with shock on his face. Bulma also stared with her cute big eyes in fascination at such an astonishing phenomenon. Snapped! The next moment, the sky suddenly turned black. The black night sky makes the gold nearby appear even brighter. At the same time, the golden light pillar turned into a huge green dragon in an instant. The green dragon snaked in the night sky, carrying divine majesty. Is this the dragon? Wow, it's so big! Bulma exclaimed. Broly scratched his head, showing a look of shock. At the same time, he was even a little eager to go over and punch Shenron. Luo Tian grabbed Broly. What do you want to do? Whoever collects the Dragon Balls, tell me your wish, and I will do my best to fulfill any wish for you. Shenlong's voice rang out, and he looked at Broly with some vigilance. Why do I feel like this guy wants to beat me? Moreover, his energy far exceeds mine. Worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. He has so much energy at such a young age. Shenron, my wish is very simple. It should be possible to give Broly the ability to survive in the universe, right? Luo Tian made a wish. I think it won't be a big problem. After all, the Shenlong of Namek can do it. Come on, you should do better than him. Shenlong. Chapter 42 Broly, what a dragon, I won't hit you. Have you been to Namek? Shenlong looked at Luo Tian in surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded and told the truth. I also achieved the ability to survive in the universe through the dragon of Namek. As far as I know, the dragon on Namek can grant 3 wishes. Why don't you make a wish for Mr. Broly to have the ability to survive in space? Shenlong asked curiously. Page 30. Are you here to make a wish or to ask questions? Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Shenlong. It was you who chatted first. Now you blame me? Okay, I will help you realize this wish right away. Shenlong nodded. The so-called ability to survive in the universe includes but is not limited to surviving in harsh environments such as the vacuum of the universe and the realm of nothingness. As he spoke, Shenron's eyes flashed with invisible divine power, and it quickly covered Broly's body. Broly looked down at his body, then scratched his head. Good dragon. I won't hit you. Broly gave a thumbs up to the dragon. Shenlong. If I don't grant your wish, are you going to come over and beat me up? Big beads of sweat rolled down Shenlong's face. Your wish has come true. Goodbye. Shenlong said, his huge body suddenly dissipated, and the 7 dragon balls quickly flew from the ground to high in the sky. Luo Tian waved his little hand calmly. Suddenly, the angelic power in Luo Tian's hand flashed and quickly covered the 7 dragon balls that were about to fly away. The 7 dragon balls that were about to fly in all directions were forced to change their directions after sensing Luo Tian's angelic power. Clap! In addition to the other 6 dragon balls scattered around the world, one of the dragon balls drew a parabola in the air and suddenly landed outside Bulma's warehouse. The dragon ball turned into stone, rolled on the ground a few times and appeared in an inconspicuous position. Hey! Luo Tian, the dragon ball seems to have flown away. Bulma looked at the disappearing dragon ball in surprise. Yes, after the dragon ball makes a wish, it will turn into stones and scatter around the world. A year later, the dragon ball will be resurrected. Luo Tian explained. So you have to wait a year to make a wish? Bulma asked with her big cute eyes flashing. Yes, that's what I mean. Luo Tian nodded. The island of the Turtle Fairy. Turtle Immortal was doing stretching exercises on the beach, stretching his arms for a while, bending his waist for a while, and waving his crutch for a while. 3 punches to the left, 3 punches to the right, neck twisting, butt twisting, the nightclub life is in full swing. Kame Senin was humming a shameless song while exercising. Call out! At this moment, Kame Senin suddenly felt something running towards him. What? Turtle Immortal was stunned for a moment, and without any hesitation, he immediately raised the crutch in his hand high. Boom! The dragon ball hit Kame Senin's crutch at that time. Kame Senin's walking stick was broken on the spot. There was another muffled sound, and the stone turned from the dragon ball suddenly hit Kame Senin on the head. Kame Immortal leaned back and fell to the ground with his arms stretched out. The dragon ball bounced on Kame Senin's head again and rolled into his room. Turtle Immortal! Kame Immortal rubbed his head that hurt from being hit, and kept baring his teeth. Why do stones fall from the sky? Turtle Immortal scratched his head in wonder, and immediately ran home to take a look, and found the round stone egg that appeared at home. Turtle Immortal is a little confused. What is this? What a round stone! Turtle Immortal was a little confused. Why did this stone come to my house, and why did it fly from the sky? The next moment, Turtle Immortal looked at the stone. Anger appeared on his face, and he stamped on the stone. I'll crush you, I'll crush you. 1 minute later. Turtle Immortal limped and threw the stone on the beach outside the suburbs of Dongdu. Lapis tied the sandbag again and was about to punch him. Call out! A round stone fell rapidly from the air and hit the sandbag heavily. Boom! With a loud noise, the sandbags shattered on the spot and sand was scattered on the ground. Lapis was so frightened that he cried loudly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lajli ran out of the room. A stone fell from the sky. Lapis pointed to the round stone in the yard. A stone fell from the sky. Lajli stepped forward to pick up the stone and looked up at the sky in confusion. Yes, that's the stone. Lapis nodded with some fear. Is it the alien's fault again? Lajli pouted and snorted. Damn alien, you just know how to scare me. When I grow up, I will make you look good. Lapis clenched his fists tightly, his young face full of anger. Baizai Mountain. Old Gohan's home. Old Gohan was sleeping with Kakarot in his arms. Boom! The round stone fell from the air and hit the door of Old Gohan's house, and there was a muffled sound. Old Gohan stood up in shock and looked outside strangely. What? Kakarot, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened. He opened his eyes with confusion. After seeing the old Gohan across from him clearly, he scratched his face. Easy, gentle. It's only been a few hours, and you've tickled me 3 times. Old Gohan couldn't laugh or cry. He he he. Kakarot smiled heartlessly, and he smiled happily. Smiling, Kakarot dove into the bed and fell asleep. This kid has a really bad temper. Old Gohan wasn't angry at all, with a look of doting on his face. Poor kid, your parents abandoned him at such a young age, because you have a baby on your back. A tail? It's really strange. Are long tails popular these days? That powerful kid also has a tail behind him. Old Gohan said to himself, got up and went outside, where he saw the round stone that fell on the ground. Where did this stone come from? Old Gohan looked at the stone embedded in the ground strangely, then looked up at the sky and whispered, did it fall from the sky? Afterwards, Old Gohan shook his head in confusion, returned to the room and continued to sleep. Kakarot fell asleep, his body moving, his head resting on Old Gohan's lap, and he kept grinding his teeth. Old Gohan suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't treat my thighs like chicken. Old Gohan immediately put on thick pants for himself. Chapter 43 Galactic Patrolman Jake. A few more hours passed. What? Gohan Sr. exclaimed, stood up and rubbed his thighs. Fortunately, okay, I was already on guard. This kid is really cruel. Looking at Kakarot who was sleeping and still grinding his teeth, Old Gohan was not angry, but there was a hint of doting in his eyes. Zidu, headquarters of Universal Capsule Group. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Dr. Breves answered a phone call and hurried to Luo Tian's side. When Bulma saw her father approaching Luo Tian, she rushed towards him from a distance with a click, click, click sound. Luo Tian, my daughter called me and said that she had encountered an alien. The alien's spaceship had a malfunction and asked me to come over and help repair it. Breves told Luo Tian truthfully. Do you have time? Can you accompany me to see it? Okay, no problem. Luo Tian nodded. Dr. Breves' daughter? Is it Bulma's sister Tais? Very likely. In this case, the alien that Tais met should be the Galactic Patrolman Gok. Luo Tian, who is a Dragon Ball fan, has naturally read the comic Galaxy Patrolman Gok. Luo Tian even reads the books of Battles and number 18, not to mention the comics that are part of the official history of Dragon Ball. The so-called official history of Dragon Ball is actually the plot certified by Uncle Toriyama. As for Galactic Patrolman Gok, in addition to appearing in that comic, he also played a role in Dragon Ball Super for a long time. In addition, in the Dragon Ball Super comics, there is also a very outstanding elite among the Galaxy Patrol. His name is Myers. Mels is the most outstanding elite warrior among the Galactic Patrol. Another identity of Myers is that of a trainee angel. Luo Tian even wanted to meet this trainee angel Mels. Perhaps through Galactic Patrolman Gok, we can meet this trainee angel Myers. Dad, I want to go too. Bulma said quickly, I also want to see what the aliens my sister encountered look like. Okay, let's go together. Breves did not object. Da-da-da. Bulma quickly ran into the room and ran out holding an energy gun. Bulma, what are you doing with a gun? Breves was stunned. If that alien dares to bully my sister, I will shoot him. Bulma clutched the energy gun tightly. Broly, let's go. Luo Tian greeted Broly who was staring at the stars in a daze. Broly jumped up from the ground like a carp and came quickly towards this side. He nodded obediently and didn't ask where he was going. An isolated island. Galaxy Patrolman Gok stood on a high platform, looking up at the sky with a serious expression. Bulma's sister Tais, on the other hand, swam in the sea like a mermaid. In addition, there was a slightly unkempt old man with a white beard walking around boredly. By the way, I heard that Jack came to Earth for the purpose of warning. Taisai revealed her head from the sea and looked at the old man and said. Page 31. When you said that, I also remembered that he said that a terrifying guy would come to the Earth. The old man nodded solemnly. Scary guy? What's going on? Taisai climbed ashore and wiped her hair and body with a towel. He said that guy came to destroy the earth. I thought he was joking. The old man replied, I remember he said that his radar captured a planet with vicious aliens and launched a spaceship. The universe, the destination of the spaceship seems to be the Earth. I'll go ask. Taisai climbed up to the high platform, appeared next to Jack, and said hello. What are you doing? Jack asked without looking back. You said there will be terrifying aliens coming to the Earth? Is it true? Taisai asked curiously. Yes, according to calculations, it will indeed land nearby, that's why I landed here. Jack looked up at the sky and nodded lightly. According to calculations, it should fall here like a meteorite. You will definitely destroy him, right? Taisai asked with a smile. It would be okay if it was a little guy who fell, but I won't be able to deal with it when I grow up. Jack shook his head. Ah? What should we do? Taisai was a little scared. You still ask me what to do? Of course I ran away and the people on Earth were wiped out. Jack was not surprised, and even said this with some confidence. Taisai. So if the one who fell was a child, it would be fine. Taisai asked again. Absolutely, there's no problem if you're 3 to 5 years old. Jack nodded, with confidence in his expression. Taisai wiped her sweat silently. 3 to 5 years old. Isn't that the same age as my sister? Is it appropriate for you, an alien, to bully a child between 3 and 5 years old? Hasn't it come yet? Has it left the Earth and gone to another planet? Taisai asked again. You'll be lucky if that's the case. Jack replied without looking back. Forget it, it doesn't matter so much. Taisai shook her head, looked at Jack again, and couldn't help but said, but then again, the material of your suit is very good. That's for sure, but this is not my suit, it's just my upper body armor. Jack replied unhurriedly. Taisai stood up from the ground at that time, with a look of shock on her face. She glared at Jack and asked, What do you mean? Have you never worn pants these days? Is there a problem? Jack was not surprised. So you haven't been wearing pants? Taisai suddenly felt that Jack was playing a gangster. Don't say it so obscenely, it's the same on our planet. Jack snorted. Taisai looked at Jack's legs carefully and found that the legs were extremely smooth and purple in color. There were no special parts. She suddenly felt a little strange and couldn't help but ask, why did you pee? Laugh. Jack slowly sprayed out 2 balls of liquid from the top of his head. From here. Jack pointed to the 2 small holes on his head. Taisai. Then can you pee while eating? You won't put the pee in your mouth, right? Taisai asked with a smile while covering her mouth. Jack felt that his whole body was not well at that time. What do you mean? Is that what you say? I came to Earth for free to help you solve your problems. Jack gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. What kind of dangerous alien are you talking about? Does he pee the same way you do? He really doesn't pee in his mouth, does he? Tai suddenly became interested. Jake. I don't want to talk to you. Jack glared. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 44 Jack, don't come over. Stop teasing you, let's talk about the alien. Taisai urged. The aliens I'm talking about, their purpose is to occupy other people's planets. The most terrifying thing is that they themselves are a very warlike nation. Even our galactic patrol is no match for them. Jack's expression became more and more serious. Heavily, human beings like Earth, who have little fighting ability, will send a child here, and eventually they will wipe out all human beings on this planet bit by bit. Ah? Is it so serious? Taisai looked moved. They will maintain the body shape of young children from children to young adults, so that their opponents will not be on guard. Jack said solemnly, then they will suddenly grow into a fighting form, which is what adults on your Earth look like, and have always maintained this form, and they don't seem to age. As for their appearance, there is almost no big difference from the people on Earth, except for an extra tail. I thought they looked similar to you, but it turns out they look the same as us Earthlings. Taisai understood and asked again, then which planet are they aliens from? Their planet is called Planet Vegeta, and they are Saiyans. Gok replied. The name doesn't sound like anything special, but in short, there shouldn't be any good things coming to Earth. Taisai sighed. Let's go down, it seems we won't come today. Jack shook his head. So you are here to observe that Saiyan coming to Earth? Taisai reacted. Otherwise, what do you think? Jack rolled his eyes. The two people walked down from the high platform. Actually, I called my dad just now, and he agreed to come over and help solve your spaceship problem. Taisai said to Jack. Your dad? How can your dad help? The old man asked strangely. Jack also glanced at Taisai curiously. Why do you suddenly mention your father after knowing him for such a long time? Is your dad famous? Have you ever heard of the Universal Capsule Group? Taisai asked the old man. Universal Capsule Group? Of course I know. The old man nodded. Isn't that the company of Dr. Breves, the most famous genius scientist in Western capital? Why are you mentioning this suddenly? Shouldn't you say, you know Breves? Dr. Voss, right. I know him, and he's very familiar with her. Taisai smiled. Very familiar. The old man was stunned. He is my father. Taisai said. The old man was stunned and screamed, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Jack beside him also looked confused. Silent for a long time. Ah! Miss Taisai, you turned out to be the eldest lady of the Universal Capsule Group. The old man was stunned. I actually don't want to say it. Taisai sighed. Old man. In other words, your family is very rich. Jack looked at Taisai and asked. I said it all for you and me. Please don't treat me specially because of this. Taisai smiled. No way. Jack shook his head. Taisai. This pussy is not pretending well. You can't pretend to be in front of aliens. My father said they will come right away, and they will arrive probably in the evening. Taisai added. But then again, as the eldest daughter of a wealthy family and the richest man in the world, why do you want to leave home to work outside? And come to this shabby old island? Jack asked in confusion. Old man. Who is talking about destroying the island? Because I want to be a science fiction writer. So these experiences are very necessary. Growing up in a wealthy family, I can't imagine what this kind of life is like. Taisai replied with a smile, the conditions here are actually very ideal, and an alien like you just happened to show up. Also, you, an alien, won't touch a beautiful girl like me, so I'm very relieved. Jack was a little worried. What you said makes so much sense, I don't even know how to refute it. Towards evening, a luxurious land and sea airship sailed slowly from the seaside. Slow down. I want to fly. Broly wanted to fly out of the airship several times. Be honest. Bulma glared at Broly angrily. Broly scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. The airship stopped at the dock. Breves, Luotian, Bulma, and Broly stepped off the airship one after another. The three men of Jack were already waiting at the shore to greet them. Thank you Dr. Breves for coming all the way. The old man hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands. Are you the alien that Tais mentioned? Dr. Breves adjusted his glasses and looked at the old man curiously. Old man. Ahem. I'm Dr. Dashan. The old man wiped his sweat. Dad, this is the alien. Taisai pointed to Jack beside her. However, when Taisai turned to look at Jack, she suddenly found that he was sweating all over his body and his body was shaking non-stop. You, what's wrong with you? Gok. Taisai asked strangely. Taisai looked carefully and found that Jack was staring at the two children. The two children came with their father and Bulma. Two children, are you Bulma's kindergarten classmates? Taisai stepped forward to say hello. No. Luo Tian replied. Broly scratched his head innocently and grinned. Sister. Bulma quickly ran forward and gave her sister a warm hug. Luo Tian, however, walked towards Jake's direction unhurriedly. Jack's body shivered even more violently. You, don't come over. Jack immediately put on a fighting stance and pointed to the sea side. If you come over again, I'll jump in. Call out. As he was talking, Broly came quickly from a distance, grabbed Gok's head, and slammed it to the ground. Boom! Jack's head came into close contact with the earth. Broly stepped forward and grabbed Gok's arm, beating his body back and forth. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Luo Tian was speechless. I didn't let you do it. No jumping. Broly put his feet on Jack's body and shouted with his arms folded. Jack suddenly burst into tears. I didn't say I wanted to dance. You jumped when Luo Tian was talking. It's impolite. Broly scolded him in not very fluent language. Jack sniffed, showing a look of grievance. Really a Saiyan? How strange. Page 32. Why did two other Saiyans land on Earth? And this Saiyans fighting power is so strong. Also, why didn't our radar give a signal? Didn't chapter 45 say that you can deal with a 5-year-old Saiyan? The moment Luo Tian and Broly stepped off the airship, Gok recognized their identities at a glance. Can Jack not be afraid? According to the information I received, only one Saiyan came to Earth. This is strange. Pfft. Sister, the alien you know is so good. Bulma burst out laughing, holding her sister's hand and saying with a smile, I cried after being beaten 3 or 2 times by my alien. Taisai. Aliens? Are they 2 aliens? Taisai was stunned and immediately looked at Luo Tian and Broly up and down. Immediately afterwards, Taisai noticed the tails behind the 2 people. Taisai's pupils shrank sharply, and her beauty suddenly turned pale. Aren't they the Saiyans, the fighting race that Gok said? How could they be here? Why do they know their father and sister? Sister, let me introduce to you. They are also aliens that my father and I just met. His name is Luo Tian, and that silly guy's name is Broly. Bulma introduced them immediately. Silly. Taisai was slightly startled, then turned her head and glanced at Broly. Broly said nothing and still stepped on Jack's body. Jack wanted to die. Taisai took a closer look and found that this person was indeed a bit stupid. After seeing such a terrifying scene, the old man couldn't help but tremble with fear. Before that, both the old man and Taisai clearly saw Jack's powerful strength. There were many people with guns, but they were all easily knocked down by Gok. As a result, he met a child named Broly, but was beaten to tears by the child. Broly, don't be rude. Luo Tian scolded. Broly grinned innocently, let go of Jack, and returned to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian stepped forward, extended his hand to Jack in a friendly manner, and asked with concern, Are you okay? Just as Jack was about to refuse to shake Luo Tian's hand, he suddenly saw Broly glaring behind Luo Tian. Jack was so frightened that his face instantly turned pale, and the boy's words immediately appeared in his mind. When Luo Tian speaks, others should be polite. Otherwise I will be beaten by him. Jia shivered and hurriedly stretched out his hand to hold Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian pulled Jia up, patted the dust off his body, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my friend was a bit harsh. Are you okay? It's okay, after all, I am considered an elite warrior of the Galaxy Patrol, so attacks of that level are nothing. Jack smiled bitterly. Luo Tian patted Jake's arm, nodded gently, and said with a smile, It's okay. It's okay. Jack wiped his sweat. Luo Tian clearly knew that Broly looked stupid, but in fact he was not stupid at all. In those few blows Broly made just now, he definitely controlled the strength very well. Otherwise, with Broly's fighting power, Gark would be disabled even if he didn't die after just a few blows. Bulma, how did you meet these two aliens? Taisai looked at Bulma strangely. Luo Tian asked Dad to help modify the spaceship and landed it at our house. Bulma answered truthfully. Luo Tian? Is he the one who looks more handsome? Taisai asked again. Yeah. Bulma nodded. Do you know their identities? Taisai was a little scared and whispered to Bulma in a lowered voice. An alien? Do you need to know your identity? Bulma asked strangely, flashing her big cute eyes. I heard from Gok that they might be Saiyans and they are coming to destroy all the people on Earth. Taisai's voice was trembling a little as she spoke. Hey, Luo Tian, my sister said that you and Broly are here to destroy all people on Earth, right? Bulma stepped forward and asked directly. Taisai. Tais was about to cry but had no tears left. Why do you ask so directly? You stupid sister. What do you think? Luo Tian smiled. I don't think so. You don't look like a bad person. Bulma shook her head, her cute big eyes flashing with light. Well, no, I won't do such a thing. Luo Tian nodded. Sister, don't worry now. Bulma chuckled. Taisai stopped talking. A brief silence. Hello Luo Tian, I am Taisai, Bulma's sister. Taisai stepped forward and extended her hand to Luo Tian in a friendly manner. Luo Tian and Taisai held hands together and looked at her silently. Taisai looks pretty good, but maybe because of her age, her development is not very good. The appearance is okay in every aspect, and the hands are relatively tender. Luo Tian, how old are you? Taisai asked. I'm 5 years old. Luo Tian replied. Oh, you are so young and promising. Taisai nodded, looked at Broly again, and continued to ask Luo Tian, where is he? Same age as me. Luo Tian said. Taisai said no more, and then walked to Gok's side, lowered her head and asked in a low voice, didn't you say that you can deal with Saiyans between the ages of 3 and 5? Shut up. Jack wiped his sweat, this is an exception, okay. So what you said about aliens coming to attack the Earth, is it true or false? I'm so confused. Taisai asked, dumbfounded, I don't think Luo Tian is a bad person. Ah. Will the word bad guy be written on his face? You don't know how scary the Saiyans are. Gok gritted his teeth, his voice sounding like a mosquito's hum, for fear that Broly would hear him if he spoke too loudly. Have you not eaten? I can't hear you even if you speak so quietly. Taisai said. Humph, I didn't say anything. Jack hummed. The old man, Dr. Dashan, prepared a sumptuous dinner for Dr. Breves. However, with Broly, the big eater, there was simply not enough food on the table. Fortunately, Dr. Breves had been prepared and brought a capsule of snacks, so Broly was full. Luo Tian didn't eat much. Saiyans do not eat enough food for 40 people at every meal. Sometimes they just need to eat a little more food than normal people. Only after a fierce battle, or when turning into a giant ape consumes a lot of energy, will it replenish its physical strength by eating a lot of food. By the way, you just said you were the Galaxy Patrol. Luo Tian suddenly focused his attention on Jack. Broly stopped eating and turned to look at Jack closely. Jack swallowed a mouthful of food, glanced at Broly with some fear, nodded quickly to Luo Tian, and answered honestly, yes, I am Galactic Patrolman Jack. How is your strength among the Galaxy Patrol? Luo Tian asked. I am an elite soldier of the Galaxy Patrol. Gok replied. Bulma. Taisai. The two sisters looked at each other. What an elite warrior. A 5-year-old child was beaten to tears after being hit twice. Chapter 46 Apprentice Angel Myers. Speak nicely. Luo Tian said. Snapped. Broly put the spoon on the plate and stood up from his seat. Jake. Jack was so scared that he almost cried. I am really an elite warrior, I didn't lie. Jack replied tremblingly, and looked at Broly warily, his eyes full of fear. Then let me change the question. Luo Tian said with a smile, who among you Galaxy Patrolmen is the most powerful? Think about it before answering. Yes, it's Mel's. Jack responded quickly, feeling that if he answered too late, he might get beaten again. Mers. Luo Tian's expression was thoughtful, he touched his chin and repeated the name. Jack didn't dare to say anything, his expression kept changing. In this way, after your spaceship is repaired, take Broly and I to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. The two of us plan to visit Mel's. Luo Tian smiled. Jake. This. Jack didn't know how to answer this question for a while. Aren't you welcome? Luo Tian looked at Jake with a smile. Welcome, of course, you are welcome to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Jack immediately hesitated. Okay, that's a happy decision. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. Jack felt uneasy in his heart. I dug a hole for Mel's to jump into. I'll piss Mel's off to death. This is troublesome. Will Mel's be beaten to a pulp by Broly? This guy named Broly is too strong. No, I have to quickly find a way to get in touch with Myers and tell him about this in advance. But my spacecraft communicator was broken, and I had no way to get in touch with headquarters. Yup. After the spaceship is repaired, I will just contact Mel secretly. Thinking of this, Jack's hanging heart was temporarily relieved. Luo Tian, take me with you, I'm going too. Bulma raised her hand. Just don't go. There will be plenty of opportunities to go out in the future. You are too young now to travel to alien planets. Luo Tian shook his head. What, it sounds like you are much older than me. Bulma was not happy at all. Page 33. Jack was a little gloating. This little girl was there to contradict the Saiyan named Luo Tian. Would that silly boy beat the little girl? However, what Jack expected did not happen. Broly was completely unfazed. Jack scratched his head. Are you just targeting me as a CO author? After eating, Dr. Breves, accompanied by Dr. Dashan, stepped forward to inspect Jack's spacecraft. The core energy source of Jack's spaceship failed. To put it bluntly, the battery is broken and out of power. Dr. Breves only needs to provide a new source of energy, and the spacecraft will restart. As for other minor faults, they are easier to troubleshoot. We have energy components at home, but it is quite far from our home. It takes 4 hours to go back and forth. Dr. Breves said with emotion, let's do it tomorrow, let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay, Dr. Breves, I'm not in a hurry. Dr. Dashan laughed and responded respectfully. Jake. You are not in a hurry, I am in a hurry. Let Broly get it. Luo Tian suggested, he flies faster. How long will it take Broly? Dr. Breves asked. If he is in this state and flies back with all his strength, it will only take a few minutes at most. Luo Tian pondered. What? Can you fly so fast? Dr. Breves adjusted his glasses, showing a look of shock, then nodded and said, okay, then I'll ask Broly to go home. Broly scratched his head, smiled innocently, and nodded in agreement. Broly, when you go home, find any robot and ask him to find you the S35 energy battery. Dr. Breves explained to Broly. Do you remember? Luo Tian asked Broly. Broly nodded. Repeat it again. Luo Tian said. No. S35. Energy. Battery. Broly shouted out 2 words. Go. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. People say Broly is a bit stupid, but in fact Luo Tian knows very well that this kid is not stupid at all. On the contrary, Broly is also very smart. I'm just not very good at expressing myself. Broly turned into a bright stream of light, quickly flew high into the sky, and soon disappeared under the gaze of everyone. Actually, I can definitely repair the battery, but I want to hone Broly even more. Luo Tian looked at the direction in which Broly disappeared and couldn't help sighing. Dr. Breves. Dr. Dashan. Both of them immediately looked at Luo Tian. Can we not brag? Jack couldn't help but said. Now that Broly is not here, Gok suddenly feels less stressed and can simply let himself go. Before Broly was nearby, Gok felt as if a big mountain was pressing on him, making him breathless. Now that Broly is gone, he can be wild for a while. Broly, why are you back so soon? Bulma suddenly shouted. Ah, I was wrong, I was wrong. I didn't say anything just now, just think of it as a fart. Jack's face turned pale, and he was extremely embarrassed for a moment. He knelt on the ground at that time, so frightened shivering. Puff. Bulma smiled heartlessly. Gok quietly raised his head. Where was Broly anywhere? Gok stared at Bulma in anger at that time. Ha ha ha. Bulma pointed at Gok and smiled even happier. This is why I don't like children. Jack hugged his head and shouted angrily. Sister, this alien you know is too cowardly. Bulma turned to her sister and said. Don't say the same thing a second time. Tai Sai's face darkened. Luo Tian didn't say anything, but stepped forward, released the angelic power in his hands. And let the angelic power cover the spacecraft. Suddenly, the less pure angelic power entered the energy area along the spacecraft and repaired the damaged energy. Hey? Luo Tian, what are you doing? Bulma asked curiously. It's okay, just take a look and see if the battery can be repaired. Luo Tian said with a smile. Don't force it. I've checked that energy battery. Although it can be repaired, the process is very complicated. It's better to replace it with a new one. Bulma shook her head and said with cute big eyes. Luo Tian, do you understand this too? Dr. Breves was stunned. Chapter 47 Target, Galaxy Patrol Headquarters. I don't understand, just take a look. Luo Tian replied. Breves. Don't know what else to see? Jake couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and even wanted to step forward and pull Luo Tian away. If you don't understand, don't touch it there. What if you touch the spaceship and damage it? About 10 seconds later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spacecraft's hull suddenly flickered. Everyone present immediately widened their eyes and looked in the direction of the spaceship. Jack was even more surprised and happy, but there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. How good? How good are spaceships? Look, has it been repaired? Luo Tian said with a smile. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Luo Tian like a monster. Is this fixed? Doesn't that battery look difficult to repair? Jack ran forward even more excitedly, with an endless smile on his face. Ha ha ha, my spaceship is finally ready. Jack danced happily. However, we can't let Broly's journey go in vain, right? So I decided to destroy this battery. Luo Tian said, and the angelic power suddenly transformed. Snapped. The angelic power acted on the energy battery, destroying one of its components. Shoot! Components burned and the energy cell was destroyed again. The light blooming from the spaceship suddenly dissipated. Done! Luo Tian clapped his hands. Sure enough, destruction is easier than creation. Jack's smile froze on his face. Everyone present was more confused than the last. There was silence for dozens of seconds. Dr. Breves, why do I feel that this little guy is a philosopher? Dr. Dashan whispered to Dr. Breves. No, he is not a philosopher. Dr. Breves shook his head gently. Dr. Dashan was stunned for a moment. I was just talking casually, why are you serious? He said he wanted to become the greatest god in the universe. Dr. Breves added. Dr. Dashan. Dr. Great Sage simply stopped talking, and cold sweat fell from his face. It seems that I underestimated him when I said he was a philosopher. Is he going to become a god? Another moment of silence. Ha ha ha, does God really exist in this world? Dr. Dashan laughed. Maybe, the end of science is metaphysics. Dr. Breves pushed up his glasses. Dr. Dashan wiped his sweat silently. Did this sentence come from the mouth of a great scientist? 6 minutes later. A bright stream of light flashed in the sky and quickly fell from the sky. Broly held a piece of battery energy similar to that found in Iron Man's heart and handed it to Luo Tian. Very good, it took a total of 6 minutes. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, not bad, your energy has improved again. Broly smiled innocently and scratched his head. Everyone once again looked at these two people with blank expressions. Luo Tian handed the battery to Drive Breves under the watchful eyes of everyone. Dr. Breves took the battery and stepped forward to replace the battery on the spacecraft. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hull of the spaceship shone brightly, looking particularly eye-catching under the night sky. It's fixed, it's fixed. Jack jumped up and down happily, and quickly stepped forward to hold Dr. Breves' hand. Thank you, Doctor, thank you. There's nothing to be polite about. You should thank Broly for helping to get the battery as quickly as possible. Dr. Breves laughed. Jack's mouth twitched and he quickly thanked Broly from a distance. Broly waved his hands and said nothing. Jack took a deep breath and felt relieved when he saw that Broly had no ill intentions. Gok, when do you plan to go back? Taisai stepped forward and asked. I'd better go back early. I have lost contact with my companions for a long time. Jack said, I will set off back to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters now. Jack doesn't want to stay here anymore. Page 34. Earth is too dangerous. There are 2 Saiyans here. Maybe the people on Earth may be exterminated at any time. As you said, you want to take me to travel to extraterrestrials with you. I want to travel more to extraterrestrials, and by the way, I can write better novels. Taisai reminded Jack. Jake. I actually forgot such an important thing. Okay, of course it's no problem, then you can come with me. Jack nodded without objection. Jake, have you forgotten something? Luo Tian looked at Jake with a smile. Jack felt that his whole body was not well at that time. Yes, I also promised this Saiyan to take him to see Mel's. It's time for this guy Myers to be miserable. But it's okay, who makes this guy Myers so cool? It's also good for me to bring him a strong enemy and let him experience it. I haven't forgotten, I'm leaving right now. Do you want to go with me? Jack responded quickly. Then let's set off together. Luo Tian nodded. Both Sister and Luo Tian are traveling to other planets, and I want to go too. Bulma pouted, looking unhappy. I will come back. My spaceship is still on Earth. Luo Tian pinched Bulma's fair face. I told you, don't pinch my face. I drool easily. Bulma hummed, remember to come back early, I haven't made your storage ring for you yet. Come on. Luo Tian encouraged. Bulma. Is this something that can be done just by refueling? Doctor, Broly and I are leaving first. Luo Tian waved to Dr. Breves, thank you for your hospitality these 2 days. I will leave the matter of the spaceship to you. No problem. Dr. Breves nodded. Doctor. Good man. Broly gave a thumbs up to Dr. Breves. Dr. Breves. Why do you say I am a good person? Hey, am I not a good person? Bulma put her hands on her hips and glared at Broly. No. Broly shook his head decisively. What did you say? Try saying it again. Bulma was angry. Broly was startled and hurriedly hid behind Luo Tian. Jack was dumbfounded on the sidelines. What is the logic? Is Taisai's sister so powerful? I can't feel it at all. Dr. Dashan, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Jake also shook hands with Dr. Dashan and thanked him. Come to Earth when you have time. Dr. Dashan said with a smile. I'm very busy, how can I have time to play around? Jack snorted, turned around and entered the spaceship. The spaceship hatch slowly closed. Call out. The spaceship rose into the sky, broke through the atmosphere in an instant, and entered the vast space of the universe. Okay, now we have entered the universe. Jack explained. Ah? Have you already entered the universe? Taisai looked surprised. Look, that huge planet over there is Jupiter, the largest planet in your solar system, right? Jack pointed to Jupiter outside the window. Chapter 48 Luotian, come and sleep. That's Jupiter, it looks so big from space. Taisai lay on the window, looking excitedly at the solar system in the universe. Ignorant woman. Jack shook his head. Taisai was not angry, but looked at the distant space and sighed, I never thought that one day I would take a spaceship and leave the Earth to travel to extraterrestrials. It will take at least 2 days to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Let's take a rest first. Jack greeted the people present, it's just that this spaceship is not big. There are only 2 rooms. Let's divide the work. Well, as the owner of this spaceship, of course I have to have a separate room. What are you talking about, Jack? I'm the only girl in the spaceship. Of course I have to have a separate room. Taisai snorted, glared at Jack and scolded. Stop joking, what kind of girl are you? Jack snorted, in terms of our race, there are no men and women. Taisai. I said. Broly suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Broly's voice, Taisai and Gok immediately shut up and turned to look at Broly. The 2 of us almost forgot. There is this scary little guy on the spaceship. Broly didn't say anything, pointed at himself, then at Gok, and then pointed at one of the rooms. Broly's meaning couldn't be more obvious, that is, he and Gok are in the same room. Jack felt that his whole body was not well at that time. I don't want to share a room with you. I don't want to die yet. Then, Broly pointed to Luotian and Taisai, and pointed to another room. Ahem. Luotian coughed. Broly, do you always pretend to be stupid? You actually want to put me and Taisai in the same room? I'm a little embarrassed. Okay, that's a happy decision. Taisai thought about it carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with this arrangement. Taisai didn't want to be in the same room with Broly, because he might beat her to death while she slept. Taisai didn't want to be in the same room as Jack. This guy who pees with his head, what if urine sprays out of his head while sleeping? Taisai didn't dare to think about it anymore. Luotian is the only one here who is a normal person. He's just a 5-year-old kid, so it's no big deal to share a room with him. The matter of allocating rooms has been decided. Taisai admired the universe for a moment and felt a little sleepy. After all, it was already time to sleep on that isolated island. Taisai stretched out, revealing her not-so-arrogant curvy figure, yawned and said, I'm going to bed first. Luotian, just come into the room and sleep with me directly later. Luotian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sleep with you directly? Is this appropriate? Seeing Taisai stretching, Luotian felt a little fanciful for a moment. But Luotian was also a little helpless. What I have now is the heart of an adult and the body of a 5-year-old child. At this moment, Luotian desperately hoped that he could grow up quickly. Broly also went straight into another room, locked the door, and lay on the bed sound asleep. Jake. What do you mean? You took my room. Are you polite? But Jack thought about it carefully, even if he opened the door, I wouldn't dare sleep with this kid. If he punches me while I'm sleeping, I might die. That's all, let him occupy that room by himself. I'll just sit there and deal with it for one night. I'll catch up on my sleep when I get back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Luo Tian had nothing to be polite about and went straight into Taisai's room. The room is not big, with only a single bed of about 1 meter. The layout inside is somewhat similar to the new sleeper carriages in the high-speed rail in previous generations. It's slightly larger than the bed in the sleeper carriage. After all, this spaceship is not very big, and it is not easy to open 2 rooms. After Luo Tian entered the room, he immediately saw Taisai, who had changed into pajamas. Taisai was wearing a set of pink pajamas, and her body smelled of fragrance, so that the smell spread throughout the room, giving it a different smell. Luo Tian, come here and sleep. Taisai moved her body and patted the small bed next to her. Okay. Luo Tian nodded. There was nothing to be polite about, and he got into Taisai's bed. Taisai's quilt was warm and fragrant. The girl's unique body fragrance is most vividly displayed at this moment. Luo Tian hasn't felt this way for a long time. This is so. When I traveled to the Dragon Ball world, I didn't expect that the first woman I slept with was Bulma's sister. The problem is, I can't do anything yet. No. I can't be cranky. My ultimate goal is a beautiful angel sister. Although her skin is blue, I don't dislike it. My first woman in the Dragon Ball world must be an angel sister with a ponytail. I just like women with ponytails. However, as soon as Luo Tian took off his armor and lay down, Taisai hugged him. Luo Tian, you went too far. Luo Tian simply turned around. A few minutes or so passed like this. Luo Tian clearly felt that Taisai had fallen asleep. Page 35. Luo Tian was also a little sleepy at this time. He slowly closed his eyes and gradually fell into sleep. Just when Luo Tian was half asleep, he suddenly felt his tail tighten and was caught by Taisai's hand. What a fun little dog! Taisai murmured. Luo Tian. Did she mistake my tail for a puppy? However, what happened next made Luo Tian even more speechless. Taisai's hands are very dishonest. Judging from her movements, it seems that grabbing a tail is not satisfying enough. Thin dog. Taisai suddenly laughed. Luo Tian. I'm only 5 years old. I want to calm down. I am someone who wants to cultivate into an angel. I am not angry. I am not angry at all. Outside. When Jack saw that all 3 people were sleeping, he carefully picked up the communicator and started a video call with the headquarters. Hello, I'm Iliku, are you a member of GOK? You've been out of touch for a long time. The other party replied immediately. What appeared on GOK's screen was a strange-looking alien with a flat head, flat facial features, light green complexion, and wearing the unique armor of the Galaxy Patrol. My spaceship has a small problem. It was just repaired today. It is expected to return to the headquarters in 40 hours. Jack responded. Has the Saiyan matter been resolved? Iriko asked. Please give me monthly votes, recommendation votes, and a reward. Chapter 49 Mel's, a Saiyan wants to see you. Solved, I have successfully subdued the 2 Saiyans who went to Earth. Gok chuckled. Iliko looked shocked and looked at Jack with some surprise. Hey, why don't you say I'm an elite? Jack showed a proud expression. As expected of a member of GOK, it's amazing. Iriko was deeply impressed. How old are those 2 Saiyans? They are only 5 years old. Jack answered truthfully. I see. So they don't have much fighting power, right? Iliko breathed a sigh of relief. No, one of them is very strong. Jack looked solemn and lowered his voice. It took me a lot of talking to finally convince him. Persuade. Iriko was a little confused and muttered, can Saiyans be persuaded? It's not important anymore. Jack waved his hand and changed the subject. Is Team Myers here? Yes. Iliko responded. Help me take over the communication. I have something to tell Team Myers. Gok suggested. Okay. Illico replied and connected the communication to Mel's room. Soon, Myers' image appeared on Gok's display. It's Gok, is there something wrong? Myers asked politely. Mers, do you want to go out and hide for a while? Jack lowered his voice and persuaded. Go out and hide. Mels was slightly stunned. Yes, just find any reason to go out and hide. Jack whispered. What happened? Gok. Myers asked. There is a Saiyan who wants to see you. Gok looked heavy. Saiyans? Are they the Saiyans, the fighting nation? Myers reacted immediately. Yes, that's right. Jack nodded. If he wants to see me, just let him come to see me. Why should I go out and hide? Mel smiled slightly. There are a total of 2 Saiyans here on Earth. One of them seems to be average in strength, but his follower is very powerful. Although that follower is only 5 years old. Jack's expression became more and more solemn. As he spoke, his eyes also showed a look of fear emerged. Did he say anything to me? Myers asked. I didn't say anything, I just said I wanted to talk to you. Jack replied. That's okay. I'll just talk to him. Mel smiled, not every Saiyan is a bad person. Anyway, I've brought the words to you. If you don't go out and hide yourself, don't blame me if you get beaten up. Jack snorted. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Mel smiled confidently, and then added, by the way, I'm afraid you don't know yet, right? Planet Vegeta where the Saiyans live has been destroyed. Planet Vegeta was destroyed? This is really God's vision. Jack shouted in surprise, it must be retribution for their many evil deeds. By the way, how was it destroyed? It is said that it was hit by a huge meteorite. Myers replied, but this is not the case. Oh? What could be the reason? Jack was slightly startled. According to our investigation, it was Frieza who personally destroyed Planet Vegeta. Mels pondered. What? Universe Emperor Frieza. Gok's face changed color, he shouted loudly, and immediately looked back behind him. Fortunately, the sound insulation effect of the spacecraft was relatively good. Jack took a deep breath after making sure that no one could hear him. Why? Aren't the Saiyans Frieza's combatants? Why did Frieza destroy their planet? Mels asked curiously. Because Frieza is afraid that a Super Saiyan or a Super Saiyan God will be born among Saiyans. Mels told the truth. Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan God? What is that? Gok became even more curious. According to legend, the Super Saiyan is the most powerful warrior in the universe. Myers smiled. So, the Super Saiyan might shake Frieza's position as the Emperor of the universe, so that's why we wiped out all the Saiyans, right? Gok nodded thoughtfully. Yes. Mels responded, there are less than 10 Saiyans left now. They deserved it. The Saiyans invaded many people's planets and killed many innocent people. Gok snorted, but did not sympathize with the Saiyans' experiences. After all, the Saiyans have indeed worked with Frieza over the years, conquering many people's planets and causing many people to die. I'm afraid this is the evil of Saiyans. Mels nodded slightly. Evil? Yes, you are right, the evil of Saiyans is obvious to all. Gok responded. In my opinion, Saiyans also have good qualities. Myers pondered. Stop kidding, where can there be kind-hearted Saiyans? Gok shook his head, they will always have only evil in their hearts. The two were talking. Suddenly, Illico's communication was interrupted. This guy Illico, why did he suddenly interrupt at this time? Jack smiled slightly and pressed the answer button. Immediately afterwards, Illico's image also appeared on the other side of the screen. Now the equivalent of a group video call. Illico, what's wrong? What's the matter? Jack asked curiously. Gawk, something bad is going on. There is a Frisia Legion spaceship heading in your direction. If nothing goes wrong, in 2 minutes, your 2 spaceships will meet in space. Illico said immediately. A spaceship from Frisia's Legion. Gawk was stunned. Did that Frisia guy come in person? Not Frisia. Iriko shook his head. As long as it's not Frisia, it should just be a scout or something, right? Gawk guessed. Not a scout, but a very scary guy. Illiko's expression became increasingly serious. Who? Jack was a little scared. Eyes. Illiko spit out 2 words. Eyes? Who is it? Is he famous? Jack was stunned. Frisia's son. Iriko said solemnly. You, what did you say? Frisia's son? When did that guy have a son? Gawk was stunned and shouted. It has been there for a long time. Iriko explained, Frisia and the others belong to the Frozen Demon clan, and his son was frozen on the mother planet after he was born. According to legend, the longer they were frozen, the weaker their strength would be. The stronger. Frisia seems to have been frozen for 5 years, his brother Gula has been frozen for 6 years, and Ice has only been frozen for 3 years, but Ice may not be able to bear the loneliness and came out early. Chapter 50, Imprisoned Together in the Galaxy Prison. Even if you came out early, why did you come to see me? Jack felt that his whole body was not well. While speaking, Jack's hands quickly operated on the computer buttons. Sure enough, Jack soon discovered that a spaceship was speeding towards him. Jack broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly controlled the spacecraft to change its course. I hope they didn't come looking for me. Maybe I didn't come here to look for you on purpose. Illiko guessed, maybe I happened to meet him in space. Encountered by chance in space? The probability is lower than that of a meteorite hitting planet Vegeta. Jack couldn't laugh or cry. He immediately clasped his hands together and prayed silently, God, I hope my spaceship Frisia's son won't find out. Gawk, hold on tight first, I'll go over to support you. Myers made a quick decision. Mers, you are a good man. Jack burst into tears with excitement, and said in a deep voice, but it has been more than a day since you came here, right? No, my spaceship is very fast. It must be at least 10 times faster than yours. It can arrive in less than half an hour. Myers replied. Jack felt heartbroken at that time. Why is your spaceship faster than mine? And it's so much faster. There was a full 10 seconds of silence. Let's put the spaceship thing aside for now. He is Frisia's son. Even if you can beat him, what if Frisia is provoked? Jack was a little worried again. Said. Then capture him and put him in the galaxy prison together. Myers smiled. Jake. Jack didn't want to talk anymore. Why is your face so big? Are you going to imprison Frisia in the galactic prison? I wish you good luck, Team Gawk. Iriko said with some sympathy, but our galaxy patrol has always been at odds with Frisia's Legion. I hope you can avoid this disaster. What you said makes so much sense. It's better to shut up. Jack ended the call angrily. Immediately afterwards, Jack looked at I's spaceship through the radar again. As a result, Jack tragically discovered that the other party's spaceship was quickly chasing him. Jack was not very calm at that time. Cosmic space. In one of Frisia's Legion's oblate spaceships, E stood at the window, looking into the distance. As far as eyes could see, he could just see the Galaxy Patrol spaceship appearing in front of him. Your Highness Eyes, that is the Galaxy Patrol's spaceship. A younger brother stepped forward to report. Galaxy Patrol. Eyes smiled, his tail wagging slightly behind him. It's interesting. I've heard of the Galaxy Patrol a long time ago, but my father's army rarely comes to this area. Page 36. Your Highness Eyes, are we going to attack the Galaxy Patrol base, the younger brother asked respectfully. If Dad doesn't want to do anything, let me do it. I smiled proudly. Aren't the Galaxy Patrol warriors who maintain the peace of the universe? This universe must be maintained by our family. Not some Galaxy Patrol. So, Your Highness Eyes, are we going to knock down that spaceship? The younger brother asked. Catch them alive. Eyes ordered. Yes. The younger brother responded immediately. Call out. Eyes' spaceship suddenly sped up and quickly chased in the direction of Jack's spaceship. Beep beep. At this moment, the detector worn on Eyes' eyes suddenly rang. Eyes pressed the communication button on the detector. Dad. Aize was stunned. Eyes, you didn't stay frozen on your home planet. Why are you running out now? Frisia's voice came over with some dissatisfaction. Dad, I'm really bored, so I came out early to do some activities. Aize chuckled. Humph, do you think you are very strong now? Frisia snorted coldly. Dad, although I have only been frozen for 3 years, my combat power has already reached a level of 3,000 million. Aize smiled proudly. With my current combat power value, I should be able to walk sideways in this universe. That's true, but this universe is not as simple as you think. Go back and freeze it for me. Frisia gave the order with a cold face. Don't say that, Dad, I don't want to sleep in that boring environment. Eyes shook his head and refused. Then tell me, what are you doing on the Galactic Patrol's territory? Frisia scolded. Dad is in charge of the Western Universe, Uncle Gulab is in charge of the Eastern Universe, and Grandpa is in charge of the Southern Universe. Currently, only the Northern Universe is in charge of the Galaxy Patrol, right? I said with a smile, of course I want to take over the Northern Universe. The universe is united so that our family can rule the entire universe. The Galaxy Patrol area is the area that Kaishin is responsible for, don't mess around. Frisia frowned tightly and shouted with a cold face. Kaishin. Aize was happy at that time, with contempt in his words, why is Kaijin so great? If possible, I don't mind destroying Kaijin. Ease, you underestimate the power of God. Frisia scolded. Dad, don't worry. Isn't our backer the Lord of Destruction, Lord Beerus? I smiled indifferently, even the Kaijin has to give the Lord of Destruction Beerus some face, right? Frisia fell silent. You are right. I don't even know how to respond. You can go explore, but you must be careful. If you really encounter Kaijin, leave immediately. Frisia thought carefully and gave the order to Eyes. I understand, Dad, I am sensible. Eyes nodded in agreement. After ending the call, Eyes' spaceship crashed directly into Jack's spaceship. Boom! With a loud noise, Luo Tian inside the spaceship felt that he collided with a soft body. What? Taisai exclaimed and immediately woke up from her sleep, with a look of panic on her face. Then, Taisai looked down and found that Luo Tian was pressing his face firmly against her chest. Taisai. What happened? Taisai wasn't angry at all. Luo Tian was just a child after all. Besides, the violent vibration of the spaceship just now made Taisai feel endless fear. Could it be that the spaceship hit some meteorite? Taisai's face turned pale and she immediately lay on the window of the spaceship and looked out. The next moment, Taisai was surprised to see a large spaceship emerging from the window. The opponent's spaceship appeared in the universe like a behemoth, giving Taisai a feeling of despair. Is this, a space pirate? Taisai was stunned and broke into a cold sweat. Sure enough, you were right. He is really a space pirate. Luo Tian immediately looked in the direction of the spaceship and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Chapter 51 Frisia's Son. Luo Tian was a little strange. Isn't that Frisia's Legion's spaceship? Why did Frisia's Legion's spaceship appear in this area? It stands to reason that Frisia's Legion controls several other areas besides the Northern Universe. Only the Northern Universe is in charge of the Galactic Patrol. Until now, Frisia's Legion has not set foot in the field of Galactic Patrol. As for the reason, Luo Tian is not very clear. But now, Frisia's Legion's spaceship actually appears in this area. Is it because the whereabouts of my spaceship have been exposed? Is that why Frisia's spaceship came after him? Frisia, why are you provoking me? It's okay to come. Just let Broly practice his skills. I wonder if Frisia came in person? Luo Tian put on the armor without haste, raised his hand slightly, and immediately covered Taisai's body with a protective shield. Hey? What is this? Taisai was stunned for a moment and found that there was a shining halo around her. This is a protective shield with built-in oxygen. Luo Tian explained, even if the spaceship accidentally explodes, you can survive in it for up to 10 hours. 10 hours? Taisai suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. Only 10 hours? In this vast universe, the distance between planets is basically calculated in light years. What's the point of me surviving here for 10 hours? I'll go out and take a look. Luo Tian opened the door and walked out. Broly also rushed out of the door immediately, turned around and looked around, and rubbed his head. Just now, Broly was also hit by a sudden spaceship and accidentally hit his head. This is bad. Something big happened. It's Frisia's spaceship, and they forced our spaceship to stop. Gok explained hurriedly. Did Frisia come in person? Luo Tian asked. No, it's not Frisia, it's Frisia's son Is. Gok replied. Aize. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that this character who appeared in the fan comic would also appear here. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian has naturally watched Dragon Ball AF. In Dragon Ball AF, there is a guy named Is. This person is very powerful. However, according to Luo Tian's calculations, Is should be inferior to Golden Frisia. Because according to Is's own narrative, his strength is 10 times that of Frisia's fourth form. And Golden Frisia's strength is countless times more powerful than his fourth form. Frisia was able to cultivate to the golden form because he was imprisoned in the cocoon of hell. There, Frisia had profound feelings, especially his longing for immortality, which was completely gone. Even if you were immortal, being sealed in that place would be worse than death. After Frisia was resurrected, he successfully cultivated to the golden mode because of his deep insights in hell. However, now a little Is actually jumped out. If you don't stay frozen on the planet, why did you come out? It also disturbed my sweet dream. I'm in trouble now, what should I do? Jack held his head, feeling dizzy. It's okay, let Broly take care of them all. Luo Tian smiled nonchalantly. Broly. Gok was stunned, and immediately turned his head to look in Broly's direction, but then he shook his head helplessly, and said timidly, No, this is the universe, you guys are competing demi-humans shouldn't be able to survive in space, right? Broly looked at Luo Tian and rubbed the head that was hit just now, his eyes a little confused. Did you see that spaceship? Luo Tian pointed to the huge spaceship outside. Broly immediately ran to the window to watch, and nodded vigorously. Go! Luo Tian said. Broly quickly stepped forward and kicked open the spaceship's hatch. Jake! The moment the spaceship's hatch opened, due to the air pressure, Jack flew uncontrollably in the direction of the door, almost being sucked into space. Snapped! Luo Tian gently raised his hand to block Jake. As for Taisai, she was changing clothes in the room with the door closed, so it was no big deal. Taisai thought about it, even if she had to die in space, she couldn't die in her pajamas. Dress yourself up first, so that even if you die, you won't embarrass us Earthlings. This daredevil! Jack broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly thanked Luo Tian. Thank you, thank you. Luo Tian said nothing. Have you been prepared for this a long time ago? With such a high air pressure difference, you can actually stand there motionless. Jack was extremely impressed. While speaking, his hands were not idle, and he immediately moved towards the direction of the equipment with great difficulty. Walked over and pressed a button. Crunch! A protective shield appeared on the spacecraft's hull, and the atmospheric pressure returned to normal. Gok breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked, "Where's Broly? Where did that guy go? He's not really going to challenge Frisia's son in space, is he?" "Already gone." Luo Tian nodded. "What? This stupid boy. He might just die as soon as he enters the universe." Jack sighed helplessly, and his hands were operating quickly on the machine. Snapped. A projection screen was projected in. After entering the space, Broly turned into a bright stream of light and quickly rushed towards Frisia's spaceship. "What a fast speed! Can you survive in space for a few seconds at this speed?" Jack muttered in a low voice, and then asked strangely, "How does he plan to fight? Enter the spaceship and that eyes fight." Luo Tian did not answer, but silently looked at the picture on the screen. The two spaceships were not very far apart, and Broly had quickly rushed to Frisia's spaceship. Snapped. Broly didn't waste any more nonsense. He quickly rushed forward and grabbed a handle area of the spaceship. What does he want to do? Jack was stunned. Ezra's spaceship. Page 37. Report: someone flew out of the spaceship. The younger brother immediately stepped forward to report. "Oh? Is he here to surrender?" Aize showed a smile. "Yes, in front of His Highness eyes, even the Galaxy Patrol has to surrender honestly and come and kneel down." The younger brother laughed. I squinted his eyes and looked at the little brother. "Is it funny?" Aize asked lightly. The younger brother's smile froze on his face. "If you don't make me laugh, I won't laugh. Open the hatch and let me see this Galaxy Patrolman who has come to kneel down and worship." Eyes had a look of contempt on his face and his tail swung back and forth behind him. The younger brother was just about to ask someone to come forward and operate it. Suddenly, the hull of the spacecraft shook violently. Outside, Broly was seen grabbing a corner of the spaceship. The next moment, Broly pulled the spaceship back to the spot. Chapter 52 Broly beats eyes. Is he turning the spaceship? Jack stared wide-eyed, with a look of astonishment on his face. Luo Tian looked calm and made no comment. When he looked again, Broly had already pulled the spaceship around in a circle. With the first circle, there is the second circle, the third circle. Broly kept spinning in circles, his speed getting faster and faster. Suddenly, with Broly as the center, the spaceship began to spin rapidly. Aize and the others in the spaceship were knocked upside down and all of them were dizzy. Clap! The younger brother who reported to Aize before suddenly collided with Aize. "Your Highness Aize, what's wrong with us? I feel so dizzy." The younger brother said quickly. "Your feet." Aize glared at his younger brother fiercely. The younger brother looked carefully and found to his surprise that his toes were actually inserted into Aize's nostrils. "Little brother! Is this the pinnacle of my life? Your Highness Aize, I'm really sorry. I washed my feet last night." The younger brother almost cried. "Aize! Asshole!" Aize was furious, his energy exploded, and he was about to rush out of the spaceship. Broly pulled the spaceship around in an unknown number of circles, and the more it turned, the more enjoyable it became. Crack! The next moment, because the spacecraft rotated too fast, the hull of the spacecraft suddenly fell off. "Hey!" Broly felt his hands light up, and when he looked down, he found that only the handle was still there, and all the other positions were gone. Broly stopped slowly. Many little stars appeared in front of his eyes, and his head felt dizzy. Broly originally turned clockwise, but after feeling dizzy, he immediately scratched his head and turned counterclockwise several times. Broly felt that his head was feeling much better right then, and he was no longer as dizzy as before. Then, Broly looked at the spaceship that broke away in space. The spacecraft rolled rapidly in space, and while rolling, many parts of the hull immediately disintegrated. Call out! Broly turned into a stream of light, and his short body penetrated the hull of the spaceship on the spot. Boom! With a loud noise, Ai's spaceship exploded in the universe, bursting into brilliant flames. Jack was stunned. Luo Tian looked as usual. Luo Tian had already discovered that Broly's combat effectiveness had improved during this period. Broly's regular combat strength is approximately 250 million. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, he is always increasing his combat power even if he doesn't do anything. In just a few days, his basic combat power has increased by 50. The problem is that he hasn't practiced yet. If I didn't cultivate the power of an angel, how could I compare with the legendary Super Saiyan? Also, I feel like I'm in a bit of danger. If I don't do anything, will I be surpassed by him one day? Hey? Can that silly boy survive in space? Jack was stunned and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Jack looked back at Luo Tian with a surprised look on his face, and then he took out a document bag a little strangely, opened the information inside, and held his chin in thought. According to our investigation, you Saiyan humans should not be able to survive in space. It's not important anymore. Luo Tian replied. Jake. In cosmic space. As the spaceship exploded in space, the little brother in the spacecraft also died immediately. In this vast universe, except for a very few races that have the ability to survive in the universe, most races are unable to survive in the universe. Even Saiyans. Luo Tian remembered that in his previous life, many Dragon Ball fans had discussions about whether Saiyans could survive in the universe. Because some people say that Super Saiyan God can survive in space. That's because they saw Son Goku and Beerus fighting in space. Actually not so. In the anime and manga where Son Goku and Beerus fight, the area shown is not the real universe, but the outer atmosphere of the Earth. There is air in that area, and although it is very thin, Saiyans can survive in it. In the Mara chapter of the comic, during a battle with Mara, Vegeta specifically reminded Sun Wukong, "You can't go any further, and going forward is the universe." This also proves that Saiyans cannot survive in the real universe. The spaceship exploded, killing all the brothers except Aiz. Aize also rubbed his head during the explosion, feeling dizzy. After all, Aiz was inside the spaceship, being dragged around by Broly for who knows how many times. Broly immediately looked in the direction of the spaceship, and then his eyes were locked on Aiz. Broly's eyes were still very sharp, and it was easy to find that this guy was the only one still alive. Call out! Broly turned into a stream of light and rushed forward quickly, getting closer to Aiz in just an instant. What is it? Aize vaguely saw a light and shadow whizzing towards him. I saw this man wearing a legion's armor and a green furry apron around his waist. He's from our legion. Aize recognized him in a daze. Broly's armor is also the one he has been wearing since he went to the planet Vampa. Later, this armor suffered some damage, but this was nothing to worry about. Luo Tian used the power of angels to completely repair the damaged armor. Aize was stunned for a moment, but he didn't pay much attention. There are people in the Legion who can survive in space. Although they are rare, it does not mean that there are none. However, just when Aize was in a daze, he found that the opponent's fist was also waving. Aiz's head is still dizzy. Boom! The next moment, Broly's fist hit Aiz's face hard. Ouch! Aiz let out a scream and his body flew backwards. What are you doing? Ouch! Aiz shouted loudly. Of course, Aiz's voices spread in the form of energy. Otherwise, sound cannot propagate in a vacuum. Broly scratched his head strangely. What am I doing? I'll beat you to death. I was sleeping and dreaming about eating delicious food, but your spaceship knocked me awake. What else can I do? Broly was very angry and quickly chased in the direction of Ice. Nowadays, Ice is only in his first form, and his combat power is not as good as Frisia's first form. Think about how tragic it is. Chapter 53 I feel that Broly is in trouble. Broly didn't unleash his full strength. Even so, the blow just now was enough for Ice. Aize quickly shook his head, and then found that the other party was rushing towards him again at an extremely fast speed. Whose subordinate are you? Aize shouted loudly, and after speaking, his body changed rapidly. In just an instant, Ice transformed into his fourth form. It is said to be the fourth form, but it is actually Ice's true form. The same goes for Frisia. The so-called fourth form is actually the true appearance of the Frozen Demon clan. Boom! Ice waved his two small hands forward, and a huge ball of energy quickly covered Broly's body. In just a moment, the huge energy swallowed Broly inside. A large cloud of dust and smoke was raised from the scene, blooming brilliantly in the cosmic space. Is this enough for you? Aize snorted coldly. Afterwards, Ice scratched his head in confusion and muttered in a low voice, "It's strange, when did Dad's Legion give birth to such a powerful person?" Page 38. Looking at the flames blooming in front of his eyes, Aize felt a little regretful. What a pity! Such a powerful guy, why didn't I discover it in advance? I should take him in as my personal little brother. In Luo Tian's spaceship. This is terrible. I feel that Broly is in danger. Jack couldn't help but trembled, and his face instantly turned pale. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian smiled. Luo Tian, have you seen it? Frisia's son can transform. Gok immediately added. Yes, we Saiyans can too. Luo Tian replied. Jake. What I mean is that he is very powerful. Does it make sense to say that you Saiyans can also transform? A brief silence. I know you Saiyans can also transform and become a giant ape. Gok rolled his eyes and pointed to the universe, but in this universe, there is no moon, how can you turn into a giant ape? There is a full moon in my heart, and every day is a full moon night. Luo Tian said with a smile. Jack didn't want to talk anymore. Why aren't I talking to you on the same channel? No, let's get out of here quickly. This guy's flying speed shouldn't be as fast as our spaceship, right? Jack made a quick decision. The hatch of the spaceship has not been repaired yet. How long can this protective shield last? Luo Tian said to Jake. Jack immediately turned his head and glanced in the direction of the spacecraft hatch. That bastard Broly! Can't you open the door properly? Jack immediately took the toolbox and went to repair the door. Of course, during the process of repairing the door, Gok stared closely at the screen in front of him, wanting to see if Broly was still alive. In the cosmic space, the smoke released by Ice slowly dissipated. Broly's figure gradually emerged. What? Are you okay? Aize's pupils shrank sharply, revealing a look of astonishment. Broly calmly opened his mouth. Aize suddenly had a bad feeling. Boom! Broly's mouth immediately sprayed out a huge ball of energy, and huge flames covered Aize's body. Humph! What a trick! Aize sneered, gritted his teeth, and punched him fiercely. Boom! The huge energy that Broly shot out was deflected by Aize's punch. The huge energy formed a light group and roared towards Luo Tian's spaceship. No! That energy group is coming in our direction. Jack was shocked. Humph! You destroyed my spaceship? Don't even want your spaceship? I snorted coldly, looking a little proud. Broly also turned his head and glanced in the direction of the energy light group. Immediately afterwards, Broly quickly caught up and plunged into the energy light group. Eyes. Boom! The ball of light exploded, swallowing Broly inside again. Aize's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. What are you going to do? The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Broly's ash-headed face. This guy, what does he want to do? What kind of strategy is this? Jack suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. He rushed into the energy light group he released and detonated the energy light group. You, who are you? Aize was shocked again. Call out. Broly rushed towards Aize again. What? Saiyan. Aize was stunned for a moment, and immediately noticed the tail behind Broly, and suddenly came back to his senses. Just when Aize came to his senses, Broly's fist hit him hard in the face. The detector worn on Aize's eyes was also shattered by a punch and exposed in the universe. Looking at Aize again, he let Broly's fist hit him in the face, his head tilted slightly to the side, and his expression became more ferocious. A little Saiyan has to be bold in front of me. Aize sneered and punched Broly in the chest. Puff! Broly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. I finally know who you are. Have you, a Saiyan, joined forces with the Galaxy Patrol? Aize couldn't help but sneer. Humph, do you think that joining the Galaxy Patrol means everything will be fine? Call out. Aize immediately chased after him and punched and kicked Broly. Broly was no match at all. His face was bruised and swollen after being beaten by Aize, and he was unable to resist. Oops, Broly can't beat him. If this continues, Broly will be beaten to death by him. Gok turned pale with fright, accelerated the progress of repairing the hatch, and said to himself, I have to repair the spaceship quickly, otherwise it may be affected later. Luo Tian said nothing, still calmly watching the projection screen at the scene. Luo Tian knew that this was a rare battle for Broly. Having a well-matched opponent can just improve Broly's strength. Otherwise, how can you be my god of destruction in the future? However, I have to work harder and practice harder. It would be tragic if my god of destruction overtook me. Ah! Broly screamed as he was beaten by Aize. Boom! Aize came over with another kick and kicked Broly on the head on the spot. Broly's body rolled several times in the air and suddenly hit a meteorite behind him. The meteorite shattered and exploded in the universe instantly. SHH. Aize quickly appeared directly opposite Broly. Saiyan, you are quite powerful. You have such fighting power at such a young age, but I am underestimating you. Aize smiled softly and pointed to his nose with his thumb. However, you should do you know who I am? I belong to Frisia. Chapter 54 Gok, please start your performance. However, Aize hasn't finished speaking yet. Boom! Broly's body suddenly surged with huge energy, and his body instantly grew larger. Ape energy. This is a unique transformation that Broly can perform without going through the full moon by directly boosting the energy of the giant ape. What? What kind of change is this? Aize was stunned. When he looked again, Broly's pupils immediately lost color, and his eyes were completely white, looking a little hollow. Call out! Broly rushed forward quickly, held the back of Aize's head, and hit it hard with his own head. Ouch! Aize let out a scream, feeling like his whole body was not well, and his head was even dizzy. Broly had no intention of letting go. He still held the back of Aize's head with his left hand and kept hitting Aize's face with his forehead. A bit. Twice. 3 times. I don't know how many times it hit. Aize felt that his face was flattened. Ah! Aize let out a scream, and hit Broly in the abdomen with a sudden uppercut. Broly allowed Aize's fist to hit him, but his head kept hitting him indiscriminately. Luo Tian looked carefully and found that while Aize was being beaten, the energy in his body was constantly spreading outward. Soon, Aize's energy had been released to the extreme. Luo Tian sensed it for a moment and could clearly feel that Aize's combat power now reached at least 3,000 million. Today, Broly's maximum combat power is only 2,500 million, which is still far behind Aize. The difference is 500 million. Bang bang bang! Sure enough, Broly was greeted with a violent beating. Ai's fists hit Broly like raindrops. Although Broly had the upper hand at first, he was soon beaten black and blue by Ai's. If this pattern continues, the future god of destruction will be beaten to death by Ai's. No, Broly is going to be beaten to death by him. Jack broke out in a cold sweat. Jake, has the door been repaired? Luo Tian asked. It's almost there, there's only 1 minute left. Jack said hurriedly. Don't worry about repairing the door yet, Luo Tian said. Jack. Worry, fix the door, let's run away quickly. Jack replied without raising his head. I want to ask you something. Luo Tian muttered. What's the matter? Jack was stunned. How are your acting skills? Luo Tian asked. Jack became even more confused. He raised his head and looked at Luo Tian strangely, and asked, what kind of acting skills? Even if the universe-level actor comes at this time, can that guy Ai's ask you for an autograph and leave? No, I mean to play his father. Luo Tian pointed at Broly on the screen. Page 39. Jake naively thought that the person Luo Tian was referring to was Ai's. No, no, you want me to play Frieza? Stop joking. I don't want to die. I will be hunted down by him. Jack shook his head vigorously. I'm talking about Broly's father. Luo Tian said. Playing Broly's father? What do you mean? Jack was even more confused. That's all you need. Luo Tian said his proposal to Jack. No, 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 there's no way I can survive in the universe. Besides, don't I look the same as Broly's father? Jack kept shaking his head. Why are you so stubborn? It's you. Luo Tian stepped forward and grabbed Jake's arm, driving him towards the universe. Please let me put on the oxygen mask first. Jack cried. That's not necessary. Luo Tian said, and the angelic power in his hand quickly covered Jake's body. Hey? What is this? Jack was stunned for a moment. With this, you can survive in space for 10 hours. Luo Tian explained, hurry up, if you keep grinding, Broly will be killed. Are you sure this thing can survive in space? Jack was dubious, and even poked the protective shield that was as bright as a star with his finger. However, before Jack had time to confirm, he was already pulled into the universe by Luo Tian. Jake! Can't you wait? What a hot-headed guy! Hey, what's next? Just pretend to be dead as you said. Jack asked. Yes, I said start, you show off your acting skills. Luo Tian nodded. Jack was confused for a while. However, Jack has no other choice now but to obey Luo Tian's order. Maybe a miracle will happen. Boom! Ai's gave another heavy kick and kicked Broly away at that time. How is it? Little monkey, you are not my opponent, are you? Aize smiled contemptuously. Broly's eyes were empty, his pupils glowed white, and he had completely lost his mind. Hello, Broly. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Broly turned his head and looked in that direction, and saw Luo Tian at a glance. The moment he saw Luo Tian, Broly's pupils gradually shone with light, and he seemed to be regaining his senses. Hey! Aize obviously noticed Luo Tian's sudden appearance and was slightly startled. Another Saiyan? In addition to this Saiyan, the guy with eyes like flies should be the Galactic Patroller. Are these two Saiyans joining the Galactic Patrol? This is really a major discovery. I have to report this matter to Dad as soon as possible. Dad doesn't know about this yet, right? Regarding Luo Tian and the Galactic Patrolman Jack who had just appeared in space, I simply glanced at them, nothing more, and did not take them seriously. I have to say, the Saiyan child I fought with is really too strong. I have never seen such a powerful Saiyan. Aiz gritted his teeth and whispered to himself, is this guy a super guy? Saiyan? Not yet. Luo Tian said from a distance. Eyes. Aize was slightly startled. I spoke so quietly just now, how did he hear me? Who are you? Aize looked at Luo Tian and asked. It's not important anymore. Luo Tian smiled. Aren't you Scions unable to survive in space? How did you do it? Eyes asked loudly. Shortcomings will always be overcome. Luo Tian said with a smile. That's good. Eyes snorted, but you shouldn't appear here. You should take advantage of this moment to escape from this area. Maybe you can still have a chance to survive. But now, I'm afraid you can't escape. Chapter 55 Broly transforms into a Super Saiyan. Want to see what a Super Saiyan looks like? Luo Tian suddenly asked. What did you say? Super Saiyan. Eyes was stunned for a moment. Yet. Luo Tian nodded. What do you mean? Are you going to say you are a Super Saiyan? Aize looked at Luo Tian and asked. I'm not, he is. Luo Tian pointed at Broly. Eyes. Humph, although he feels a bit like a Super Saiyan, to say that he is a Super Saiyan is a bit exaggerated. He just has strong combat power. Eyes laughed. Broly, look, he is your father. Luo Tian pointed at Jack and greeted Broly. Broly looked at Jack with empty eyes, his expression full of doubts, and then he shook his head. Look, he is your father. Luo Tian said, and the not-so-pure angel power in his hand quickly covered Broly's body. Eyes. Aize looked confused. What do you say? Why can't I understand what you want to do? Is that Galactic Patrolman this Scion's father? Do not make jokes. Obviously not the same race. Who are you deceiving? At this time, Luo Tian's angelic power successfully entered Broly's mind, followed his brain, and acted on his eyes. Broly's pupils shrank and he immediately looked at Jack without blinking, 2 lines of hot tears welling up in his eyes. Dad! Broly murmured. Jack's eyes widened even more, with a slightly startled look on his face. Does he really think of me as his father? Hurry up and agree. Luo Tian whispered to Jake. Jack's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously and said excitedly, Yeah, good son. Dad. Broly said with tears in his eyes. Aize was a little confused. Did you recognize your relatives on the spot? What on earth do you want to do? Aize couldn't help but ask. It'll be ready soon, please wait a moment. Luo Tian said. Eyes crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. Broly, your father is dead. Luo Tian suddenly said. Broly. Eyes. What do you mean? Jake, please start your performance. Luo Tian winked at Jake. What? Jack let out a scream, his face became distorted, his whole body was trembling, tomato juice sprayed out from his mouth, staining his clothes red. Dad. Broly's pupils shrank together, and his expression changed again and again. Ah, I'm dead. Jack's head tilted, and then nothing happened. During the fight just now, that guy beat your father to death. Luo Tian said to Broly. While saying this, Luo Tian raised his hand and pointed at Aize in the distance unhurriedly. Eyes. Humph, I still don't understand what you want to do? Are you acting there? Aize snorted and smiled contemptuously. Broly immediately turned his head and glared at Eyes. Okay, I was the one who killed your father. What can you do? Do you want to avenge your father? Aize couldn't help but hum, but he was not afraid at all. Ah! Broly roared angrily, and golden flames suddenly erupted from his body. The golden light spread crazily outward, dyeing the starry sky golden. Snapped! The next moment, Broly's hair suddenly stood up high, and layers of golden flames appeared all over his body. The golden light burned like a flame. However, Broly's pupils were glowing white, and he was still in a state of rage. A powerful aura centered around Broly and surged wildly around him. Wherever it passed, there were huge waves. Even the spaceship in the distance was thrown backwards, as if a small boat was swaying in the sea. What change is this? Aize was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Broly immediately looked at Aize with anger, with flames burning in his black pupils. Could it be said that this is a Super Saiyan? Aize's eyes widened. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Luo Tian nodded and said lightly. You, what did you say? Aize was dumbfounded. Call out. Broly turned into a golden light and appeared directly opposite Aize in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Aize couldn't react. Aize was startled and hurriedly prepared to fight. Boom! Broly punched Aize in the chest with a heavy punch. Puff! Aize spat out a large mouthful of blood and felt that his whole body was not well. Snapped! Broly's little hand reached forward, grabbed Aize's ankle, and drove his body to smash hard against a meteorite in the distance. Page 40. Boom! Broly took Aize's body and smashed it directly into the large meteorite. With a loud noise, the meteorite fell apart on the spot. Puff! Aize spat out a mouthful of blood again. In desperation, Aize gritted his teeth and suddenly kicked Broly in the face. Broly allowed Aize's foot to kick him in the face, his eyes flashing with cold frost. What? Aize was stunned. I kicked him, why did he act like a normal person? The next moment, what made Aize even more frightened was yet to come. Broly suddenly reached out and grabbed Aize's other ankle. You, what do you want to do? Aize was shocked. Wait a minute. Hey! Broly tore it apart hard. What? Aize let out a shrill scream. When he looked again, he saw that Aize's body was torn in half by Broly. Yes, torn in half out of thin air. Fortunately, the head is still intact and not cracked. Oops, it's a bit bloody. Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Jack's pupils almost popped out of his eye sockets, and he was completely dumbfounded. Is this really the little guy named Broly? I am not wrong, right? The one who was torn in half just now was Frisia's son. This is bad. Ah! After Broly tore Aize in half, he suddenly held his head and screamed. Aize! It has to be said that Aize's vitality is still very tenacious. Although he has been torn in half, he is not dead yet. Aize was speechless in fear at that time. I'm the one being torn in half, what are you doing there howling? Also, I think I can still salvage it. Who can help me? Dad, come and save me. I don't want to die yet. At this moment, Aize's fearful heart was filled with endless regret. I am a great frozen demon genius, why did I choose to come out at this time? Wouldn't it be better for me to remain frozen on my home planet? However, there is no regret medicine in this world. Even if there were, Aize couldn't eat it. Chapter 56 Myers takes action. Broly held his head, looking increasingly pained. Aize glanced sideways at Broly. You tore me apart. Does this painful expression mean condolences? Immediately afterwards, Aize suddenly discovered that Broly immediately changed direction and roared towards Luo Tian and Jack. Run! Luo Tian ran away before he finished speaking. So much so that Luo Tian's voice still remained in place, but the person had disappeared. Jake! Jake turned around and saw that Luo Tian flashed a few times and quickly disappeared. Suddenly, 10,000 grass mud horses passed by in his heart. You are so special. Why are you running so fast? Are you a human being? Gark soon saw Broly rushing over in a menacing manner. He was so frightened that he fled the scene in a hurry. However, as Jack was flying, he suddenly discovered that Broly was chasing after him. Jack wanted to die. Don't chase me. You go after that guy named Luo Tian. Just when Broly was about to catch up with him, Gok turned around brilliantly and shouted loudly to Broly behind him, "Broly, I am your father." Broly was stunned for a moment, holes flashed in his pupils, and he held his head again, letting out painful wails. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jack quickly rushed into the spaceship and picked up tools to repair the door. "I have to fix the door quickly and get out of this damn place. This guy has gone crazy." Broly held his head, punching and kicking the vacuum, completely without any plan. SHH. Luo Tian came quickly from a distance, and an angelic power covered Broly's body. "Broly, wake up!" Luo Tian said. Broly's pupils kept changing, sometimes absent, sometimes empty, sometimes bright, sometimes sad, and flickering. 10 seconds later. "Ah!" Broly let out a shrill cry again and quickly rushed towards Luo Tian. The next moment, Broly launched a fierce attack on Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not confront Broly head-on, he just closed his eyes to avoid the opponent's punches and kicks. 1 minute later. "Hu Chi! Hu Chi!" Broly gasped for air, feeling endless exhaustion. "It's really nerve-wracking. My angelic power is not enough to completely restore Super Saiyan's sanity." Luo Tian sighed with emotion and shook his head gently, "It's too bad now, we'd better ask for it ourselves." "Be blessed. Jake. This guy is so fast, he can actually dodge Broly's attack? But what can you do if you can avoid it? Once you get hit, you're screwed. Are you trying to escape with your life? You are still in the mood to talk there. Has the door been repaired? You are really annoying." Luo Tian greeted Jake. "Okay soon." Jack replied hurriedly. It didn't matter what Jack said, it immediately caught Broly's attention. Broly turned his head and looked in Gok's direction. Jack's face turned pale instantly, and it was extremely difficult to see. "You can't see me, you can't see me." I don't know if Jack's prayer worked, but Broly ignored him and looked at Luo Tian angrily again. "Look at this person who can't be beaten no matter what." "Ah!" Broly rushed towards Luo Tian again and launched a fierce attack on Luo Tian. Cosmic space. A Galaxy Patrol spaceship is speeding towards this side. There are only 2 people on the spaceship, one is Mel's and the other is Iliku. The 2 quickly noticed what was happening ahead. "Members, that's Gok's spaceship?" Iliku said quickly. "Yes." Mel's nodded slightly and glanced forward. "There are 2 people fighting over there." Iliku pointed diagonally ahead. Mel's obviously also saw Luo Tian and Broly fighting. However, when Mel saw Luo Tian's movement, he couldn't help blurting out in surprise, "Is that the ultimate freedom of expression?" "What?" Iliku turned to look at Mel's, a little confused by what he just said. "No. Nothing." Mel's eyes widened again, with a look of shock on his face. "I haven't seen Frisia's son eyes, has he already left?" Iriku scratched his head and asked to himself. "How can it be the ultimate freedom? What's going on?" Mel's muttered in a low voice. "What's wrong with you? Player Mel's?" Iliku looked at Mel's strangely, "What are you talking about?" "It's nothing, you don't need to worry about these details." Mel smiled slightly and regained his composure. His eyes immediately stared closely at Luo Tian, who was avoiding Broly's attack in the distance. A brief silence. Myers made a quick decision and quickly put on an oxygen mask. "Hey? Player Mel's, what are you going to do?" Iliku asked. "It's obvious that the one with blonde hair among the 2 of them has lost his mind." Myers explained to Iliku while putting on the oxygen mask, "I'm going to help. It's the outer space there. You must be careful, Team Mel's." Iliku advised with some worry. Mel's did not answer, opened the hatch of the spaceship, turned back and gave a thumbs up to Iliku, showing a smile. Immediately afterwards, Mel's feet sprayed flames and flew towards the area where Luo Tian and Broly were fighting. When he was about to approach Broly, Mels stretched his arm forward, and a large net suddenly shot out from his arm. "Please give in a moment." Myers greeted Luo Tian. Luo Tian quickly ducked away. SHH. Page 41. The big black net released by Mels covered Broly's body. Broly was bound by the big net and struggled desperately inside. However, the large net released by Myers seemed to be made of some special material. No matter how much Broly struggled and exploded with energy, he was still unable to break free from the constraints of the big net. Instead, he struggled even tighter and tighter. "Thank you." Luo Tian nodded towards Mels and said thank you. Mels looked at Luo Tian up and down, feeling a little confused for a moment. "Are you?" Myers asked. "I'm Luo Tian." Luo Tian said without looking back, then immediately looked at Broly and greeted him, "Broly, wake up quickly, it's time to eat." The white light in Broly's pupils kept flashing. "Is he your friend?" Myers asked. "Yes, I accidentally lost my mind." Luo Tian nodded. This transformation of his has super energy, which caused him to become insane. As long as the current transformation is released, he can regain his sanity on his own. Myers said with a smile. Chapter 57. Is that the power of an angel? I'll give it a try. Luo Tian said, and said to Broly again, "Broly, change back quickly, we're going to eat soon." The light in Broly's pupils kept flashing again. "Eat?" Broly murmured. "Yes, let's eat." Luo Tian nodded slightly, "I have your favorite fried chicken." Broly's eyes lit up and his saliva started to flow. Snapped. The golden light on Broly's body suddenly dissipated and returned to normal. "Eat! Eat! Eat!" Broly looked at Luo Tian excitedly. After finishing speaking, Broly suddenly saw the grid wrapped around his body. "Broly! Hey!" Broly pulled hard, but the grid didn't respond at all. Broly looked at Luo Tian with a questioning look. "Don't you remember anything about what happened before?" Luo Tian asked. Broly shook his head and said he didn't remember. "Forget it, think about it later." Luo Tian said, with a wave of his hand. The turbid angelic power emerged from his hand, and directly took away the grid covering Broly's body. "Broly is free." Mels on the side was completely stunned. Just now it was. Isn't that the power of angels? Isn't that the unique angelic power of our angels? How could he? How is this going? Mels looked at Luo Tian up and down again. No matter how you look at it, he is still a human being. Looks like a Saiyan. But, was I dazzled just now? Is that angelic power? Mels didn't say anything for the time being, and decided to find an opportunity to ask again alone. Luo Tian also looked at Mels carefully. Luo Tian knew that Mels was a trainee angel who had experienced in the human world. Nowadays, Mels' skin color is lavender, not blue. It may be because of the special disguise. In addition, Myers' hair is also the unique silver-white color of angels. It is neatly combed and has bangs. Mels is dressed in a Galaxy Patrol costume with an energy gun hanging from his side. Call out! Jack also noticed that Myers appeared at the scene just now. Fortunately, he had already repaired the door, and then came quickly from a distance. "It's Mels. It's great that you came at the right time. Otherwise, you would have been in trouble." Jack breathed a sigh of relief. "Member Gok, are you okay?" Myers greeted with a smile. "Everything is fine, everything is fine." Jack smiled awkwardly. "Where's Ice? Have you left already?" Myers asked. Although Mels is a trainee angel, he is only practicing in the human world at this time and will not be able to use the power of angels most of the time. It can be said that Mels used some skills he learned during his training in the human world. Therefore, if Mels regains his status as an angel, it will naturally be easy to investigate the matter regarding Ice. But now he can only be regarded as an ordinary person, an ordinary powerful person. "Ice? It's floating over there. Jack pointed toward the distance. At this time, I's spaceship had been torn apart and turned into many fragments, floating in the universe. As for Aize's body, it has gradually drifted away due to the battle just now. Mel's glanced in the direction Jack pointed and immediately saw I's who was torn in half. Teared in half. Sweat dropped from Mel's face. Yes, yet. Jack nodded, and looked at Mel strangely. Myers, okay, can you see that far? My eyes have a complicated structure, which is equivalent to the compound eyes of a dragonfly can see clearly and far away. I didn't expect you to be able to see as far as I do. I just looked far away. Mel smiled. Aren't you the eyes of a fly? Luo Tian asked from the side. It's a dragonfly. A dragonfly. Jack emphasized emphatically. Is there any difference? Luo Tian asked. A dragonfly has more compound eyes than a fly. Jack replied plausibly. Luo Tian said no more. You are right. Eyes is dead. Mel sighed and asked, was Eyes defeated by him? Yes, it was Broly who did it. Gok nodded. Broly pointed to his nose in confusion. You don't remember anything. Jack wiped his sweat silently. Remember, chasing you. Broly replied. Jake. Why do you only remember this? Remember, you asked me to call you Dad. Broly looked coldly and glared at Jack. Jack was startled, his face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly hid behind Mel's. Broly bared his teeth at Gok. Broly, please be patient, Luo Tian said. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Broly let Gok go for the time being. Jake's hanging heart was also slightly relieved. By the way, I forgot to introduce you, Luo Tian, he is the Mels you are going to visit. Gok introduced, Mers, he is Luo Tian, he is Broly, both of them are Saiyans. Hello, I'm Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded towards Mels as a greeting. Hello, let's go back first. Mels couldn't help but suggested to Luo Tian and Jake, and then glanced at the wreckage of Eyes in the distance. This is a rather troublesome thing. If we let Frisian knows that his son is, maybe he will come and attack our Galactic Patrol headquarters. I think so too. We have to go back and quickly find a way to deploy defense facilities. Jack was even more worried. Mels nodded solemnly. Several people returned to the spacecraft. Mels was still riding in his own spaceship, while Luo Tian, Broly and Gok returned to their own spaceships. Has the door been repaired? Luo Tian asked. Fixed, Gok replied, pressing a button on the ship. Crack. The spaceship hatch closes. Immediately afterwards, Gok pressed the start button of the spacecraft and flew towards the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. As soon as the spaceship started, the door of Taisai's room suddenly opened. Wow, ghost! Seeing Taisai's dress, Jack couldn't help but exclaimed. Luo Tian! Broly scratched his head in confusion, and even kept rubbing his hands in place, wanting to go up and punch Taisai. What? You are neither a man nor a woman, what do you know? Taisai crossed her waist and glared at Jack. Jack simply stopped talking. Luo Tian was also speechless for a while. Hearing Taisai's voice, Broly seemed to know the other party's identity, and his tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly. Chapter 58 Meeting Mirrors Alone. Now Taisai wears heavy makeup, red lips, and a white face. Luo Tian, tell me, am I good looking now? Taisai turned to ask Luo Tian. It looks good, but the putty on your face is so evenly applied. Did you learn decoration before? Luo Tian asked curiously. Taisai. Ah, Luo Tian, you're disgusting. Taisai glared angrily, slammed the door and entered the bathroom. But then, Taisai stuck her head out again. By the way, how is the situation outside? Are you out of danger? Taisai asked. It's okay. That guy was torn in half by Broly. Gok replied. Tear in half. Taisai immediately turned to look at Broly. Broly grinned with a proud look on his face. Monster! Taisai snorted and turned back to the bathroom to remove her makeup. The spaceship took off and sped towards the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. It's so unfair. They are all elite soldiers of the Galaxy Patrol. Why is Mel's spaceship 10 times faster than ours? Gok looked at the spaceship that had disappeared in front and couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. How much is this? Luo Tian stretched out 2 fingers. Page 42. 2. Jack was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Who are the elite soldiers of the Galaxy Patrol? Don't you know? Luo Tian said unceremoniously. Jake. Jack's spaceship was relatively slow and traveled in space for nearly 2 days before arriving at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is a large space station. The space station is suspended in the universe and is full of high-tech architectural atmosphere. The headquarters has begun deployment and has entered the first level of combat readiness. Jack saw the layout of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters and quickly explained to Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded slightly and followed Jack into the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Broly looked around, full of curiosity about the buildings in the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, and he was eager to punch the wall several times. Fortunately, they were all stopped by Luo Tian. Hello, are you Mr. Luo Tian? A team member came up and asked. It's me. Luo Tian nodded. Mr. Myers wants to see you alone. The team member said immediately. Okay, take me there. Luo Tian didn't object. Hey, take Broly away, I'm scared when he's around me. Jack whispered to Luo Tian. Broly, be honest and don't do any damage. Luo Tian ordered Broly, this is a space station. If you accidentally break something like a wall, the space station will suffer a lot of damage. Broly nodded vigorously to express his understanding. Don't worry, Broly will be fine. Luo Tian patted Jack's arm. Jake. If something goes wrong, it's our space station. However, Gok didn't say much and had no choice but to take Broly and Tais to the restaurant and let them have a good meal. Good guy. Broly ate happily and even gave the waiter a thumbs up. Jake wanted to cry but had no tears. This is a meal for my money. You actually said that the waiter is a good person? Is this right for you? Also, you are too good at eating. Broly, you eat so much, you've already eaten for 20 people. Taisai lamented. You have eaten half of my salary. Jack sniffed, feeling his heart broken. Jake, money is only an external possession. Don't be so stingy. We are 2 alien guests. What does it mean to treat us to something to eat? Taisai rolled her eyes. You put it nicely, you are the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. Of course you are not short of money. Jack shouted angrily. I didn't ask my family for money. Since I went to college, I have been working out to earn my own money. Taisai replied. Jack fell silent. Of course, if I really have no money, my father will transfer tens of millions of dollars to me. Taisai added. Jake. Jack felt heartbroken at that time. Although the Galaxy Patrol's money is not interchangeable with Earth's money, Jack has lived on Earth for nearly a month, and he still knows the concept of tens of millions. If he really has no money, his father will transfer tens of millions of flowers to her? She is worthy of being the daughter of the richest man in the world. You also said you earned the money from part-time work? Won't your heart ache? Come again. Broly said to the waiter while holding the bowl. Okay, okay. The waiter was also frightened. How long has it been since this guy had eaten? Are you still eating? Jack felt his heart bleed. Broly glared at Gok. Jack stopped at that time and nodded helplessly to the waiter. In Mel's room. Luo Tian stepped in and saw the back of Mel's at a glance. Mels turned his back to Luo Tian and was standing at the window looking straight at the bright starry sky outside. As if sensing Luo Tian's entrance, Mels immediately turned around and walked over to greet him politely. "Hello Mr. Luo Tian, we meet again." Myers greeted with a smile. "I heard that you are the most powerful member of the Galaxy Patrol, so I came here to visit you." "Luo Tiandao." "Mr. Luo Tian, there is something I want to ask you." Myers asked directly. "Please tell me." Luo Tian nodded. "I saw the previous battle between you and Mr. Broly." Myers looked at Luo Tian and asked, "What I want to ask is, are you using the ultimate freedom? You also know the ultimate meaning of freedom." Luo Tian replied. "Sure enough, it's the ultimate freedom. Did Weiss teach you this?" Myers asked again. "That's right." Luo Tian nodded. Myers. "Yes means it, but it means no. How can it still be considered a yes? To be precise, Weiss gave me a book, and I followed this book to learn the ultimate intention of freedom." Luo Tian said, and immediately took out the guide to the practice of ultimate intention from his arms, and handed it to Mels. Mels took the book with some doubts, opened it and looked at it carefully. The more Mels looked, the more surprised he became. There was even a look of doubt on his face, and he looked up at Luo Tian from time to time. Luo Tian was a little confused. "Your look makes me feel something is wrong. Is there any problem?" Luo Tian asked hurriedly. "No. No problem." Mels immediately shook his head. "You lied." Luo Tian hit the nail on the head. "Myers. Is it that obvious?" Sweat dropped from Mel's face. Luo Tian didn't say anything, just stared at Mels quietly. "Before that, I want to make sure of one thing first." Mels took a deep breath, raised his right hand slightly, and looked at Luo Tian closely. "Ask for votes." Chapter 59 Myers' Doubts. Snapped. Suddenly, a ball of flame as bright as a star appeared in Mel's hand. The flame is not big, only about the size of a fist. "You can do it too." Luo Tian was stunned. "This is the power of angels." Myers answered truthfully. Snapped. Luo Tian had nothing to hesitate, and a ball of flame as bright as a star immediately appeared in his hand. The bright flames released by Luo Tian were about the same size as those released by Mels. However, if you compare these two light balls together for a while, you can see the difference between them. Luo Tian took a look at the angelic power he had condensed and found that his ball of light seemed to be a pirated version. Looking at the one from Myers, the bright light is very bright. How to describe it? Luo Tian's bright ball of light seemed to be covered with a layer of grey mist. Or in other words, for the same photo, Luo Tian's photo is less vivid and even darker in terms of brightness. On the contrary, Myers's photos are more vivid. Although they are not so dazzling, they give people a very comfortable feeling. Luo Tian even wanted to go up and grab it. "Why is your angelic power condensed so brightly?" According to Luo Tian's calculations, the light ball formed by Mel's angelic power has a purity of at least 40. "You can indeed use the power of angels," Mels exclaimed, looking at the ball of light condensed by Luo Tian with some surprise. "Is this the power of an angel?" "So you are also an angel?" Luo Tian said with a smile. "Yes, I am a trainee angel. I came to the Galaxy Patrol for training. The main purpose of the training is to understand the good and evil of human beings." Myers told the truth and immediately took back the bright ball of light. "So, you and Weiss?" Luo Tian said. "Weiss is my brother," Myers replied. "That's great. I happen to have a lot of doubts in this book. I wanted to ask Weiss about it, but I couldn't contact him anyway. Can you help me solve it?" Luo Tian said, also asking himself the condensed angelic power was withdrawn. "Yes, of course it's no problem." Mels agreed readily, and then lowered his voice and warned, "I hope you can keep the fact that I am a trainee angel a secret. Don't worry. Luo Tian nodded. If you have any questions you don't understand, just ask, and I will do my best to help you solve them. Myers said sincerely to Luo Tian. You saw just now that the angelic power I condensed is relatively turbid. Luo Tian sighed, with the same angelic power, if my purity is only 9, I feel that yours is at least 40 or above. This is the first time I've heard about the issue of the purity of angel power essence. Myers couldn't laugh or cry. These are not problems. I have also improved my purity from 1 to the current 9 through hard practice. But recently, no matter how hard I try, I still can't get the point and can't go any further. Luo Tian pondered, do you have any better way to purify my angelic power? This. Mels was speechless. Stop hesitating, learn more from your brother. Your brother Weiss speaks directly. Luo Tian said. Myers. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of the purity of angel power. Can you give me some time to study it? Myers thought for a while and answered seriously. That's fine. Luo Tian didn't object. Then, I'll come back to you after I've finished my research. Myers responded. I'll take my leave first and study hard. Luo Tian said, pointing to the Guide to the Cultivation of Self-Extreme Intent on the table, and continued, I have already memorized this book, you can take it, study it slowly to see if Weiss made a mistake at the time. Okay, okay. Mels nodded slightly. Let's go. Luo Tian waved his hand. However, Luo Tian took a few steps forward, and Mels suddenly spoke again. By the way, did you really gain the power of an angel just by reading this book? Myers couldn't help but ask again. Why do you ask that? Isn't this book about practicing this? Luo Tian looked at Myers a little strangely. Page 43. Yes, yes, I'm just confirming it so that I can help you find out the problem. Mels smiled slightly. Luo Tian took a deep look at Mels, but without saying anything else, he turned and left the room to find Broly and Taisai. Seeing Luo Tian walking away, Mels waved his hand in the air, and a ball of angelic power covered the door, closing it tightly. The next moment, Myers raised his right hand slightly. SHH. In just a moment, an angel scepter appeared in Mel's hand. Immediately afterwards, Myers immediately contacted Weiss through the crystal ball on the angel's scepter. Oh, isn't this Mel's? I heard that you are training at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Is everything okay? Weiss's voice came from the crystal ball. Everything is fine, Brother Weiss. Mels nodded slightly. Are you looking for me for anything else? Weiss asked. Brother Weiss, does he know a Saiyan named Luo Tian? Mels asked the question directly without saying any nonsense. Luo Tian? I remembered it. The sausage he made has a very unique taste. Weiss replied with a smile, last time Lord Beerus and I were on planet Vegeta, we ate the sausage he grilled. To express our gratitude, I also gave him a simplified version of the book that can be practiced in the human world. Myers. Is there any problem? Weiss looked at Mels strangely. Simplified version of Psitsayi. Myers wiped his sweat quietly. Yes, yes, if you can practice well, you may not be as good as Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, but you can at least extend your life by finding a stable planet to live on. Weiss explained, and then sighed slightly. In one breath, but planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Maybe this kid named Luo Tian has disappeared with the planet. No, he's still alive, Myers replied. Oops, did he leave before planet Vegeta was destroyed? Weiss guessed. Brother Weiss, none of this is the point. Myers wiped his sweat. Oh. Weiss was taken aback. The point is, the Guide to Cultivation of the Ultimate Intention that Brother Weiss gave to Mr. Luo Tian. I briefly looked through it and found that it is indeed a simplified version of the Ultimate Intention. It can only extend life and strengthen the body. Unable to grasp the true essence of the ultimate intention of freedom. Myers responded, shaking the guide to the cultivation of the ultimate intention of freedom in his hand. Chapter 60 Weiss, the great priest should have a headache. Oops. Luo Tian went to your place. Weiss was startled for a moment. Yes, but these are not the point. Mels replied dumbfounded. Weiss. Why isn't that the point? Mers, what happened? Weiss asked strangely. Luo Tian has developed the power of an angel. Myers said word by word. Weiss's expression froze, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. There was silence for a full 10 seconds. Oh my, this is really a big deal. Weiss was surprised. There has never been a precedent for humans to be able to cultivate the power of angels. Are you sure Brother Weiss didn't teach Luo Tian any other cultivation methods? Myers asked again. Even if you teach him, Mels, do you think humans can cultivate the power of angels? Weiss did not answer Mel's question, but asked instead. Myers was silent. Yes, even if you seriously teach a human to practice, it is impossible to cultivate the power of an angel. The best they can do is cultivate the powerful strength of their own mind. But it absolutely cannot be the angelic power used by angels. What's going on? Myers was a little confused. What does his angelic power look like? Weiss asked again. According to Luo Tian's own statement, the purity is not enough. Myers told the truth. I also saw the angel power he condensed. It looks very turbid, not as pure as the angel power I condensed. But what I can be sure of is that what he condensed is indeed the power of an angel, there is no doubt about this. Oh my, that's amazing! Weiss said with emotion. So, do you want to report this matter to the high priest? Myers asked. Let me do it. Weiss thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. Also, Brother Weiss, Mr. Luo Tian asked me about the purity of the angel's power, but I don't know how to solve it. Myers said with some embarrassment. I'll ask the high priest first. After Weiss finished speaking, he immediately ended the call. The seventh universe, the planet Beerus. After Weiss ended the call with Mels, he held the scepter in silence. Call out. At this moment, a fish flew over from a distance riding on a fish tank. Wes, what happened? The fish spoke human words and looked at Wes and asked. It's the prophecy fish. Weiss turned to look at the prophecy fish. It's rare to see you in a daze, said the prophetic fish. There is indeed a very strange thing. I may want to seek the opinion of the great priest. Weiss pondered, and then asked the prophecy fish, by the way, have you made any prophecies recently? I do have a very important prophecy, and I am about to tell you. The prophecy fish nodded. What? Weiss asked. I predict that in the near future, a very great angel will be born. The prophetic fish replied. How great is it? Weiss asked again. I don't know. The prophet fish shook his head. Weiss. A brief silence. According to my prophecy, forget it, I won't say it anymore. Halfway through the prophecy fish immediately shook his head vigorously. Weiss covered her head, speechless for a while. Oh, don't tell me half of what you said. Weiss said. Then I said, don't tell anyone, only the two of us know. The prophetic fish warned with a serious expression. Ha ha ha. It's easy to talk about. Weiss nodded happily. According to my prophecy, this newly born angel may surpass the great priest. The prophecy fish lowered his voice and said cautiously. Oh my, this is really a major event. Weiss sighed, the high priest should have a headache. You must never tell the great priest. The prophecy fish said hurriedly. Don't tell me, don't tell me. Weiss said, and immediately made contact with the high priest through the scepter in his hand. You, who are you talking to? The prophet fish asked curiously. Weiss, is there something wrong? The great priest's voice came immediately. Prophecy fish. Prophecy Fish felt that his whole body was not well at that time. I agreed not to tell the high priest. Are you complaining directly in front of me? I will be beaten to death by the great priest. Master High Priest, there is indeed something very important, and it is very strange. Weiss did not hide it, and immediately told the high priest everything about Luo Tian's cultivation of the power of angels. Hearing Weiss's words, the high priest fell into deep thought. Master High Priest, what does this mean? Weiss asked curiously. This thing is indeed a bit strange. The high priest was silent for a long time, and then he murmured in a low voice, but there will always be all kinds of strange and weird human beings born in the universe, and it is normal for them to be able to cultivate the power of angels. Oh, a fish said that a very great angel will be born in the near future, and this angel may surpass the great priest. Weiss said. Prophecy Fish. It is predicted that the fish will cry. Said a fish. You might as well say it was me who said that. What's the difference between you and direct naming? I'm looking forward to this day coming. The high priest said with a confident look on his face, after all, I haven't met an opponent for a long time. So, how does the high priest plan to deal with Luo Tian's problem? Weiss asked again, by the way, it is worth mentioning that he is currently at Melz's place. Let him practice hard and strive to become a real angel as soon as possible. The high priest thought for a while and then added to Weiss, by the way, teach him the true freedom of expression. Okay, Lord High Priest. Weiss agreed. By the way, among you angels, who has the best teaching level? The high priest asked. In terms of teaching level, Sister Kessie should have the highest level. Weiss commented. Don't tell Luo Tian that he can cultivate into a real angel, lest he become complacent. The high priest smiled and warned Weiss again. I understand, Lord High Priest. Weiss nodded in agreement, and then asked, are you going to send him to Sister Max in the 10th universe? Find a way to guide him there instead of sending him there deliberately. The high priest replied. Weiss nodded for a while. This question is a bit difficult. Just send him there directly. Why go to all this trouble? The more you can't get something, the more you will cherish it once you get it. The high priest looked at Weiss opposite through the crystal ball on the scepter in his hand, and explained, if you take the initiative to send him, maybe he won't cherish it and may waste his time. By the way, it is worth mentioning that he is still a human being and has a lifespan limit. He can live up to 100 years. In just 100 years, for us angels, it's just a fleeting moment, can he become a real angel? After saying this, Weiss suddenly realized. So, are we going to let Luo Tian get Sister Kessie? Weiss pondered, he is a bit young now. Great priest. Ask for your tickets.